Meteorologist Caroline Brown here with the latest.
It is still warm out there,
Yeah.
but we've got sunny skies, and hey, enjoy the sunshine today because the clouds are going to come back in tomorrow.
Okay.
So we are going to be seeing some pretty big changes. Let's get into it right now. It's still going to be all about that heat, the summer feel. Not quite as sticky though. Our dew points still going to be in the lower values there. It's a live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera, where all of that sunshine has helped us warm up into the lower 90s right now. 91 here in Houston. The hot spot, that's Fort Bend County, Sugar Land, 94 degrees, 91 up in Livingston. So across the board, feeling much warmer than we typically expect to feel. Winds, you'll notice, picking up a bit south of I-10. Otherwise, all of us seeing those breezes coming in from the east. And when winds coming in from the east, we're not as humid as we can be. It's winds coming in from the Gulf, that southeast flow that tends to increase the humidity. Now, thankfully today, air quality has been better behaved. You'll notice across the region, still going to be in the moderate range. So this is within healthy limits. Of course, we have been watching air quality alerts for the last several days. But if you're heading out this evening to the 58th annual Greek Festival, should be a wonderful night. Temperatures at 5 o'clock, 92 degrees, cooling down into the upper 70s by the end of the evening. But of course, that's going to be continuing both Friday and Saturday as well. Low temperatures overnight tonight, not going to be quite as cool. And you're going to notice areas south of I-10 gonna be in the mid to upper 70s. Galveston tomorrow morning just shy of 80 degrees. That's because we've got cloud cover pushing in from the Gulf. First is gonna come the clouds, and then we'll start to see those rain chances moving in, which means both Friday and Saturday for the Greek Festival. Not a bad idea to toss in an umbrella, but I'll tell you what, it is not going to be a washout. Coming up, Lisa, Andy, I'll break down your hour by hour rain chances.
All right, Caroline, thank you. The Montgomery.
Caroline Brown. We're talking to start off things here with the allergies. 'Cause I feel like there are a lot of folks suffering right now, Caroline.
I think a lot of folks are, and it's important to talk about because if you're not sure what's going on, you're not going to realize. Just take that allergy medication.
It's the ragweed.
The ragweed has exploded. In fact, over the week here in Houston, it's certainly not helping that our mold spores also coming in as high. Elm tree moderate, grass moderate. This is going to be a concern over the next several weeks. It's not until our first big freeze that we'll start to see a change with the ragweed. And then we have to think about cedar fever. So buckle up. Allergies are a staple here in Houston pretty much all year round, which is why take the allergy medication and just enjoy the day, because this is actually, all things considered, not too bad of a day out there. We've got bright blue skies. You can see the giraffes enjoying the shade, and really the shade does make a difference today. That's because our humidity is low. Actual air temperature definitely still on the warm side right now. 92 in Hobby, 94 in Sugar Land, 91 degrees here in Houston. But our humidity values are low, which means it's 90 and feels like 90. There's no pesky heat index value. And for some of us, mainly north of I-10, if you're planning on washing the car this evening, it's going to be a great night. 9 o'clock, 79 degrees, 78 by 10. I stress areas north of I-10 because our coastal regions, you've got a chance for rain. So maybe don't bother with the big car wash. Rain chances are going to be with us both Friday and Saturday, a 20 to 30% chance. By Sunday, starting to move out, but that humidity is certainly with us. Starting tomorrow, you'll notice the humidity, not just with how sticky it feels, but also with the cloud cover. Take a look at our future track. Through the afternoon today, we'll watch as more clouds push on shore. By the day tomorrow, coastal areas will start to see the rain chances, possible to reach as far north as I-10. This is 1 o'clock. Areas south of I-10 dealing with the rain showers, even possible here in the Houston area. Hit or miss showers here, only about a 20 to 30% chance. Now, as we go into Saturday, I think slightly more widespread for our coastal communities. That will push inland by 2 o'clock. Certainly, we could see some showers here in Houston. Nothing severe. no flooding, and most of that accumulation is going to be closer to the coast. This means the further inland you go, the less likely it is that you're going to see any rainfall. That means if you're heading out to College Station, A&M playing Mizzou, 80 degrees at the start of the game at 11 should be spectacular matchup against two ranked teams. Texas Southern, they've got their homecoming game. We're keeping a rain chance only because the heat of the day on Saturday certainly can see some of those storms roll into the Houston area. Definitely still make those plans. Homecoming only comes once a year. Your extended forecast morning, that's 64.
Yeah.
That's a day we've been eyeing for a few days, and it still looks lovely.
It does.
We'll take
Less
it.
humidity is the key phrase here to be grateful for. Caroline, thank you. For sure.
A long time coming for that venue. I'm
Yes.
excited about it. And hey, I'm excited we're in festival season.
Brown talking about the heat that's on for today.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness. It is on, and somebody turned it on high.
Well, yes.
I'm sure of it because it's getting out of hand. Let me show you what it looks like outside. We've got bright blue skies. This has really helped us heat up. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. Not a cloud in the sky. That's helping us heat up. In fact, our normal high temperature this time of year, 84 degrees. We are currently sitting at 97 here in Houston, 95 in Columbus, 93 in Brenham. So smashing record high temperatures. Our record for today is 92. We are 5 degrees above that and potentially still climbing. Now, we do have good news. We are tracking a cold front that's been advancing its way through the state. In fact, some areas already seeing a little bit of impact. Waco 85, Crockett 88 degrees. We do not usually see such a huge difference between our northernmost areas and us here in Houston. So that's the cold front. The bad news is it's actually stalled out, so we're not going to feel the impacts really until Wednesday. Because that cold front is stalled out, we're seeing winds coming from the west, and that westerly flow, that's going to be a dry, hot air, and this is why it's going to be a bit miserable until the sun goes down. After the sun goes down, it will start to feel better. Sunset just before 7 o'clock, and then we'll be cooling down mildly fast by 9 o'clock, 82 degrees. I'll tell you what, once that cold front drops in, then we're going to actually start to feel cooler mornings. Today, the second to last hot day. Tomorrow, we're going to be seeing temperatures 96 once again. By Wednesday, the cool air will finally have ushered in. High temperatures are going to be in the upper 70s, bright blue skies. And the best part, we're tracking low temperatures in the 50s. Lisa, Andy, some locations even in the 40s.
Oh my goodness. Okay, you have our attention, Caroline. We'll catch in with you in a second here. Thank you so much.
Only have to on a day like today.
It's toasty out there.
I mean, it is definitely hot. I
Yeah.
feel for those who have to work outside. Usually by this time of year, it's a little bit more comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
But all month, we have been above average. I mean, to set a record high temperature, if you're curious, today is definitely a red day. Temperatures today already reaching 97. Our record for today was 92 degrees. We smashed that record, but we do have good news. We've got a cold front that's been pushing through the state. Now it has stalled out just to our north, but don't worry. I promise you it is going to be pushing through once we get to tomorrow evening. That means until then, though, we are still very much in summertime. Take a look at temperatures across the state. 97 here in Houston, Dallas, 80 degrees, 84 in San Angelo. So the cooler air is there. It's just got to get here first. So here's a look at what you can expect. Once that front passes through Tuesday evening, we're going to see that cooler air usher in. Bright skies by Thursday. Not forecasting any showers or thunderstorms. So the only difference is going to be humidity and temperatures. Here's a look at what you expect over the next 48 hours. Overnight tonight, still going to be on the muggy side, still mild. Temperatures falling into the lower and mid 60s. Tomorrow afternoon, our final sizzling hot day. Forecast high temperatures very close to today, mid to upper 90s. Now that cold front passes through Tuesday evening. That means dry air by Wednesday morning. That cool air not quite ushering in all the way yet. So waking up on Wednesday, we're going to be in the 50s and 60s, 59 at 7 a.m. on Wednesday morning. But here's where it gets really good. Wednesday afternoon, forecast high temperatures. We're going to be staying in the 70s, mid 70s here in Houston. Low humidity, plenty of sunshine. I think a lot of people might be calling in sick to work on Wednesday, and then look as we get into Thursday morning. Now our model only takes us out to 1 a.m. But you can see these temperatures taking a massive tumble here in Houston. I put a low actually in the mid 50s. That means Huntsville, College Station, Brenham, they're going to be waking up in the 40s. Morning low temperatures really dropping off the charts. We should be in the mid 60s. We're going to be about 10 degrees below normal.
Monster of a storm.
It's incredible to see how massive that is on a satellite imaging.
It is massive, and it's actually going through an eye wall replacement cycle. We had a defined eye yesterday, once again starting to really show up on satellite. I want to show you what that looks like, because this is indications that it's becoming stronger once again. This was a category 4 this morning. Right now, maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour. In order to be a category 5, we're only 2 miles away from that. Now, regardless of the category, category 5, category 2, that's just wind speeds. That has nothing to do with storm surge, which is forecast to be anywhere from 10 to 15 feet. That's anywhere from Holiday to Palm Harbor, Tampa, St. Pete's, Bradenton, Sarasota, even down towards Laurel. So regardless of the wind speed and the category, we are talking a tsunami-like surge of water pushing on shore. This is a big hurricane coming up. We'll show you that track, but first, here at home, we actually have rather nice weather. We've got bright blue skies overhead, air temperature 89 degrees, humidity 20%, which means we actually feel like the 80s. Winds a bit breezy from the northeast, gusting to 23 miles per hour. So through the afternoon, still warm and sunny, but that cool, dry air from the cold front really settling in as we go through this evening. We'll be falling through the 60s. Tomorrow morning, waking up lower to mid 60s here in Houston. Look to our north and west. Areas like Tomball to Brenham, we're talking mid 50s and crisp. Coming up, we've got more about our autumn amazing weather and, of course, more on Milton.
All right, Caroline, thank you.
This is a deadly storm that's making its way towards Florida, something that we're watching extremely close. In fact, I want to show you right now where it is. Peninsula continuing to advance its way towards Florida right now, moving more to the east. Very soon it'll start moving more towards the north and the east. A closer look is going to show you it's gone through an eye wall replacement cycle. Once again, we have a well-defined center of the circulation, very symmetrical storm. That's an indication that this is strengthening once again, likely will be a category 5 hurricane very soon. However, the forecasts still do call for decrease in strength as it gets closer to landfall. So maximum winds 155 miles per hour. That is as strong as a category 4 hurricane can produce. As it gets closer to the shore, it's going to interact with wind shear. That's going to tear apart the system just a tad. This should help decrease the strength to a category 3. But do not focus on the category. This is still a major hurricane expected to make a direct landfall on Florida. This is going to be Wednesday evening. By early Thursday morning, still a category 2 as it passes over Orlando. When we're talking about sustained winds of 100 miles per hour, we are talking about widespread power outages across the state of Florida. And not just hurricane force winds. You can see the purple. This is tropical storm force winds as far as Fort Lauderdale and as far north as southern Georgia. What's not going to help is all of that debris from Helene last week is still out there. That's going to lead to a lot of projectiles on top of the storm surge, and we can't stress this enough. Tampa, a lot of that is at sea level. Storm surge forecast for Tampa Bay, up to 15 feet. That is way taller than any of us. That's getting through the first floor, entering the second story of homes. This is why those evacuations just so important and critical. Water vapor satellite showing exactly why it's not coming here. We had that front push through. A lot of dry air, and this system is being steered into Florida. There is no changes coming there. This is not our storm. because of that cold front that pushed through. That cold front, by the way, really changed the way it feels here in Houston. If you step outside, dew points in the 40s, it feels really nice. That's going to lead to bright sunshine in the afternoons. Still going to be warm temperatures, but much more pleasant because it'll be 90 degrees.
And on the track, the next few hours, those conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Unfortunately, the worst is yet to come. Milton, an enormous hurricane getting closer to landfall. That's going to happen around midnight tonight. I want to show you what that exactly where the eye is. That's because it's closed in. It's right about here, but you can actually see it a bit better with radar. You'll notice all of these rain bands pushing on shore, those are bringing with it widespread tornado warnings. I'm going to take off the lightning. When it comes to tropical tornadoes, we typically see these in those farther rain bands away from the center. Those embedded thunderstorms can bring heavy downpours. And unfortunately, right now, we've got 5 tornado warnings out there. But of course, one of the big issues, the center of this circulation having winds over 140 miles per hour, getting closer to that landfall. So as we look at Hurricane Milton, now a Category 3, still a major hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. You can see it's going to be making landfall and pushing its way across Florida by 7 a.m. on Thursday. 85-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to bring power outages across the peninsula, even to the Orlando area. Thankfully, it'll keep pushing through. Unfortunately, this will bring those widespread power outages. Not only are we talking about power outages, intense winds, heavy downpours, but also storm surge. In fact, this has been a big concern across Florida. You'll notice the peak of that storm surge has shifted slightly to the south. That's as the forecast cone has also shifted to the south, but anywhere in this deep purple color, that's indicating 12 to 15 feet of storm surge. Unfortunately, that is nearly unsurvivable storm surge. That gets well into the second floor of buildings. We're going to talk much more about the path of Milton, the forecast, and of course, our local forecast here coming up in just a bit.
Okay, Caroline, thank you for that update. Feel for everyone who's in the path of that storm, that's going to make landfall, you said late tonight, right?
Late tonight, but they're already starting to see some storm surge pushing on shore. And this storm surge is what I really wanted to talk about. Take a look at the Category 3. That does not change the storm surge. And speaking with Frank Billingsley about this, he reminded me that the water is being pushed by the wind. So once it was a Category 5 and it picked up all that water and started pushing it towards Florida, that never changed. It doesn't stop pushing in. So right now, wave heights just offshore, we're showing anywhere from 18 to 20, even higher when it comes to how many feet. When it comes to hurricanes decreasing in strength, it doesn't change the surge. So Hurricane Katrina in 2005, that decreased to a Category 3 before landfall. It still brought storm surge of 26 feet. Hurricane Ike here in Houston, that decreased to a Category 2. Still brought 21-foot storm surge from when the hurricane was more powerful. That's why we're watching so close. This area shaded here in the purple with forecasts 12 to 15 feet of storm surge. Another concern are going to be these inlets. When you're talking about areas like Fort Myers or Tampa Bay, if you take all this water and you push it into a canal, an inlet, or a bay, that water is going to pile up and rise to even higher levels. So this is why the storm surge is such a big concern. Radar is continuing to show Milton get closer to shore. A closer look is going to show center of the circulation still offshore. You can see areas off towards Palm Bay, especially the far east side of Florida, dealing with numerous tornado warnings. This is also very common. The rotation in those outer rain bands often can spawn tornadoes. So the next several hours are going to be really important. Landfall this evening expected around midnight tonight from Bradenton to Sarasota. Tampa seeing that outer wall as well. That is going to be creating widespread power outages as it pushes its way across the state. The good news is it's going to continue to push on by 8 a.m. Thursday, bringing heavy downpours and winds to the far east coast of Florida before it moves out into the Atlantic. So by this time tomorrow, everything will have passed, but likely we will have widespread issues, including power outages. Now, us here in Houston, we have really nice weather out there. Live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. Bright blue skies. Temperatures still going to be warm in the upper 80s and the lower 90s, but it feels better because our humidity 19 to 20%. This is crisp. This is dry. We are not humid today. And because of that, we're going to be cooling down efficiently. This morning, we woke up in the 50s for the first time since April. Tomorrow morning, going to be a bit warmer, but still, we're talking mid 50s to the mid 60s throughout southeast Texas. And this is what you can expect to see over the next several days. Mostly sunny skies, high temperatures in the lower 90s, low temperatures very comfortable. Now, I do want to talk about our extended forecast because through the next 5 days, not a whole lot of changes. Look as we go.
Afternoon, meteorologist Caroline Brown is here. What a glorious weekend we had, right?
I mean, I think that made it fly by.
It really did, yeah.
It was just, I feel like all weekend I was like, maybe we go on another walk, you know?
Yes.
It was just spectacular. Today, let me show you what it looks like. Not a lot of change. We're still seeing bright blue skies, ample sunshine. It is a bit warmer than we would expect to see in late October, but let me tell you what, this time last week, we got high temperatures in the upper 90s. We nearly hit 100. So in comparison, it does feel a lot better right now. Air temperature going to be in the upper 70s and lower 80s, 80 here in Houston, 78 up in Huntsville. So a nice start to the day. We've got winds now coming in from the east-southeast at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. So a pleasant breeze outside. If you are heading out the door, early voting forecast looking sunny, patriotic, delightful. You can see high temperatures climbing into the mid 80s by 4 o'clock, 84 degrees. Those polls open until 7 o'clock, so shouldn't have any issues. And early voting through November 1st. So not just today, but every single day this week. I don't see any weather reasons to not vote. Pollen count still showing ragweed in the high category. That's going to be a bummer and likely going to be staying with us not just this week, but even as we go into next week. As for our afternoon high temperatures, today looks to be the coolest day this week. After this, highs are going to be climbing into the upper 80s. So this week, sunny, dry, highs near 90 degrees. This weekend, a slight cold front is going to cool us down into the mid 80s. No major changes. But next week, we are tracking the possibility of some late week rainfall. I've got more on that potential rainfall coming up.
And we certainly do need the rain,
Yes.
Caroline. Thank you.
Closer to the surface, that can bring other sorts of bacteria that cause all sorts of problems. So that's something we are always monitoring when it comes to the tropics. Thankfully, here at home, our tropical season kind of done.
Yeah.
But I will say we are still tracking the tropics. We had a tropical storm Oscar as it impacts the far eastern coast of Florida right now. Winds about 40 miles per hour. So on the lower end of a tropical storm. The forecast for Oscar, a pretty funky looking forecast. Look where it formed to the north of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. It moved its way to the west. A cold front going to be pushing it back off to the east. So really just doing a hairpin turn, thankfully away from the United States. You can see expected to continue to be a tropical storm as we look ahead to midweek. Not a threat here on the Gulf Coast. In fact, here it's just beautiful outside. We've got plenty of sunshine. You might notice a bit of a haze on the horizon. It's actually our higher levels of ozone and air pollution. In fact, an air quality alert in place today for Harris, Brazoria, and Chambers County. This just means if you suffer from respiratory problems such as asthma, we would recommend exercising indoors. Air quality right now still going to be in the moderate range, so this is considered in the healthy range. But still, we do expect this to decrease as we head into the afternoon. As for our air temperatures, steadily warming up right now, upper 70s and the lower 80s, 80 degrees here in Houston. A light breeze coming from the south-southeast, gusting up to 15 miles per hour on the coast. That's led to an elevated rip current risk, but Other than that, this afternoon, pretty fall fantastic. Temperatures climbing to 84 by the heat of the day, 84 to 86 degrees. And the nice thing about this time of year, even when we have warmer afternoon temperatures, our nights are still going to be cool and pleasant, and our mornings will be too. So over the next 3 days, your early boating forecast, picture perfect. You're going to notice day after day increasing sunshine, temperatures topping out in the upper 80s. Not a whole lot of change there. That is until the weekend. By this weekend, we are expecting a light cold front to push through. Not a major change, but our temperatures might drop by about a degree or maybe 2. As for rain chances, still not showing any in the long-term forecast, at least within the next week, which unfortunately means we're dealing with drought conditions. Our last rainfall was on September 25th. That was 26 days ago. So we're at the point where we do have a moderate drought and we're looking ahead for rain. It looks like as we go through the next 10 days, gradually warming through Friday, a light cold front pushes through Saturday and Sunday. That'll drop our temperatures by about 1 to 2 degrees. And then it's not until the middle of next week, we're talking wind. The flamingos doing great at the Houston Zoo. You can see we've got bright blue sunshine out there, perhaps a few puffy clouds, but look at the flamingos. They were just dipping in the water. Now they're just basking in the sunshine, and boy, is it comfortable out there right now. 80 degrees, so only about a degree warmer than this time yesterday. Winds are coming in from the east-southeast at 11 miles per hour, which is why our humidity still on the lower side. So temperatures across the board, comfortable. We're in the upper 70s and the lower 80s. 81 in Sugar Land, 78 out in Brenham. So a nice start to what's a pretty pleasant day. I mentioned those winds coming in from the east-southeast. That southeast component is going to start to increase our humidity, but for the day today, still pretty pleasant. Areas south of I-10, dew points a bit higher, so you might really start to notice that sticky humidity. But north of I-10, actually feeling really pleasant out there. So get out. Early voting did start today, and if you're heading outside, it's just going to be perfect. Sunshine, patriotic, 84 degrees at the heat of the day. As a reminder, polls are going to be open through 7 p.m. this evening. And over the next several days, we're going to be staying dry. We're going to be staying a bit on the warm side. Forecast high temperatures going to be in the upper 80s as we go through the week. And that's what we can expect even into the weekend. So not a whole lot of changes, but we do have some nuanced changes. This week, high temperatures near 90. We are tracking a weak cold front. That's going to bring us from the upper 80s to the mid 80s this weekend. So not a big change, but enough that I think you should feel it for Saturday and Sunday, staying completely dry. But late next week, we are tracking the possibility of additional rainfall. Coming up, we'll talk about why we need that rainfall because, y'all, it's getting a bit crispy outside.
Yeah, it certainly is, Caroline. Thank you. Rain around here.
This is true. It is nice weather, but we also need some rainfall at some point.
It's that double-edged sword.
Yeah.
On one side, oh, I just love the sunshine on the weekend. But now we're kind of getting to the point where we could use a little bit of rain. I mean, take a look at this graphic. We have not had any measurable rainfall here in East Texas, and I do expect this to continue to get worse until we see any significant rainfall. Unfortunately, that is just not in the forecast. As we look ahead over the next week, rain chances not showing any of it. As we look ahead to the winter months, we definitely need to rack up some rainfall because our winter outlook showing the entire state with below average rainfall. In fact, here in southeast Texas, a 40 to 60% chance of seeing below normal rainfall. So that's why right now it'd be really good if we could start to see some rain. It doesn't look like we have any rain chances until day 9 or day 10 of that extended forecast. So let's focus on the sunny. A live look outside showing a bit of a haze on the horizon there. That is causing a little bit of issues with our air quality and ozone action day in place. So if you do suffer from respiratory problems such as asthma, we would recommend exercising indoors. Air quality right now still in the moderate range, but as we head into the afternoon, we do typically see that deteriorate. Temperature wise, we're comfortable sitting in the upper 70s and the lower 80s, 80 degrees here in Houston, 81 up in Livingston, 78 in Huntsville. So a nice start to this afternoon. Winds coming in from the east-southeast at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. That's going to help us feel nice. So as we head into this afternoon, air temperatures climbing 82 by 2 at the heat of the day, 84 degrees. But the nice thing about this time of year, because we're not quite as humid, 73 degrees, upper 60s by 10 o'clock. And then as we go into tomorrow morning, we're once again going to be in the 60s.
Mostly sunny day for us.
Caroline Brown here with us now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I would say it's a pretty pleasant day today. You're going to notice a bit more cloud cover, but all in all, pretty similar to yesterday. Let me show you what it looks like outside, because over the Southwest Freeway, we've got partly cloudy skies, plenty of sunshine though. Temperatures are continuing to heat up right now, getting into the mid 80s. You'll notice on our visible satellite, most of that cloud cover is actually going to be further towards the west. So if you're on the east side of town, we're actually dealing with plenty of sunshine. Actual air temperature right now still pretty comfortable, although warm for this time of year. Right now, 79 in Liberty, 84 at Hobby, 86 out in Katy. We've got a light breeze coming in from the southeast, so it's not going to be a crisp breeze. It's a bit more humid as it is coming off the Gulf of Mexico, but none of this should be stopping you from heading to the polls today. Our early voting forecasts looking fantastic. At 2 o'clock, 86 degrees. At the heat of the day, you're going to see temperatures climbing into the upper 80s and even the lower 90s. No rainfall expected, so no reason not to vote. Polls, by the way, open through 7 p.m. this evening, and that is also when the Rockets have their home opener. That's going to be at Toyota Center. They're playing the Charlotte Hornets at 7 o'clock, 78 for tip-off. Go Rockets, 9 o'clock, 74 degrees. By the end of the game, I would not be surprised if we start to notice some patchy fog, especially in our more rural areas. You'll notice low temperatures this evening dropping into the lower and mid 60s. This morning, we had some pretty dense fog out there. I expect to see the exact same thing tomorrow, starting cool in the mid 60s. By the afternoon, partly cloudy skies, high temperatures heating right back up into the upper 80s. And now we're starting to forecast 90-degree weather in our forecast, but we do have some changes coming, including rain chances, but I'll break down that extended forecast coming up.
All right, there, and just a tad more humidity in the air.
Just a touch.
I mean, enough that you might notice it outside. I want to show you what it looks like on our tower camera, because you can certainly see the humidity. Yesterday, we had mostly sunny skies. Today, you'll notice more cloud cover, and a big part of that is because we have an increase in humidity. A live look outside over the Southwest Freeway. A few patches where we've got the sunshine, but otherwise we've got some puffy cumulus clouds. Don't get too excited. We're not expecting any rainfall, but it definitely is a bit stickier. Temperatures right now in the upper 70s and the lower 80s, so very similar right now to where we were yesterday. The big change is going to be those dew points. This time yesterday was in the 50s. Now we're in the mid 60s. This is going to be the trend, so feeling a bit more muggy, but still not a bad afternoon if you are heading out to do some early voting. Temperatures warming up to 86 by 2 o'clock. At the heat of the day, 86 to 88 degrees. Those polls open through 7 o'clock this evening. And because we have a bit more humidity, temperatures not going to cool down as efficiently. In fact, overnight tonight, temperatures only going to be falling into the lower to mid 60s here in Houston, 64 degrees as we kick off our Wednesday. And then as we go through the rest of the week, high temperatures kind of teetering on that upper 80s to 90 degrees. You'll be seeing mostly sunny skies. Not a whole lot of changes here, but we are tracking a few subtle changes. Through the weekend, we're going to track a weak cold front. That's going to drop our highs to the mid 80s as opposed to the upper 80s Sunday and Monday. And then late next week, we are tracking the possibility of some rainfall. I've got more details on the potential showers coming up. Chances on our 10-day forecast until next Wednesday. That's October 30th and then October 31st. If we don't see rainfall, this is going to go down as the driest October on record. The second driest, that was in 1934. We only saw a trace of rain, or basically a sprinkle. So this is something we're watching extremely close. So you might be thinking, why don't we have any rainfall? And it's actually because of this high pressure ridge out in the Gulf. This is creating a heat dome. It keeps us hot, it keeps us dry, and it prevents us from seeing those daily showers. You'll notice on our future track, we do have a few fronts that try to move into the state, but none of them quite make it into southeast Texas. A dry front is going to push through as we get into this weekend, not going to bring any rain chances and not going to bring any big cool down. In fact, our high temperatures, they're going to be dropping from the upper 80s only into the mid 80s, so really not even very noticeable. And our temperature outlook, this is the longer range as we look ahead into the first day of November. All of Texas expected to be warmer than normal. Remember, by this time of the year, we're talking about highs in the upper 70s. This means we're likely still going to be sitting in the mid to upper 80s. As for the next rainfall chances, I mentioned that's coming at the end of the month, and it's actually coming with a cold front, not a guarantee. Remember, this is day 8 and 9, but this is showing on Halloween. It's possible a cold front could bring the rain through. I know that's kind of a bummer for trick-or-treaters, but at this point, we really need the rainfall. So a lot of us in the weather department, we're crossing our fingers for a little bit of Halloween rainfall.
Joining us, it's been lovely outside. A little dry, but I mean, nice overall.
Nice overall, and it actually does feel good out there. I just stepped outside, and there are a few subtle changes. So let's talk about those changes. A tad more humidity today. You can see that starting off with the cloud cover. Yesterday, it was mostly sunny skies. Today, a mix of sun and clouds. We've got those high clouds out there in our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. But all in all, it is pleasant. It's comfortable. Visible satellite showing most of that cloud cover. Going to be for areas along and south of I-10. Areas like the Woodlands up towards Madisonville, Brenham, College Station. You've just got bright blue skies and plenty of sunshine. Now, temperature-wise, we have been able to warm up into the mid-80s. This is warmer than we should be, but a lot cooler than we were this time last week. Last week, we hit 98 degrees on Tuesday. Today, we're topping off in the mid to upper 80s. You will notice those winds coming in from the southeast at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. This breeze, it's not crisp and refreshing the way the breeze was over the weekend. Instead, it's about a humid, warm breeze, but don't let that stop you from heading out to the polls. Early voting in place today through 7 o'clock. Sticker time at 5 o'clock, 84 degrees, partly cloudy skies, temperatures all in all pretty comfortable out there. Not forecasting any rainfall tonight, but because of that increased humidity and the cloud cover, we're not going to be as cool as we were this morning. So starting off our Wednesday, we're going to be sitting in the mid 60s here in Houston, and then into the afternoon, once again warming up into the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. That's where we're going to stay as we go through the rest of the week. Right now, no rainfall through the weekend, but Lisa, coming up, we're going to talk about rain chances on the 10-day. If not, it's going to go down in history as a dry October.
All right, we'll see you soon for that, Caroline. Thank you.
This evening, I think it's got a call for something outdoors on the patio,
So
perhaps.
I mean, I think the patio is a great idea for this evening, especially while we still have these sunsets a little later. We do have that time change November 3rd, so very soon. Sunset's going to be in the 5 o'clock hour, so enjoy it while it's still at 6:30. Light when you're driving. Shot from the Houston Zoo, some of them basking in the sunshine, other flamingos just splashing around in the water on this Tuesday. You can't blame them. Temperatures quite a bit warmer than this time yesterday. Right now, 86 at the zoo, about 4 degrees warmer than this time yesterday. Air temperature across the board in the mid to upper 80s, 88 degrees in Katy, 86 here in Houston. You will notice those dew points just a touch higher. That means you might have noticed that humidity, especially for folks south of I-10. It's not too bad, though. I think this evening looks delightful. Temperatures cooling through the 70s tonight. By tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up in the mid 60s. All in all, a delightful evening ahead. And waking up tomorrow, we're going to be in the mid 60s here in Houston. A cooler start to the day, but by the afternoon, very similar to today. That means if you're getting out for early voting, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, pretty much a rinse and repeat. We're starting off cool. cool in the 60s, warming up into the upper 80s, mostly sunny skies. I wouldn't be surprised if a few locations start to hit 90 by Saturday, but here in Houston, I'm keeping it at 88 degrees. The reason why we're so warm is a high pressure system just dominating the forecast. This is helping us stay dry. It's helping us stay warm. And unfortunately, we're getting to the point where we really need the rainfall. You'll notice our future track showing a few fronts pushing into the state, none of them quite moving through our area. It does look by this weekend we could see a weak cold front push through. That's not going to bring any major changes. In fact, if anything, it's just going to bring our highs from the upper 80s to the mid 80s into next week. Our extended forecast is going to show rain chances not showing up until Tuesday of next week. And even next week, we're only putting a 20% chance. And look at that, Halloween now on day 9. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. 2 nights when it comes to children caring about the weather, Christmas and Halloween. They want snow. They want a dry Halloween, and unfortunately, it's been a pretty busy start. In fact, I want to show you these 4 green boxes here. This one near Clear Lake has actually just appeared. These are going to be aerial flood advisories. That's because we have so much moisture in our atmosphere that when it rains, it pours. Pecan Grove this morning saw over 3 inches of rainfall. So I want to start by showing you the flood advisory that's actively seeing heavy downpours. It includes portions of the Gulf Freeway. In fact, all the way east is Clear Lake, down through Alvin, Santa Fe, portions of Highway 6. This aerial flood advisory is going to be in place through 1 o'clock this afternoon. That's because we've seen 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, and you can see that heavy downpour still very much coming down, especially near Santa Fe High School. Those hot pink colors indicating a blinding rain. So please be careful. When we have an aerial flood advisory, this means you want to stay off the roads if possible. Another aerial flood advisory just to the north of Pearland there. That's going to be until 12:45. An aerial flood advisory for Sugar Land until 12:30. We're also seeing one just to the west of Katy, really near Pattinson. That's until 12:45 as well. Thankfully, those other flood advisories not seeing any active rainfall, but you can see more on the way. In fact, if we put our radar in motion here over the last hour, these showers not really moving a tremendous amount. So from Wharton to Needville, seeing these scattered downpours. And this is just the beginning. These are actually prefrontal showers. Our cold front still going to be positioned up to the north. That's where we can see some of the potential for stronger thunderstorms. In fact, off towards Lufkin, this is where we have seen a few significant weather statements. Thankfully here so far, it's mainly just been the flooding rainfall that's been the biggest concern. In fact, rainfall accumulations over the last 12 hours, you can see areas anywhere up to 3 inches of rainfall. So it's been busy, but not for everybody. We're going to continue to track more rain showers as we go into the afternoon. I'll tell you what, the later you go trick-or-treating, the less likely it is that you're going to see rainfall. By sunset, most of this starting to taper off. We've got more on that trick-or-treat forecast, though, coming up.
Yeah, that's an important one. All right. Thank you, Caroline.
Talking about this all day. Kiddos may have to make some adjustments to their costumes.
May have to make some adjustments to their costumes, but things have actually looked pretty promising in the last few hours. Now, still going to be wet streets, so any sort of tails or capes, they might get a little muddy, but it does look like all umbrellas won't be needed. Not check the radar. Showers are possible.
Reminder, today is your last day to early vote. Weather-wise, not the best of days, but hey, it's dry for the most part.
It's dry. It's a lot more dry compared to yesterday, but it is cloudy, it is windy, it is warm. Let me show you what it looks like on our visible satellite, because the entire area is just blanketed with cloud cover. Across southeast Texas, you can see visible satellite, a few peaks of sunshine at times, but most of all, just going to be cloudy conditions. As for rainfall, certainly not seeing anything like what we had yesterday. In fact, radar keeping us mostly clear. The only rain showers That's going to be right around Matagorda Bay. You can see Matagorda County, far coastal communities dealing with some of that rainfall. This is going to be possible as we head into the afternoon, especially for our far coastal areas. Otherwise, this is what we're looking like outside. A live look from the Southwest Freeway, a bit on the misty side, mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures a bit cooler today, right now in the upper 70s because of all that cloud cover. 77 here in Houston, 76 up in Conroe. We've got winds now coming in from the east, so not quite as humid as we have been. But of course, it is our last few hours for early voting. If you think lines are long today, just wait until Tuesday. Today would be a great day to do it. High temperatures only going to be topping out in the mid 80s. And then as we look ahead to this evening, Friday, football frenzy should be a great one. You might want to have your umbrellas, a 20% chance of showers. We've got more on that weekend forecast coming up.
All right, Caroline, thank you. It continues.
Yes, we were just talking during the story. We're going, what do you like? What do you? I know everyone's got their preference, Caroline.
I know. And my thing is, I always just think about the animals. No one's going to tell my dogs that you shouldn't be waking up. Like, you know,
You got that right.
On Sunday, I'm gonna be hoping they continue to sleep in.
Right.
I'll be trying to sleep an extra hour.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Something tells me her 6:45 a.m. bark is going to be a 5:45 a.m. bark.
Yes.
Get ready.
That's the part that I'm not exactly ready for. But let me show you what it looks like for any early risers. I think they really bask in the earlier sunrises. So if you do like to wake up early, sunrise going to go from 7:30 to then on Sunday at 6:30. Here's the drawback for any night owls or folks who start to drive home around 5 o'clock. It's going to be getting darker a lot sooner. Sunset lately has been around 6:30. By Sunday, you're going to be getting home at 5:30, and the sun's already going to be getting down. So this happens once again Saturday night into Sunday. So set those clocks back. And also a good reminder, it's a nice time to change those smoke alarm batteries and carbon monoxide as well. Hey, I want to show you rainfall totals over the past 2 days because really, depending on where you are, you've had a very different experience. Areas across Fort Bend County saw over 3 inches of rain. Compare that just to Washington County, Lake Somerville, not even a drop of rainfall. So even though a lot of us did see good rain, there are still some portions of southeast Texas dealing with a severe drought and needing the rainfall. Now, I do have good news. More rain chances are in the forecast, and it's going to be continuing over the next week. So let's get into it. Radar right now only showing rain chances in our far coastal communities. In fact, a lot of those showers along Matagorda Bay have started to dry up. We'll keep seeing those chances as we head into the afternoon. But both today and tomorrow, we're bringing in rain chances not quite as widespread tomorrow. I think tomorrow is actually going to end up shaping up to be a really nice day. Future track today showing scattered rain chances, especially areas south of I-10. Watch as we head into the day tomorrow. Cloudy skies overnight tonight. Some more showers pushing on shore. So middle of the day thunderstorms not out of the question. And then as we go into Saturday afternoon, I think this is going to favor the western side of our viewing area. So for those who haven't seen the rain, perhaps Saturday afternoon could be your time to see the rainfall. Otherwise, we're going to keep seeing those chances even as we go Sunday as well. But if you're planning on heading out to the Rice game on Saturday, 3 o'clock, they're playing Navy, a great matchup. Temperatures 82 degrees. We do have a cold front coming on Tuesday. But yes, that's election day, which means it is going to be a bit messy at the polls. Right now, it looks like our cold front sweeps through Monday night. That would bring rain chances the highest in the morning, tapering off by the time that polls close. And then another front is going to bring our highs to the 70s with lows in the 50s. So Andy, Lisa, a lot of changes on our 10-day forecast.
A lot of changes, but those temperatures sure do look nice.
The tilt of the earth, but I'll tell you what, we did not see much cooler days in October. In fact, only 2 days are false fall that we saw in the middle of the month we're cooler than average. Most every day here that you see in orange, these were all days above average, most of them well above average. In the red, those were record high temperatures for the month, about 4 degrees warmer than we should have been. But now we're flipping the page into November. So here's what we typically expect to see. Through the month, usually our highs should go from the 70s to highs in the upper 60s. Our lows by the end of the month drop to the upper 40s. And the weather department, we proudly call November No 90 November. That's because we have never hit 90 degrees in the month of November. Hopefully this year we don't change that. I definitely don't think so. So welcome to No 90 November. We've made it. We've got mostly cloudy skies, a warm day for sure, but temperatures cooler than we have been over the last several days. Right now, air temperature sitting in the mid to upper 70s, 77 here in Houston, 78 out in Tomball. So if you're heading out to vote, temperatures are going to be warming into the mid 80s, a bit on the humid side. Remember, polls close at 7 o'clock, and this is your last day to early vote here in Texas. If you're heading out to any football games tomorrow, perhaps you're going to the University of Houston. They're playing K-State at 2:30. Temperatures 81 degrees. We do have a 20% chance of a passing shower. All in all, should be a pretty good game. How about the Lone Star Rally? That's happening this weekend in Galveston. We are showing rain chances a bit higher by the coast, so it could be really wet for some of those folks out there on their motorcycles. But then as we go into next week, a cold front gonna bump down those temperatures. I've got more on our extended forecast though coming up. Or perhaps you're already decorating for Christmas. Hey, send them in. click2houston.com/pins. If we get a Christmas one, I promise we will be showing that one at least at 3 or 4. Hey, a live look outside. We've got mostly cloudy skies outside. Certainly a warm and humid start to the day. Rainfall really hard to come between. In fact, the only showers we've been watching so far today has been closer towards Matagorda Bay, a few sprinkles off towards Palacios. Other than that, we've been mostly dry today. I will say rain chances are going to be increasing as we go through the next several days. Over the weekend, a 50% chance, but then Monday and Tuesday, that's when it really starts to ramp up. Daytime high temperatures are going to be taking a tumble. Those rain chances are coming with a cold front that's going to be moving through Monday night into Tuesday. This is going to bring some pretty big changes, but it does mean we are going to see rain chances on Election Day. So as we go through the weekend, a 20% chance of an isolated shower. It's not going to be until Monday that we'll really start to see more organized chances for heavy downpours. That's as our cold front enters the state. Ahead of it, we can see a line of showers pushing through on Monday, and then the front looks like it's going to move through on Monday night into Tuesday morning. If this timing is able to hold together, that means we'll have a pretty wet start to our Election Day. It could start a bit on the stormy side. Polls opening Tuesday at 7 a.m., a 70% chance of showers. By the end of the day, rain chances will be going down. The benefit of that front coming through Monday night is it would be less humid and temperatures would be in the 70s. Rain chances would still be sticking around. Now, as for this weekend, as mentioned, we do still have rain chances, a lot less than what we saw yesterday and what we're expecting Monday and Tuesday. Only a 20% chance as we look ahead to Saturday. And Saturday night is the big night that we change our clocks. Daylight saving time officially ends, which means we get an extra hour of sleep. But the huge change is going to be those sunrises and sunsets starting on Sunday.
And a lot of folks are making plans.
Yes, Lone Star weekend out on the island.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be really wonderful this year. They're going to be
Wheelie, I just got it.
They're revving up on their bike.
A little slow today. It's Friday.
I know, it's good.
I mean, I will say we've been working on that one in the weather department. It's fine. Hey, let me show you what it looks like out
Let's
there.
go. Take
We'll
it
get
away,
you in
Caroline.
the spirit of all of the bikers because this is a live look down in Galveston. You can see we've got the roads packed with bikes out there. This is a huge weekend on the island, and weather-wise, could be a little better, especially for November 1st, but temperatures right now 78 degrees, winds coming from the east, but don't let that fool you. It is certainly still humid out there. And the Lone Star Rally over the weekend, highs are going to be staying in the 80s, rain chances about a 20% for those heading down to the island. Have fun and be safe. Hey, for the rest of us, we've got mostly cloudy conditions. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera showing with it just overcast conditions here. That's what we've got across southeast Texas. Visible satellite not showing really many peaks of sunshine at all, but if you're lucky, you will get a few passing blue sky moments. Other than that, though, conditions not too bad. Radar showing a few light rain showers mainly towards Matagorda Bay. You can see Matagorda up towards Wharton County, dealing with a few showers just to the south and west of El Campo. Other than that, we've been mostly dry today, which means today would be an excellent time to head out to the polls. Right now, temperatures in the lower 80s, dew points still in the 60s, so a bit on the humid side, but this is the last few hours to do any early voting. It's going to be warm, temperatures in the lower to mid 80s, but by 7 o'clock when polls close, 79 degrees. Rain chances look to be ramping up for Election Day, but I've got more on that forecast coming up.
All right, Carol.
Incredible.
That is going to be the happiest little gathering.
For sure.
I mean, that dog, you could see he was smiling.
He was.
He knew exactly what was happening. And I think a lot of the kiddos were smiling last night.
Oh, for sure.
We had some amazing click-to pins, great costumes. This one is one of my favorite costumes that we saw. Absolutely was. Here's a look at what we saw this October. And you'll notice yesterday, officially, we hit 87 degrees. That means we were just 1 degree away from the hottest Halloween on record, and it surely felt like it. Otherwise, the entire month well above average, in fact, by about 3 to 4 degrees. Now that we're in November, things are going to start to change. In fact, average high temperature drops to 68 by the end of the month. Lows drop into the 40s. Most importantly, and what I like to celebrate the most, is this is no 90 November. Here in Houston, we have never hit 90 degrees this month, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. We're going to be a little bit cooler, but emphasis on only a little bit. Let's get into that. A live look outside right now, Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. It is cloudy. It is steamy out there. Temperatures sitting in the 80s, dew points in the upper 60s. It is humid. It is warm. We have been tracking some sprinkles. You can see from Matagorda up into Wharton County. Nothing too heavy. Rain chances, though, are going to be increasing as we go Monday and Tuesday of next week. In fact, through the weekend, a 20% chance of isolated showers and storms. So let's talk about the big picture. That cold front didn't quite pass through, which is helping and aiding rain chances this weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, a 20% chance. Don't cancel any plans. Starting on Tuesday, we'll really see the rain chances ramp up. That first cold front is going to push into the state. It looks like the timing is Monday night, Tuesday morning. That's Election Day. And if this verifies, we could be very dry by election afternoon. And then a second cold front is going to be pushing through late next week, lowering our temperatures down into the 70s. This means for Election Day, if you don't vote early, still have a few more hours. Rain chances.
Legacy.
That's right. All right, Caroline, let's talk about this forecast here.
I'll tell you what, a little bit muggy this evening, but big changes on the 10-day. So maybe just try to enjoy the warm, muggy weekend ahead. I know folks feel the humidity out there. As for rainfall, we've actually not seen quite as much, but we do have overcast skies here from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. As for rainfall, we have seen some. Now, not for most of us. In fact, on our radar, you'll notice a lot of us remaining on the dry side. All of the rainfall so far has been well to our southwest areas along Matagorda County, up towards Wharton County. You can see just rolled through El Campo, approaching Hallettsville, likely within the next hour. No lightning here, just some light to moderate downpours. As for our temperatures, we're still going to be on the warm side. Yesterday, 87. Today, 84 degrees here in Houston. We've got conditions in the upper 60s and the lower 70s with our dew points. This means it is muggy. It is humid. It is also the last few hours to early vote. The lines might look long today, but they are going to be even longer on Tuesday. So if you are heading out to vote, temperatures dropping to the upper 70s by 7 o'clock. Remember, if you get in line by 7, you can stay in line and vote. Of course, as we go through the weekend, more humid, wet weather on the way, but then we've got cold fronts on that extended forecast. More details coming up.
We will see.
500,000 people on the island this weekend, over 100,000 bikes down there as well. Definitely a popular event to go through. And right now, a bit on the humid side. Temperatures 78 degrees, winds coming in from the east-northeast, but don't let that fool you. It is definitely still humid out there, especially if you're going to be in some thick leather. Regardless, don't let that stop you. Temperatures this weekend topping out in the lower 80s both Saturday and Sunday. Rain chances showing up about a 20% chance of showers and storms on the island. Should still be a really great time. Rain chances are going to be ramping up as we get into Monday and Tuesday of next week. In fact, that's because we're tracking a cold front pushing through, and then another one is expected on Thursday. So I want to start by actually talking about the changes that we're finally going to see. We've got a stationary front overhead, and that's going to help aid in our rain chances this weekend. Nothing severe, but an isolated thunderstorm is going to be possible both Saturday and Sunday. A 20% chance of showers and storms. It looks like our cold front, the timing right now looks to be late Monday into Tuesday. That would mean waking up on election morning, roads are likely going to be wet. We could be seeing some storms, but this would show a dry afternoon for the election day. In fact, not just dry, but dry with the sense of humidity as well. Temperatures would be in the mid 70s. However, it is possible that this front could stall, and because of that, I would still be prepared for afternoon rain chances as well. Our next cold front looks to come at the end of next week, once again bringing rain chances, but most importantly, dropping those highs down into the 50s. So for your election day forecast, we're keeping rain chances highest to start the day on Tuesday. As we head into the afternoon, rain chances going to be lowering, highs in the mid 70s. Of course, several days out, that front could change its timing, but for now, that's what we're forecasting for election day. As for this weekend, K-State in town playing the University of Houston Cougs. 81 degrees at kickoff, a 20% chance of rain. Not a bad forecast. Both Saturday and Sunday, highs in the mid 80s. The biggest change, the time change. By Sunday, sunset's going to be coming at the 5:30 hour. So got some big changes coming in that forecast. So if you're heading out the door right now, it is muggy, it is humid, it is cloudy, warm, definitely extra hairspray if you've got a date night this evening. Houston area Chevy dealer's camera showing mostly cloudy skies. Just looks dreary outside, but we really haven't seen as much rainfall as previously forecast. In fact, most of the day today has been dry. Areas to our south and west have been able to squeeze out a few showers. You can see far western Wharton County seeing a shower roll its way through. Not even producing lightning, so no big issues there. Otherwise, temperatures in the upper 70s and the lower 80s. It is warm out there. We can see temperatures as we go through the next several hours slow to cool down. When you have mostly cloudy skies, think of it like our atmosphere wearing a down comforter. It holds in the warmth from the day, and that's why at 10 o'clock, still going to be in the mid 70s. I'd say it's comfortable, although a bit on the humid side. Both Saturday and Sunday, high temperatures going to be in the mid 80s. So if you've booked a pickleball court, perhaps bring a rain poncho, but only a 20% chance. Coming up, we'll talk about next week's forecast when those rain chances really start to climb.
All right, Caroline.
Change your batteries on all the smoke alarms, carbon monoxide monitors. They say to do that twice a year. This would be that twice a year. As for the sunrises and sunsets, this is where you're going to see the big change. Sunrise going to be at 6:37 on Sunday. As for sunsets, if you like them a little bit later, this is the bad time change for you. Sunset going to go from 6:30, where we are at right now, to 5:30 on Sunday. It's going to be just a bit earlier. And then as we go into Monday, we're actually going to be watching as rain chances increasing. This is the good news. This time of year, not only do we change our clocks, but our seasons are changing. So we'll finally start to see some good cold fronts pushing through Monday and Tuesday. Those rain chances are coming from a cold front. So future track is going to show that front we were tracking yesterday kind of stalling out. That's going to help aid in more rain chances as we go through the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. A 20% chance, not a washout. Don't cancel any plans. It looks like that first front going to try to push through late Monday into Tuesday. This is 2 a.m. on Tuesday. Heavy downpours here in Houston. Do keep in mind if that front speeds up, this could come a little bit sooner, but it does look like starting off election day, heavy showers and storms possible, drying out into the afternoon. This will help lower our humidity. So while the weekend warm and humid, Tuesday, Wednesday might actually be cooler and more pleasant. Now, as we look towards the end of next week, another cold front's going to pass through, and that's going to be the big one that finally drops our highs down into the 70s. So if you decided not to early vote, if your plan is on Tuesday, I think the earlier you go, the higher chance we're going to see rainfall. This can still change timing wise, but it's looking like highs are going to be in the 70s. As for this weekend, highs still going to be in the 80s. Rice is playing Navy, should be a great matchup. Temperatures 82 degrees at 3 o'clock to start. A 20% chance of showers and storms, and that's what you can expect through the weekend. It might be a great weekend to get some gardening done. That is ahead of this next week's rainfall. It looks like the rain gonna favor the western side of our viewing area, so those who maybe missed out on the rainfall on Halloween, looking a lot better on Monday and Tuesday. You can see rain chances tapering off towards next weekend, and that's when that secondary front gonna cool us down. Highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s, and look at that, Veterans Day already on the 10-day forecast. Hey, stick around. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
Exciting day because we finally saw some rain.
It's the first time in over
seen it in so long.
a month. I know, it was exciting. I mean, the thing that's rough about it is I do think our drivers kind of forget how to drive in the rain. That's been a concern.
We're
but
seeing some accidents.
We've been seeing some accidents, but other than that, it is nice to see some rainfall. Let me show you what it looks like. Earlier, we had a pretty big accident on the Southwest Freeway. You can see out here by the station, things moving smoothly, but earlier we had quite the soggy conditions. A live look at our radar showing scattered showers across the region. I'm going to put this in motion for an hour, and you can see right now mainly just light rain showers, but I do want to show you up towards Lake Livingston. This is where we do have a few heftier cells. You can see Tigerville over towards Cold Spring, continuing down 59. That's the East Tex Freeway between Magnolia and Cleveland. A few thunderstorms continuing to move out to the north. Through the day today, you can expect to see a lot of our activity favoring the east side of town. I'll take you in closer to the Houston metro area where just scattered showers remaining. This is what you can expect to see as we go through the afternoon. Scattered light rain showers, isolated thunderstorms, not forecasting anything severe. Otherwise, temperatures still going to be warm, and it's really going to be about that humidity. Winds gusting from the Gulf up to 30 miles per hour. That's why it's so humid, and this is helping aid in our tropical moisture. That's going to be continuing through the afternoon. Coming up, we'll take you hour by hour on Halloween. Haley, not going to be a washout for trick-or-treaters.
Oh, great news. All right. Thanks, Caroline. We'll check fact of what happens when natural disasters hit a city. You know, who knew that 60% of our IVs come from North Carolina?
I mean, you find out really quick where a lot of things come from with natural disasters. Now, here in Houston, we have been so quiet for the past few months. In fact, today is really the first day we've seen rainfall. Unfortunately, it's right before Halloween. So I think a lot of folks paying close attention to this trick-or-treat forecast.
Definitely.
So let's talk about it. Starting.com/pins. We want to show them on air and, of course, feature them online as well. A live look at our radar is showing much more activity than we have been seeing. In fact, you'll notice around the Houston area, if we put this in motion for an hour, you can see those showers drifting their way to the north. Here in Houston, not quite as busy, but if we look closer towards the north, especially up towards Lake Livingston, this is where you see those brighter red colors. That's going to indicate a heavier downpour outside, even some light lightning strikes as it drifts really right along the East Tex Freeway. Another area I wanted to spotlight is going to be closer to the coast. This is where our showers have been coming on shore. You can see down in Brazoria County, Danbury, and closer to the coast, a few heftier downpours. Thankfully, we're not seeing anything severe with these storms, but through the day today, you can expect to see more of these showers just drifting their way through. These are very summer-like showers as they're pushing in from the coast, and it is humid out there. In fact, you can almost see that humidity from our tower camera. Temperatures are in the mid-80s. We've got winds really coming in strong from the Gulf, sustained 15 to 20 miles per hour. Winds are gusting up to 30 miles per hour. So this afternoon, it is warm, it is humid, it is wet. We've got a 30% chance of rain today, a 50% tomorrow, and even staying with us as we go into Friday. So our future track today continuing to show cloudy, humid conditions. By 5 o'clock, a lot of these showers will start to taper down. That is until tomorrow when a weak cold front pushes into the area. You can see that front to our northwest at 7 a.m., perhaps a few prefrontal showers. Those thunderstorms working their way through the Houston area, likely right around this time tomorrow, and then continuing towards the southeast. This means once these storms have passed, you're in the clear. Brenham, Conroe, Huntsville, Livingston by 3 o'clock. No issues for trick-or-treating. These showers continuing to advance to the coast and really tapering off by 6 o'clock. So the later you go trick-or-treating, the better. If it's raining outside and you want to go trick-or-treating, definitely make sure you pack an umbrella because we are going to see passerby showers every day for the rest of early voting. And it looks like Election Day also going to bring some showers today. We've got spotty showers across the area. Definitely a nice sight to see after not seeing rainfall since September 25th. That's over 35 days. Right now, we've got streamer showers streaming in from the Gulf. You can see up towards Liverpool, even some lightning in the Alvin area as well. Continuing for our coastal counties, Bay City, and then up towards Wharton. Seeing a few of these showers drifting their way to the north so far. Nothing causing any major problems, but I will say on the freeways, be careful. A lot of times when we first see rainfall, when it's been so dry, that's when we see most of our accidents. Radar inside the loop showing Edo and on the east side of town around East River dealing with some downpours there. Also up along 290 Cypress seeing a few showers. Nothing too heavy, but it is pretty shocking. To the north side of town along the East Tex Freeway, certainly seeing some thunderstorms from Shepherd up towards Cold Spring, all around Lake Livingston and even on Alaska. This is what you can expect as we go through the next several hours, especially on the east side of town. More showers and thunderstorms possible, but looking ahead to Halloween, Haley, not a washout. Rain chances peak towards lunchtime. By 5, 6 o'clock. Will start to quiet down.
Yeah, we'll be ready to see it go. Thanks, Caroline. I know.
It's shocking. I mean, I told my husband, I was like, the tree is going up on Saturday.
Because it'll be November. Which is insane to believe that it's almost the end of the year.
It's moving so quick. But I don't want to skip over Halloween, a very important holiday.
It is.
And we've got rain chances for Halloween.
So we need a minute-by-minute forecast.
Exactly. In fact, starting with this minute, because we just got a brand new Click-To pin. This was Arla Gentry out in Livingston. We really appreciate you sending this in. That steady rainfall coming down. Really nice to see, especially when we need the rainfall. A live look at our radar. I'm going to show you those showers that Marla was just showing us out there in Livingston. Looks like she was right there along the water. And you can see that deep red color. That's going to be a moderate to heavy downpour. We're even starting to see some lightning from Cold Spring up towards the east side of Lake Livingston on Alaska. And continuing down to the south, Shepherd also seeing some of those downpours as well. So this is what we're going to see through the day today. Not a total washout, but at times it is going to be a bit heavier out there, something we're certainly going to be tracking. Continuing down towards the south, and I'm going to put this in motion because it really just looks like freckles across our radar. You can see those scattered showers. They are all moving, drifting their way to the north. So if you find yourself caught up in a rain shower, just wait about 15 minutes. These are going to continue to push on by. A closer look in the Houston metro showing Now, just to the north of the loop there, seeing a few showers by the North Freeway, but also some of our heaviest downpours. That's going to be from Manville down towards Alvin, Iowa Colony, Hillcrest, seeing that bright red color. That's going to be indicating with it just a heavier downpour. So far, nothing we can't handle, but we're going to be monitoring this as we have more rain chances through the afternoon. I think by the evening commute, a lot of these showers tapering off, but then into the day tomorrow, once again, more storms starting to push into our area. We've got the coastal showers, and then we'll also have the cold front moving in from the northwest. So this front moving from the northwest to the southeast. So once it pushes through, you're going to be in the clear. By lunchtime, Livingston, Huntsville, Bryan College Station, Brenham, you're in the clear. You're dry for the rest of Halloween. Here in Houston, it looks like we can see rain chances from noon through 3 o'clock. Once we get towards 5, most of those rain chances push off towards the coast. I don't want to say 100% we're clear, but know that your rain chances dramatically going down. So for our trick-or-treaters, it does look like the later you go, the better.
With the Halloween and Election Day, you know, I hate to say it's bad timing, but it's like we could have used this earlier in October. Yeah, for sure. All right. Thanks so much, Caroline.
Now, much for joining us. I'm Candace Burns. We will get to those stories and more in a moment. But first, we want to get to your Wednesday weather forecast. Caroline Brown joining me here. Caroline, finally, a weeks-long drought over for us.
I mean, 35 days without rainfall. That has been broken. Most of the area has seen some showers. Take a look. You can see Washington County not quite seeing the rainfall, but the rest of us, we've got the rain that's come down. At Bush Intercontinental Airport, they've received over a 1/4 inch of rain. So not a drought buster, but certainly a nice change from what we have been dealing with. Right now across the area, we've got several different showers pushing their way through, most of them coming from the Gulf. You can see Danbury down towards Oyster Creek, seeing some of those heavier downpours. These showers all going to be propagating towards the north and towards the west. You can see a little bit closer to town here. More showers continuing to push through the Houston area. Nothing too heavy at this time, but still pretty surprising to see rainfall when we've been so dry. I do want to show you this thunderstorm we're tracking just along 290 there. You can see just to the north and to the east of Pattinson, dealing with a little bit of thunderstorm activity here, and then continuing towards the north side of town around Livingston, seeing a few thunderstorms, and we're going to keep seeing more as we go into the afternoon. Now, rain chances are going to be continuing as we go into Halloween. Unfortunately, this does mean roads are going to be wet. Your highest likelihood of seeing showers tomorrow really going to be from noon to 3 here in Houston. It does look like the rain chances pushing closer towards the coast. Here in Houston, after 6 o'clock, you should be in the clear. But temperature-wise, we're going to be staying warm and muggy. Candace, coming up, we'll go hour by hour with what you can expect for our trick-or-treat forecast.
Really coming down out there in some parts.
I mean, when it rains, it pours.
We needed it though,
today.
right?
We needed the rainfall. It is good, but it's a bit shocking outside. Take a look, pours coming down. When you get caught up in these storms, it is going to be feeling a bit on the intense side. So don't worry. We are going to keep tracking these, but I'll tell you what, if you don't like driving in rain, I'm not the most confident in it. I would recommend waiting it out, because the nice thing about these showers, they are moving. You can see down towards the coast, Oyster Creek up towards Danbury, dealing with some of these light to moderate rain showers. That deeper red color, that's going to indicate slightly heavier downpours. Manville over towards Pearland, also seeing a few of these showers just scooting its way into Brookside Village right now. Continuing up towards the north, we do have some heavier downpours along 290. That's the Northwest Freeway between Cypress and Prairie View. You can see a little bit of lightning activity here. Continuing up towards the north, Magnolia seeing a healthy downpour. Also seeing some showers right over Kingwood and impacting portions of the East Tex Freeway. It is going to be off and on showers as we go through the next several hours. I do want to show you what this looks like as we put the radar in motion, just so you can see these storms are continuing to move. They're drifting their way to the north, so just wait it out. And I'm going to say that's the trend, not just today, but even into the day tomorrow. So scattered storms through the day today. Tomorrow we're tracking a weak cold front pushing into the area by 7 a.m. You can see it rolling into our far northwest counties. Scattered storms here in the Houston area by noon. You can see this is the cold front we're going to be tracking on Halloween, and then continuing to advance to the coast by 3 o'clock, impacting mostly areas south of I-10, and then continuing to break up after 5 o'clock. So I do want to say it is possible to have rain after 5 p.m. If you're waiting to go trick-or-treating, just wait it out. These showers are not going to be lasting, so your trick-or-treat forecast, the later you go trick-or-treating, the more. So excited for that cold front.
That's really nice. I wish we could shift some of those days up a little bit, but we'll make it work.
Yeah.
Thanks, Caroline.
Nice to see today, wasn't it?
Yes, and you'll be happy to know more is on the way, right, Caroline?
More is on the way. A nice change up from what we had been seeing. Just dry and hot. Well, now we've gotten over a 1/4 inch of rain. And if you look at our map here, I've seen passing rain chances. If you have not seen the rain, don't worry. We have more in the forecast, so you still have a pretty good chance. If not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. We've got rain chances every single day for the next week. And right now we're tracking a line of showers rolling their way in from the coast. If we put this in motion, you can see they're pushing their way to the north, really lined up there along 288. A closer look at the Houston Metro showing a lot of activity kind of favoring the east side of town. Galena Park seeing some of those nice downpours. Kingwood over towards Atascocita also seeing some thunderstorm activity. Over towards the Northwest Freeway, that's 290 Prairie View dealing with some of these showers, and then off towards the north, more hit or miss showers. So across the board, a nice change up from what we had been seeing. But unfortunately, this is going to be sticking around even as we go into Halloween. In fact, your Halloween forecast showing rain chances most likely here in Houston towards the middle of the day tomorrow. Now, this is coming with a weak cold front, which means it's not going to be lasting all day. Really spooky and humid, though. At 6 o'clock, 80 degrees, a 20% chance of showers, so starting to dry out. Still going to be seeing wet roads, so if your costume is a little bit long, if you've got a tail, a cape, definitely consider hemming that. But the good news is it looks like after 5 o'clock, conditions much more dry for trick-or-treaters.
Certainly is good news, Caroline. Thank you.
Scattered rain showers, but it is also a bit on the windy side. Winds gusting from the southeast up to 30 miles per hour. Now, a live look at our radar will show you not a tremendous amount of coverage, but when we have the showers, they have been coming down rather hefty. So I'm going to start with the south and then work our way up to the north. So we're going to be starting along 288. You can see from Richwood to Lake Jackson, Brazoria, Angleton. Not seeing any lightning here, but certainly some healthy downpours moving their way through. If we put our radar in motion there for an hour, at least it's continuing to move. And that's what we can continue to see as we head to the north. Manville seeing a nice downpour right now. Continuing up into the Houston Metro, you can see some showers actually likely impacting the Houston Zoo and portions of the medical center. You'll also notice over towards Atascocita, dealing with a few showers over towards Kingwood here. These are going to keep rolling into the area, so at times it is going to be a bit difficult on the highways there. You'll notice over towards the west side of town, also just seeing a few showers north of Navasota. And this is really all we have going on right now. In through the next several hours, we're going to continue to see more showers rolling their way up to the north. No severe weather, no flooding weather, but I'll tell you what, it's coming down heavy, so it can feel intense, and we can see some ponding, especially on our feeder roads. So our future track showing mostly calm conditions tonight, isolated showers possible, and then into Halloween, we'll start by tracking a cold front off to our north and west. This will be diving its way to the southeast, so as it does, areas will be cleared by noon. Crockett to Huntsville, Brenham, Bryan College Station, no more rainfall for Halloween. Here in Houston, though, still dealing with the showers and storms, especially around lunchtime. 3 o'clock, most of that activity is diving towards the coast. but I would not be surprised if we have a lingering shower around 5 o'clock tomorrow for trick-or-treaters. You can see 7 o'clock, things starting to quiet down. So that's the trend. Highest rain chances towards the middle of the day. Once we get into the rainfall between now and Friday, so certainly not going to be the wettest October on record.
Back, everyone. We start with your weather. It was so nice to see all of that rain, and it wasn't a washout either.
Not a washout, really hit or miss rain showers. And I'll tell you what, when they're not here, it's still warm and humid. Take a look outside. Despite the rain, we're 84 here in Houston, 90 in Katy. They have not seen any rain. 77 in Huntsville. So a big difference in temperatures, whether or not you've seen rain, with winds still pumping in that Gulf moisture coming in from the southeast at about 10 to 20 miles per hour. This is part of the reason why we're seeing such heavy rainfall, is because we've got so much ample moisture out there. A closer look at the radar is going to show you that we are tracking some of those downpours closer towards the Houston metro here, and you'll notice that's going to be on the northeast side of town, also along 288, dealing with some of those rain showers. This is what we're going to see as we go through the next several hours. But as we look ahead to Halloween, we're actually going to see a weak front passing through. This means it's not going to be raining all day. In fact, here in Houston, our rain chances highest from noon to 3 o'clock. Once we get into the afternoon, that front pushing towards the coast, that means we'll be drying out and cooling down as we head to prime trick-or-treating time. Sunset tomorrow at 6:36 p.m. And you'll notice not just tomorrow, but even as we look, fortunately, even though it's a cold front, we're not going to see any major changes in those temperatures. But coming up, Andy, Candace, we're going to talk about what could be our first big fall cold front this year.
All right. Thank you, Caroline.
We are staying warm, and you're not going to see our temperatures drop very much. That's because we've got gusty winds from the southeast, keeping us warm and humid. But also we've got rain and cloud cover. That cloud cover acts as a blanket, preventing us from cooling down. So over the next several days, you're going to continue to see rain chances pretty likely, especially as we look towards the day tomorrow. Now let's first start with what we're seeing right now, because we really only have one big cell that we're tracking here. You can see impacting areas on the far northeast side of town. This is a thunderstorm impacting areas just to the south of Kingwood down towards Riverside Crest, Atascocita, Pittsville as well. Continuing nearly to Highway 90 here, Magnolia Gardens, seeing a healthy downpour with this shower. If we put this in motion, you can see it has been moving a tad. Not a tremendous amount, though. This is over the last hour. We've been seeing it slowly drift its way to the north. That will continue to move its way towards the north. And on the south side of town, a lot of those showers along 288 have been falling apart. You can see right there down towards Iowa Colony, not seeing any lightning associated with this, but certainly a nice little downpour. Finally, I want to take you down towards coastal Brazoria, Holiday Lakes to Angleton, Oyster Creek, seeing more storms push on shore, and that's what we can expect over the next several hours. Isolated showers rolling through, but when it rains, it pours. As for our future track, most of us will be dry and humid this evening. We'll watch as a cold front starts to push in tomorrow. Not going to do much for our temperatures, but it will bring more organized showers and storms by 11 o'clock, pushing into our far northwest counties, rolling through the Houston area by noon. And this is going to be clearing from the northwest to the southeast. So once it's past you, you're in the clear by 3 o'clock. I mean, Conroe, Huntsville, Livingston, Bryan College Station, Brenham, you are going to be dry for the rest of Halloween, and it keeps advancing towards the coast. So here in Houston, most likely after 5 o'clock, we're going to be dry. An isolated lingering shower, that is still going to be possible. So pay attention to the forecast, but no, it's similar to today. If you do see a shower, just wait it out. Your trick-or-treat forecast.
Just Caroline Brown right now talking about this forecast, and you just said to me, it's kind of summery out there today.
I mean, really, it's warm out there. You might have noticed this morning we weren't feeling crisp at all. No, it's that Gulf breeze. Let me show you what it looks like outside, and you can really see the increase of humidity. We've got puffy cumulus clouds all across southeast Texas. It is warm outside. Right now, we're not tracking any showers out there, but it is is going to be possible into the afternoon. So far, we're in the clear, totally dry, but you can see in our visible satellite really the flow pushing its way on shore, moving with it all of that cloud cover. That's increasing our moisture and our humidity, and this is why our evenings and our mornings no longer feeling very comfortable. In fact, dew points in the 70s. This is what we typically see in the summertime. It is humid, it is muggy, it is not going to be a fantastic hair day, with actual air temperatures sitting in the mid 80s. 84 here in Houston, even on the island, Galveston, 82 degrees. So a warm start to what's going to be a pretty toasty afternoon. We are keeping a 20% chance of showers and storms, really just hit or miss. The closer you are to I-35 or our far western counties, you're going to have a higher likelihood of seeing the showers. Otherwise, temperatures climbing into the mid 80s this afternoon. 86 degrees here in Houston. I do want to talk about the tropics because we are continuing to track Hurricane Raphael. It's been moving into cooler waters, and because of this, winds have been decreasing in strength, but still 100-mile-per-hour winds. You can see that well-defined eye wall showing a rather healthy storm, and this storm is going to be pushing its way quickly towards the west. Take a look. As it does, it's going to be decreasing to a Category 1. And the newest update from yesterday, now Raphael expected to take a nosedive down to the south into the Bay of Campeche, impacting Mexico as we get into early next week. The reason why it's doing this is actually because of a cold front. Lisa, that's the front that's going to finally cool us down. But I've got more on that full forecast coming up.
We all have sweaters and boots that want to come out of the closet so quickly.
so.
We're waiting on the front. Shows the red flag warnings out in that area and the fire conditions there. We're hoping the best for them. 0% containment right now, but also fire-friendly conditions here because of how dry it's been.
We have been so dry. I mean, the rainfall we had this week, unfortunate timing with Halloween and the elections, but I'll tell you what, it was so needed. That rainfall has improved our drought and really lowered our fire risk. So I want to show you how much rain has come. Washington County, this is still over an inch of rainfall. That is still a significant amount compared to seeing really nothing through the month of October. Heaviest of rainfall, that's going to be anywhere from Fort Bend County up into the far western Harris County, where we saw 3 to 5 inches of rain just over the last week. And this is translated to really better conditions. So this was our drought monitor last week. That orange color indicating a severe drought through southeast Texas. The new drought monitor just dropped today. No longer seeing that severe drought. We still do have moderate drought, but this is a major improvement, a really good sign for our soil and for our overall fire risk. Now today we are tracking more rain chances, in fact a 20% chance of showers, and you can see some puffy cumulus clouds over downtown Houston. Radar not showing anything at the moment, but certainly is going to be possible, especially as we head into the later portions of the afternoon. Visible satellite looking a bit more like summer. We had a warm front push its way on shore, and that's really returned that humid Gulf flow. Because of this, we're warm, we're muggy, certainly going to be feeling that heat as we go through the weekend. Temperatures currently sitting in the mid 80s, 86 degrees outside in Katy. So if you are heading out on a jog, temperatures into the mid 80s. That dog walking forecast, partly cloudy skies. We're keeping it a 20% chance, so maybe check the radar, but most of us are going to be mostly dry. As for what we're tracking, we are tracking a pretty big front that's going to be inching its way in our direction. You can see right now bringing with it some pretty healthy snowfall from Colorado down into New Mexico, but even some storms here in far north Texas. So the future track will be showing some storms possible, especially closer to that I-35 corridor in Austin by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Isolated showers possible here, more like that patchy light rainfall into Friday afternoon. Rain chances increasing near Austin. This will be pushing its way closer into our area as we go into the day on Saturday. So Saturday, we've actually increased our rain chances with that weak front that's going to be pushing its way through, but temperatures really not going to change much. Both Saturday and Sunday, lower 80s. As for Hurricane Rafael, still going to be a Category 2 hurricane right now, pushing its way through the Gulf. This is our first November hurricane in the Gulf since 1985. Nearly 40 years. Rafael is going to be working its way to the west before it interacts with that cold front. And then once we get into early next week, Rafael is forecast to dive its way towards the south. That's going to be pushing its way into the Bay of Campeche. Nowhere near us here in southeast Texas. So our extended forecast is going to show temperatures staying warm now through the weekend. You can see on Veterans Day starting to dry out, temperatures 84, winds from the northeast. It's not going to be until next Wednesday that we're going to see these lows into the 50s.
Yes.
I mean,
cue the angels singing, basically, right?
Thank goodness. Is that a choir somewhere?
What? It's somewhere.
I know.
Fall will be here eventually. We had a little taste earlier.
A little taste.
To come back.
I know. Next weekend looks amazing.
Fantastic. Thank you, Caroline. All right, the Rockefeller.
Welcome back. Sorry about that. Low temperatures this morning. Hey, much warmer than they were yesterday. Yesterday, mid 60s. Right now, mid 70s is what we started our day in. Keep in mind, our low temperature is what we should be seeing for highs. So that should really speak volumes about just how warm temperatures are. We're starting off where we should be ending our day. Right now, still pleasant out there, but I will say just does not feel like November. Live look from our giraffe camera at the Houston Zoo. You can see the giraffes. Smart giraffes. They're standing out there in the shade. Can't blame them because it is warm. We did have a 20% chance of showers today, but so far not seeing anything on our Storm Tracker 2 radar. Nothing except the heat. Right now, 84 here in Houston. Look at Sugar Land. 87 degrees. It is warm out there. It is exceptionally humid. And because of this, we can actually talk about our heat index. We calculate the heat index using the humidity whenever our air temperature is above 80 degrees. And that's why we can tell you right now, for most of us, we feel like the lower 90s. And Pearland feels like 90. Angleton feels like 91 degrees. So if you are taking the kiddos out to the playground this afternoon, air temperature reaching into the mid 80s. And then as we go through the overnight period, not going to be cooling down near as efficiently. Over the next 3 days, you're going to continue to see high temperatures in the 80s, but you'll notice rain chances actually ramping up as we look ahead to the weekend. It's Thursday, which means we can talk much more about the weekend. Lisa, I've got all those details coming up.
Okay, we will check back with you, Caroline. Thank you. Right here on KPRC2 Sunday night.
I am so excited for that game. I mean, it's going to be a big one. Hopefully Nico Collins is back.
Right.
Sending up the prayers for Nico.
Exactly right.
We need him back. And I'll tell you what, for folks going to the game or just going to tailgate, it's going to be a bit warm to start, but sunset's at 5:30 nowadays.
There you go.
So it is going to be pretty pleasant. Take a look at our tailgating, the mid 80s. But I'll tell you what, we've got sunset at 5:30. This means conditions will be cooling down quick. At 4 o'clock, only 80 degrees, breezes coming in from the northeast. By 6 o'clock, heading in 76 degrees for the big game. That's kickoff at 7:20, 75 degrees. Once again, that is Sunday Night Football right here on NBC. Going to be a really great game to watch. Hopefully, Nico Collins will be back. As for our weather, right now we've got partly cloudy skies, conditions feeling a bit more like summertime. You can see over the Southwest Freeway, puffy cumulus clouds. Haven't yet been able to see any rainfall out of these clouds, but it is possible, especially as we head into the afternoon. You can see really easily on our visible satellite that flow coming in from the Gulf. That's increasing our humidity. This is why it's not feeling quite as pleasant. It's in the mid 80s and it's feeling more like the lower 90s. Radar is showing all quiet conditions out there, but air temperature still climbing right now. Areas south of I-10 in the mid 80s, Angleton 86, El Campo 87 degrees. As a reminder, we've never hit 90 here in Houston in the month of November, but we have come close. We've hit 89 several times. So this is warm, but not quite record setting. Dog walking forecast this afternoon, keeping temperatures toasty in the mid 80s, partly cloudy conditions, especially into the heat of the day. We do have a 20% chance of showers and storms, something we're going to be watching, especially for our friends further out towards the west. So future track is going to show a mix of sun and clouds today. Into the day tomorrow, a pretty similar start to today. We'll have mostly cloudy conditions, isolated patchy fog, especially areas further towards the west. That's where we can see isolated to scattered thunderstorms. As a system moves across the state this weekend, that'll bring rain chances up on Saturday afternoon. Not a washout. Don't cancel any plans, but do know that afternoon storms are possible both Saturday and Sunday. Now, as for the tropics, we are continuing to track Hurricane Rafael, now a Category 2 hurricane with winds sustained at 100 miles per hour. This hurricane is going to be working its way due west, but then thankfully a front is going to come in and that'll block this system from getting anywhere near us. Actual landfall is going to be happening in Mexico, here in southeast Texas. No direct impacts, but you can expect to see a high rip current risk through the weekend, elevated swells in the forecast.
Okay.
It's just 6 days away from now.
That's it.
Next Wednesday, big changes.
Cannot wait. We're excited for it. All right, thanks, Caroline.
Warming up out there.
Yes, a little bit. How we doing?
I mean, we're doing pretty well. I will say, thankfully, humidity is slightly lower, so it's not going to be quite as muggy as earlier in the week. Let me show you what it looks like, because today it seems like the perfect day. Just go on a long walk outside. We've got bright blue skies, not forecasting any rainfall today, so there shouldn't be any issues with that afternoon and evening commute. You can see our radar not showing any rainfall out there, but I'll tell you what, we are going to see rainfall quickly return as we go through the next several days. In fact, today, really the only brief taste of fall. By this afternoon, we'll start to see more of an onshore flow. That's going to increase the humidity, which means we're going to start to feel a bit more humid again. So temperatures across the board, 82 here in Houston, 74 in Tomball, 75 out in Brenham. So a much more comfortable, but still well above normal for this time of year. Dew points going to be a bit lower than we have been seeing, but as we go through the next few days, that's going to be climbing right back up. So if you are training for the Houston Marathon, I know a lot of those longer runs really starting to come in right now. Your jogging forecast, temperatures staying in the lower 80s through the afternoon. Partly cloudy skies possible, but right now just enjoying ample sunshine. I mentioned we'll start to see a more humid flow as we get into Thursday and Friday. That's going to help increase our rain chances, especially by Friday evening. That's when we're tracking another cold front. Not going to do a whole lot to our temperatures, but this is going to be make or break for the tropics. This is going to be keeping away what is now Major Hurricane Rafael. Coming up, we'll talk more about the cold front, the tropics, and of course, that weekend forecast.
Never too early to talk about the weekend,
right.
Caroline. Thank you. Keeping our eye on the tropics.
You have some breaking news, really.
That's right. The Hurricane Center has just upgraded Hurricane Rafael to now be a major Category 3 hurricane. And this is just moments away, hours away from making landfall in Cuba. I want to show you those hour maximum sustained winds now at 115 miles per hour. This is a very powerful hurricane, and it is quickly making its way towards Cuba. Now, this is going to be entering the Gulf of Mexico as we go into this afternoon and evening. This is the first hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico in the month of November since Hurricane Kate. That was in 1985. So a very uncommon situation to see. And the forecast cone now has it pushing its way into the western Gulf by 6 a.m. on Saturday, now as a Category 1. Thankfully, at this point, it is going to be interacting with slightly cooler water, a little bit of wind shear. That should help take it down back to a tropical storm. But you'll notice the cone of uncertainty towards the end of that cone. This takes us to Monday is very large. So I want to show you what I'm forecasting with Hurricane Rafael. Here's what we're tracking. As we go through the weekend, Rafael's going to be pushing its way into the western Gulf of Mexico. At this point, we are forecasting a cold front to be passing through the Houston area. This cold front is going to block the storm from coming here. Really think of it as a brick wall. So where we could see landfall with Rafael, that cold front could push it towards the southeast, or it could also push it further towards the southwest into Mexico. The big takeaway here in Southeast Texas, neither of these scenarios involve us being impacted heavily. However, we could see some rough surf and rough swell. So we're going to continue to track Rafael, but I do not think this is our storm. That cold front is going to help protect us, act as that wall, keeping it away from us. As for the day today, it is beautiful outside. We've got bright blue skies, plenty of sunshine, conditions much more comfortable compared to the last several days because of a weak cold front that passed. Radar not showing any showers or storms, and temperatures definitely warm for this time of year, but not quite as hot as we have been. Temperatures 82 here in Houston, 74 in Tomball. Look at Huntsville, a comfortable 75 degrees. So if you are heading out to walk the dog, lower humidity, temperatures in the 80s. We will start to see that humidity climb as we go Thursday and Friday. That's going to increase our rain chances. We loved our temperatures because for the first time in several days, we actually had temperatures dropping into the 50s. Even look along 290 out in Washington County. They woke up in the 40s this morning. A big change from earlier this week. Monday morning, we started off the day at 79 degrees. So a cool start to what's kind of feeling like an autumn afternoon. A live look outside showing bright blue skies, at least here in the Houston metro. We have been tracking a bit of cloud cover closer to the coast. Visible satellite showing areas along and south of I-10 dealing with some of that cloud cover. That's where conditions are going to be still a bit more on the humid side, and temperatures a bit warmer too. Look at Sugar Land right now, 84 degrees. Keep in mind, this is well above average. Our normal high temperature this time of year, that's 75 degrees. So it is warm outside. It is sunny, 82 here in Houston. Winds are coming in from the northeast, so not quite as humid. But if you are heading jogging this afternoon, temperatures going to be staying in the lower 80s, partly cloudy skies. And then as we go into the overnight periods, temperatures not going to be cooling quite as much. This morning, waking up in the mid 60s. Starting off our Thursday, we're going to be here in the lower 70s in Houston, and then into the afternoon, once again making it into the mid 80s. Now we are tracking another cold front that looks to be pushing through on Friday. That'll increase our rain chances for the weekend, but I've got more on that extended forecast coming up.
Okay, we'll check back. Caroline, thank you.
40 years we've seen a hurricane in the Gulf in November.
It's late, right?
It's late, and the thing is, Beryl was early. To have Beryl come in July, our hurricane season, unfortunately, it's getting longer, it's getting more intense. I mean, we've been saying this for years, but unfortunately, this is one of the problems. So let's talk sustained winds right now of 115 miles per hour. And you can see it is very close to Cuba. It's expected to make landfall within the next several hours as a Category 3. Now, as it's been moving through the Caribbean, it's been warm water, not a lot of wind shear, a really stable environment for a hurricane to grow. But once it pushes into the central Gulf, it's going to be interacting with cooler water, more wind shear. This is going to help tear Rafael apart, which means by the end of the weekend, this will be a Category 1 or a tropical storm. Now, I do want to show you this cone looks pretty alarming at face value. It's a very large margin of error, but I want to tell you, I do not think this is coming to Texas. Let me show you why. First of all, history is on our side. The latest we've ever seen a hurricane in Southeast Texas, that's going to be October 15th. That is several weeks ago, and that's because once we start to get these cold fronts coming through, these steer tropical systems away from us. We have a cold front that'll be pushing through at the end of the week. This will steer Rafael in one of two directions. One option is that it could move its way off towards the southeast. That could impact anywhere from Louisiana through the Florida Panhandle. Another scenario is that the cold front pushes Rafael down into Mexico. Either scenario keeps our Texas coastline in the clear. So you're going to hear a lot about Rafael, but I think here in Texas, we are safe from this hurricane. In fact, we're safe and we're dealing with a very beautiful day. A live look from the Houston Zoo. You can see the giraffes basking in those bright blue skies. Here in Houston, we've been seeing plenty of sunshine, but closer towards the coast, we have seen just a bit more cloud cover. Lake Jackson through Galveston, really everywhere south of I-10 dealing with some clouds, but it's still warm out there. Temperatures staying in the lower 80s, 84 down in Sugar Land, 79 out in Katy. So if you are walking the dog this afternoon, still going to be warm, but not quite as humid as we've been at 3 o'clock. 82 degrees, sunset tonight right at 5:30. And then as we go into the day tomorrow, we're going to see those winds starting to shift more towards the southeast. That's going to increase our humidity, and rain chances also going to start to increase. In fact, you'll notice on our 10-day forecast, rain chances staying with us both Saturday and Sunday, only a 30 to 20% chance, so not going to be a washout. But I want to show you what comes towards the end of next week. We have that cold front.
We've been living in our football pumpkin spice era since late August, really.
We're sweating in Uggs.
Waiting. I know. Ugh. It's coming. Just give it a beat. Thanks, Caroline. All right, so the
climbing into the lower and mid 80s. Coming up, we're going to talk about why we still feel hot, how long this lasts, and of course, we must talk about Hurricane Rafael, the forecast cone, and why we are not in trouble. Coming up.
And all you're watching the hurricane. Forgive me for forgetting the name of the hurricane.
You are so fine. It's Rafael.
Rafael,
and it is so usually, I mean, we never talk election night and tropics.
Right.
We have not had a hurricane in the Gulf in November since 1985.
Wow.
It's been nearly 40 years. This is not common. And I want to show you right now what Rafael go as a major Category 3 hurricane. It's been decreasing in strength as expected, but that's because it's moving over the terrain of Cuba. So right now it's moving to the northwest at 14 miles per hour. Currently a Category 2 hurricane, winds sustained at 110 miles per hour. As it enters the Gulf, it's going to be pushing its way towards the west as a Category 2, eventually decreasing in strength. This is because the waters in the Gulf not quite as warm. It's going to interact with cooler water, a little bit of wind shear. That should bring down the actual category of Rafael. And then I want to show you the cone has actually shifted dramatically. From the last time we showed you this cone, it included really Louisiana through Texas and now towards Mexico. This has really shifted to the south, and I want to show you why. Our forecast shows Rafael pushing into the Gulf and then this weekend interacting with a cold front. It's possible that front could stall out the system, or it could push it in various directions. So here's our outcomes. One possibility, Rafael interacts with this front and it gets steered to the southeast. Another possibility, it interacts with the front and it pushes it down to the south. This would mean landfall could happen in Mexico. We could see landfall from Louisiana or east towards Florida. But here in Texas, that cold front is going to protect us. We should not see any direct impacts from Rafael. However, certainly elevated rip current risk and some rough seas. Giraffe camera showing a pretty pleasant evening at the zoo there. You can see the sun already getting low on that horizon. Sunset tonight at 5:30. Temperatures mid 80s, so it is warm outside as we go overnight tonight. As we go through the overnight hours, a warm front pushing on shore. This is going to increase humidity, mostly cloudy skies, perhaps some isolated showers, but we're not going to be feeling near as nice as the temperatures we had this morning. This morning, Brenham was in the 40s here in Houston, mid 60s. Tomorrow, already waking up in the 70s. Isolated showers possible, especially out to the west. High temperatures going to be in the mid 80s. So this is so abnormal. Temperatures should be in the mid.
Tracking some sunshine, some clouds, and really warm temperatures today.
I mean, it is so warm outside. We had the cold front pass through, so this morning it was actually pretty nice. Well, I'll tell you what, that cold front returned as a warm front. And so it just flipped our day around.
Come on.
I know. I will say this was one of those days where I forecasted much lower. Some amazing weather. We've got cloudy conditions. That cooler, drier air really only lasted for a few hours. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. Mostly cloudy skies out there. Temperature-wise, still in the mid 80s, 84 right now here in Houston, 80 down in Galveston, upper 70s up in Huntsville. So a warm afternoon. Our normal high this time of year, 75 degrees. This is not where we're supposed to be sitting. And you can see that warm front pushing on shore, bringing with it dew points already back to the 70s. Now, a big divide. Galveston, dew points in the 70s. That's humid, that's muggy, that's uncomfortable. Versus College Station and Brenham, 40s and 50s. It actually feels really pleasant in the Brazos Valley because they're not dealing with that high humidity. So here in Houston, not going to be a very comfortable night, especially compared to the conditions we felt last night. Temperatures upper 70s, still going to be at 9 o'clock. You can see that cloud cover pushing its way further inland at 10 o'clock, mid 70s for most of us. And that cloud cover is going to help keep us warm overnight. Now, early morning isolated showers are possible, starting off our day about 10 degrees warmer than where we were this morning in the mid 70s. As we head into the afternoon, you'll see storm chances possible, especially further towards the west. High temperatures going to be reaching into the mid 80s. In fact, if we get enough sunshine, 86 degrees, not out of the question as we go into Thursday afternoon. Now, Friday, we are going to be tracking another front flirting with the area. That's going to bring with it rain chances both Friday and Saturday. Cloudy conditions, slightly breezier conditions. That's something we're going to be tracking. Nothing severe, nothing too heavy. And of course, we are tracking Hurricane Rafael, now a Category 2. You can actually see it from Key West, Florida's radar there. As it pushes its way into the Gulf, it will start to steer its way to the west. It's going to be decreasing in strength thanks to some wind shear and cooler waters. But watch this cone because now it has it steering slightly further towards the southwest. This is because of a cold front. It's going to keep it well away from us here in southeast Texas. And you can see our extended forecast keeping us in the 80s into early next week. It is looking pretty confident that a cold front sweeps through next Wednesday. That's going to bump down our highs to the 60s and the 70s for the following weekend. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
Let's talk about this weather. I mean, last couple of mornings, it's been chilly out there.
I mean, it's been cold in the morning, but the afternoons have been marvelous. Today, no exception. In fact, let me show you what it looks like outside right now, because if you've got the option to have lunch outside, I would certainly recommend it. We've got plenty of sunshine, some high clouds out there, but other than that, really just a nice start to the day. Temperatures already warming into the lower and mid 60s right now. 65 here in Houston, 63 up in Conroe. So across the board, we're cooler, we're more seasonal. We do have winds coming in from the northeast at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. That's going to be a cool, dry breeze. Not going to be humid today. In fact, as we go through the afternoon, things look great. If you're doing some shopping on this Cyber Monday, temperature-wise warming up into the mid and upper 60s. Expect to see mostly sunny skies. Once that sun goes down, we are going to start to cool down efficiently. Without that cloud cover, we quickly drop right back into the 40s and the upper 30s. By tomorrow morning, 44 here in Houston, 38 up in Livingston. But then our Giving Tuesday also looks spectacular. Tomorrow afternoon, mid 60s. You are going to start to notice an increase in cloud cover coming in from the southwest. That's ahead of a coastal low pressure system that's really going to make the middle of our week soggy. Take a look. Rain chances dry today and tomorrow, but starting on Wednesday, likely to see scattered showers and storms. That's going to be lasting Wednesday and even into the weekend. Coming up, we'll go day by day. Andy, I'll let you know when you need that umbrella.
All right, Caroline, thank you.
Michigan, Erie, Pennsylvania, Buffalo, New York, and that is exactly what's happening. You've got cold Canadian air passing over the warmer Great Lakes. That produces a little ecosystem that just basically is a fire hose of snowfall. In fact, if you look at snowfall totals over the last 24 hours, several spots over 12 inches, areas in far western New York, nearly 8 inches of snow, and it's going to keep coming down. So this is something we're certainly thankful for that we don't have to deal with at all here in Southeast Texas. In fact, our winters are lovely. A live look over the Southwest Freeway, a mix of sunshine and some high clouds out there. Not seeing any issues. Temperatures currently sitting in the mid 60s, 65 degrees here in Houston, 64 on the island. As we head into the afternoon, our Cyber Monday topping out at 68 degrees, sunshine, a light breeze. No problems. Highs across the board made it to upper 60s. A few locations will be making it into the 70s. Sugarland, a wonderful 70 degrees for your high temperature today. Tomorrow also looking nice, 66 degrees. But then we're going to start to see some big changes. We are going to see an increase in cloud cover, and then rain chances really ramp up by Wednesday. So let's show you what's happening here. Right now, plenty of sunshine, but look just to our south. We're tracking this coastal low pressure system impacting far eastern Mexico. This is going to be making its way to the north. As it does, this will be changing our weather pattern. So as we go through the day on Tuesday, an increase in cloud cover. By late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, we'll start to see showers and storms working in from the southwest. Through the day on Wednesday, this model keeps us extremely wet. Keep in mind, it's all going to depend on the placement of this low pressure. If this is further off into the Gulf, we'll be much more dry, but this model has us extremely wet. So plan for extra time for driving on Wednesday, Thursday, especially in the morning, before that low finally starts to move out of here. Now, it's not just the coastal low, it's also going to be a cold front that's going to keep us wet. Here's another computer model that keeps it more coastal. This has us staying slightly more dry through the day on Wednesday, but then it has a cold front stalling out Thursday, Friday, Saturday, making the second half of our week an absolute mess. So the moral of the story is Wednesday through Saturday, heavy rainfall will be possible. Forecast rainfall accumulations look to be the highest towards the coast and areas off towards the east, 2 to 3 inches. So street flooding certainly going to be a possibility. Today and tomorrow, though, not running into any issues. It's really going to be Wednesday that looks to be the wettest. And then as we go, it's like out there right now across the country, a lot different than what we have here in Texas. You'll notice that bright pink color in the Dakotas. That's where temperatures in the single digits. Grand Forks currently 12 degrees. Around the Great Lakes, Columbus, Ohio, Chicago, all going to be in the 20s. Even New York currently in the 30s. Here in Houston, mid 60s. As for rainfall, well, not a lot of rain across the country. In fact, mostly only tracking snow for areas across Illinois and around the Great Lakes. Here in Houston and really all of the South, just dealing with an abundance of sunshine right now across Southeast Texas. We've got sunny skies, some high clouds outside, no problems. Temperatures sitting in the lower to mid 60s, a comfortable Cyber Monday. Even though it's for shopping online, maybe bring the laptop outside because it feels nice out there. Winds coming in from the east-northeast, sustained about 5 to 15 miles per hour. That's a cool, dry breeze. So through the afternoon, no problems. Once that sun goes down, though, around 5:24, we're going to cool fast. By tomorrow morning, waking up in the upper 30s to the mid 40s. And through the day tomorrow, we're going to be watching an increase in cloud cover for your Giving Tuesday. Andy, that's ahead of a coastal low that's going to bring rain chances. But I'll break down that umbrella forecast coming up.
Okay, Caroline,
And boy, is it wonderful to see. If you've started decorating for the holidays, we would love to show your photos on air and online. It's click2houston.com/pictures. pins, and you may be featured. Hey, today is beautiful. As Andy mentioned, a live look from the Houston Zoo. Plenty of sunshine out there. Temperatures comfortable. Right now, 65 here in Houston, 63 out in Winnie. As for Brenham, 65 degrees. So not seeing any issues with temperatures. And as we head into the afternoon, just perfect. 68 degrees, a light breeze from the northeast. No problems. Now, changes are going to be coming as we go through the next several days. Take a look at the next 3 days. Tomorrow, much of the same. You will start to see an increase in cloud cover, highs in the 60s. By Wednesday, rain chances up to 60% chance. Some of those could be a bit heavier. Right now, not seeing anything across the state, but what we're tracking is this low pressure system on that eastern coast of Mexico. That low is going to make its way to the north. As it does, this will be bringing with it our shower and storm chances. So you'll notice by 11 o'clock tomorrow, a lot of that rainfall staying far to the south of Corpus. As it makes its way towards the north and the east, this will bring rain chances as early as Wednesday morning. I think into Wednesday afternoon, it could get very intense. Downpours, thunderstorms. This all depends on the placement of the low. If this low pressure system is further offshore, that could keep all of the rain offshore as well. So a bit of uncertainty, but I always like to say prepare for the worst, hope for the best. So plan on extra time for driving on Wednesday. There is no severe weather threat. I think flooding is going to be the bigger concern here. Thursday morning, still seeing a heavy rain potential before that rain finally starts to taper off into the afternoon. At this point, we still won't be in the clear because then we're tracking a cold front. Take a look at this model. This model has us slightly more dry for Wednesday, but then it has a cold front stalling out Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That would make the second half of the week extremely messy. So really every single day, starting on Wednesday through Saturday, heavy downpours will be possible. Between now and 1 week from today, heaviest of the rainfall looks to be for our coastal communities and further towards the west. Generally speaking, 2 to 3 inches widespread can be expected. That's why I was saying maybe put up those holiday decorations today or tomorrow when we have sunny skies, high temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Starting on Wednesday as early as 8 a.m., rain chances will start to ramp up. That's going to be staying with us as we go through the weekend. Saturday still putting a 50% chance of showers. It looks like as we go into next week, things will start to dry out again. But Andy, for a brief period of time, you're going to need to keep that umbrella with you every single day.
Duly noted, Caroline. Thank you. We've got some changes to talk about, to show us, Caroline.
I mean, big changes. I wish it could stay like today, though, because day has been perfect outside. Yeah. Let me show you what it looks like. We are going to talk more about that rain. Don't worry. But for now, let's not overlook a marvelous Monday. A live look outside from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. We've got a mix of sunshine and high clouds out there. Temperature-wise, just wonderful. Currently here in Houston, 67, 65 on the island. Up in Huntsville, 64 marvelous degrees. We've got a light breeze coming in from the east-northeast at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. That's a cool, dry breeze, so we're not going to be feeling humid anytime soon. Of course, today is Cyber Monday, so if you're shopping out there, maybe scrolling on your phone, getting those wonderful deals, no problems. Mostly clear skies at 7 o'clock, 57 degrees. Once that sun goes down, we are going to be cooling down rather efficiently because our skies are clear. This means by the time we wake up tomorrow morning on Giving Tuesday, we're going to be sitting in the mid 40s here in Houston. Areas to our north, Livingston and Huntsville, waking up in the upper 30s. I mentioned it's Giving Tuesday, and if you're heading out to volunteer, should have no problems. Temperatures going to be topping out in the mid 60s. You will start to notice increasing cloud cover moving in from the southwest. That's as rain chances start to move in, and those rain chances ramping up this week. Coming up, we'll go day by day. I'll let you know when you need that umbrella. Andy?
Caroline, thank you.
Our average high temperature is 68, and that is exactly where we came in today. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera showing sunny skies, some high clouds out there. Not seeing any problems on that Southwest Freeway. Temperature-wise, currently sitting in the mid to upper 60s. Down on the island, 63 degrees. We've got a breeze coming in from the east-northeast at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. That's a comfortable breeze. That's going to be a dry breeze. So as we go through the evening, you're going to notice us cooling down really quick. Mostly clear skies. Because of that, temperatures dropping fast by 8 o'clock, 55 degrees at 9:54 by the time we're waking up on Giving Tuesday. Mid 40s here in Houston. Down on the island, mid to upper 50s. Areas to our north even dropping into the upper 30s. Now for our Giving Tuesday, if you're volunteering, shouldn't see any problems through the afternoon. 66 degrees. You will notice an increase in cloud cover with rain chances really starting to ramp up. That's as a coastal low moves in, bringing heavy downpours for the middle of the week. But I've got more on your umbrella forecast coming up.
Caroline, thank you.
It up to decorate it, to make it look just right. And I think it was so worth it. That is a stunning tree. And if you've been decorating for the holidays, we would love to see all of your hard work. Send it in to click2houston.com/pins. We like to share in your joy, both online and right here on air as well. A live look outside, perfect weather for putting up some holiday decor. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera showing high clouds out there. No problems. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. A light breeze from the east is keeping us very dry. In fact, dew points in the 30s. This means a spectacular evening. Your hair gonna look fabulous as you're shopping for Cyber Monday deals. At 6 o'clock, 61 degrees. Temperatures quickly cooling down tonight because we've got clear skies. That means by tomorrow morning, we're gonna be waking up in the mid 40s. Now, over the next 3 days, changes are coming. In fact, tomorrow really going to be the last dry, beautiful day for about a week. So if you've got outdoor plans, try to squeeze them in tomorrow. 66 degrees. You'll notice an increase in cloud cover, and then rain chances Wednesday and Thursday really start to ramp up as a coastal low pressure system dominates the forecast. So let me show you where that is right now. Right now, that low pressure on the east coast of Mexico here, this is going to be what brings showers and storms. Now I'm showing you a model that is probably the wettest possible outcome. This keeps us dry for Tuesday, but then as early as Wednesday morning, starting to see showers move in from the southwest. Wednesday afternoon looks to be a mess. Showers, thunderstorms. Plan on extra time on the roads on Wednesday and Thursday morning before some of that heavy rainfall clears out. Now, if that low pressure system stays off in the Gulf, we're going to be staying much more dry here in southeast Texas. This model keeps us with only rain showers on Wednesday, but then it's going to be Thursday and Friday with a cold front stalling that we see the heaviest of the rain. Regardless, umbrellas are going to be needed starting on Wednesday, lasting through the weekend. It's a chilly kind of evening because you just grab the Fritos. Temperatures are going to be cooling down really efficiently. A live look outside over the Med Center showing some high clouds out there. Otherwise, really an excellent evening. Right now, we're sitting with comfortable conditions. Temperatures sitting in the mid to upper 60s, 68 here in Houston. Down on the island, 63 degrees. We've got calm winds coming in from the northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. This evening, perfect evening. Eat some chili, head out to the fire pit. Temperatures cooling quick, mostly clear skies at 8 o'clock, 55. By 10 o'clock, dropping into the lower 50s. In fact, by tomorrow morning, our mercury dropping into the 40s. Temperatures to start off your day for Giving Tuesday here in Houston. 45 degrees. Areas to our north, both Livingston and Huntsville, waking up in the upper 30s. So a cool start to what's going to be a delightful Tuesday. If you're heading out to volunteer, no problems. 66 degrees. This is our last dry day before a string of wet days. But Joel, Andy, I've got more on that extended forecast coming up.
All right, Caroline, thank you. We'll see you in just.
Live in the lake effect snow belts in this country.
That is for sure.
I mean, it's incredible. And every single time I see videos of lake effect snow in Buffalo, I'm like, gotta be college kids or someone out there who's shoveling, because you could never catch me doing that.
You're not doing that.
No.
Well, that's what you have a husband for.
True.
Yes.
He can do it. Grab the shovel, Jack.
Problem solved.
Problem solved. Take a look at how forward side of the Great Lakes. That's because we had cold Canadian air passing over that warm water. That creates heavy snow bands, and there is a stark difference between where they see several feet of snow and where it's completely dry. Snowfall totals for areas around Erie, 29 inches near Buffalo, Cleveland near 23, areas across Michigan, 18 inches. And let me tell you, we have been seeing the snowfall continue to come down on these places. I am so thankful we do not get that here in Southeast Texas. We are having a gorgeous December 2nd. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. Some high clouds, mostly sunny skies though. Temperatures currently sitting in the mid to upper 60s, 68 degrees here in Houston. Down on the island, 63. Now once that sun goes down, temperatures tumbling quick. Sunset tonight around 5:24, and by 8 o'clock, 55 degrees. By tomorrow morning, waking up in the mid 40s. Get out tomorrow afternoon because tomorrow really going to be our last dry day for about a week. 66 degrees both Wednesday and Thursday. Rain chances ramping up as a coastal low makes its way into the region. So right now dry, but if you look down towards the valley, you can see cloud cover and some showers. This is from that coastal low pressure system right now in far eastern Mexico. This is going to work its way into our area. First bringing showers Wednesday morning, rain chances ramping up through the afternoon, and then we'll see it continue likely into Thursday morning. So plan on extra time for driving both Wednesday and Thursday morning. And then it's going to start to clear out just a bit. That's scenario one. Keep in mind, if that low pressure system stays further towards the south, some of the heaviest rainfall may actually stay in the Gulf. In that situation, we would just have some passing light rain showers on Wednesday. But then we still have a cold front expected by Friday. That's going to linger and continue to bring rain chances as we go through the weekend. So forecast rainfall accumulation looking to be widespread, 2 to 3 inches over the next week. Heaviest towards our east, but everybody needs to have that umbrella with them starting on.
With meteorologist Caroline Brown, kind of a dreary, rainy, cold, icky weekend. I mean, we're all feeling it today.
It was a cold and icky weekend. In fact, pretty much everybody saw some rainfall either Saturday or Sunday, but it wasn't very heavy. I want to show you how much came down because it actually wasn't a tremendous amount of rainfall. Here in the Houston area, we only saw about a 1/4 inch of rain. Everybody seeing something. The island seeing over an inch of rainfall. So across the board, about a 1/4 of an inch to maybe 1/2 an inch of rain. Isolated spots over an inch, but all in all, very light rainfall. And as for this week, not forecasting any. The next chance for rain, that's going to be coming over next weekend. We'll get to that in a bit. But first, a live look from our arc generator's camera where you can see a few peaks of blue coming out as we go through the day today. We're actually going to see decreasing cloud cover, which means by this afternoon, sunshine is possible. Temperatures are going to be gradually warming up. And I'll tell you what, we are much warmer than what we were all weekend. Already, we're sitting at 10 to 20 degrees warmer compared to this time yesterday. Right now, sitting in the lower 70s, 71 here in Houston, upper 60s out in Tomball, 65 in Conroe. So a comfortable start to what's going to be a pretty warm day. Winds are coming in from the southwest at about 10 to 15 miles per hour this afternoon. Temperatures possibly reaching 80 degrees. This is ahead of a strong cold front. That's going to be moving through overnight tonight. Coming up, I'll let you know what that does to our temperature because, Andy, it's going to get mighty chilly by the middle of the week.
Mighty chilly. Okay, we've been warned, Caroline. Thank you.
Significant breaks in that cloud cover. In fact, right now on our visible satellite, you can see the clouds starting to break up just a tad, pushing their way closer towards the coast there. And even here in the Houston area, pockets pockets of sunshine. We'll start to see more sunshine as the day goes on. So that should help us warm up. But let me tell you, we're already much warmer than we have been. Temperatures currently sitting in the mid to upper 60s, several locations in the 70s, 71 here in Houston, 72 out in Hobby. Winds coming from the southwest, sustained about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And it's that westerly component that's a hot, dry breeze, and this is why we're warming up so efficiently today. So if you are going jogging this afternoon, that Houston Marathon only about a month and a week away. Temperatures going to be pretty warm by this afternoon. By 3 o'clock, flirting with that upper 70s to lower 80s. So here in Houston, we just might hit 80 degrees. That is ahead of our next cold front. Satellite and radar showing our cold front currently sitting up to the north, slowly advancing its way across the state. Right now, it's moving in on Dallas, but very soon it's going to be pushing through the Houston area. In fact, our future track showing the cold front reaching Houston early tomorrow morning, 5 a.m., staying mostly dry. So you're not going to notice any rainfall, but you are going to see a big shift in the winds. We'll still hold on to that cloud cover through the day on Tuesday, but by Wednesday, a high pressure moves in. That's going to clear us out and really cool us down. So today near 80, Tuesday and Wednesday temperatures in the 60s, sunny skies. But let's take you through those temperatures because in the morning it's going to be cool. This afternoon warm. Starting off tomorrow, you can see that front pushing through areas where we've seen the front 40s to the lower 50s. Closer to the coast, we're going to be in the 60s. Through the day tomorrow, it looks delightful. High temperatures in the 60s, clearing cloud cover. But then as we go into Wednesday with clear skies, temperatures are going to be able to drop back into the 30s. Areas to our north and west, very possible you're going to get close to that freezing line. And then we're going to see Wednesday afternoon also looking great. I do want to mention it is going to be a bit on the windy side. Because of this, the National Weather Service already issuing a gale watch. That means elevated seas, those winds. Till then, we are nowhere near being cold. In fact, a live look from the Houston Zoo, you can see a lot of folks out there and they're wearing a lot of t-shirts because temperatures much warmer than it has been, especially over the weekend. Right now at the Houston Zoo, it is 72 degrees. That's about 11 degrees warmer currently than we were at this time yesterday. And a big reason why is going to be those winds. The direction southwest. Anytime you see a west, you can expect our temperatures to be a bit warmer. That's a warm wind coming in. You can see the cloud cover starting to break up just a tad. That sunshine going to become more widespread as we head into the afternoon. Temperature wise, pretty comfortable, although warm for this time of year. Currently 71 here in Houston, 68 on the island, 65 up in Conroe. You can see those winds coming in from the southwest for everybody, 5 to 15 miles per hour. That's sustained. Winds are gusting to about 25. And let me tell you, the winds are going to be a story this week because a cold front's going to be passing through. That's going to bring gusty conditions for the day tomorrow. But for the day today, by this afternoon, mostly clear skies, temperatures climbing to near 80 degrees here in Houston. Those 80s are not going to last because we've got a cold front that's currently working its way across the state. Satellite and radar showing that front dropping its way to the south. Right now, temperatures up in the panhandle already dropping into the 50s. Dallas in the 60s. So cooler air is ushering in. Andy, coming up, I'll let you know when that front passes through and just how low those temperatures go.
All right, Caroline, thank you. Sunshine after a wet weekend.
Yeah, some warmth out there today, Caroline.
Warmth out there today, a lot different from what we had over the weekend. We had rainfall both days, but nothing really too heavy. I want to show you how much rain actually came down because dreary really was the best way to put it. It was cold, it was damp, it was soggy. Temperatures stayed a bit cooler and rainfall accumulations, really nothing significant. Here in Houston over the last 3 days, about 1/4 of an inch. Now some locations, especially towards the west and the coast, you were able to pick up over 1/2 inch to over 1 inch in Galveston. But for most of us, it was just light periods of on and off showers and cool conditions, which is why right now it feels a whole lot better. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera showing sunshine really has come out this afternoon. This morning we started off with mostly cloudy skies. Those clouds really only have tapered off within the last hour or so, which means we likely aren't going to hit that 80-degree day that was possible. But still, it's warm out there. Look at this. Angleton 80, 78 in Hobby, College Station 80, 79 in Brenham, 75 here in Houston. So certainly a warmer day for December 9th. We've got winds coming in from the southwest, and it's that westerly component that really helps us warm up. We typically see some of our hottest air just before a cold front, and that's exactly what's happening today. So this evening, temperatures cooling nice, but the reason why we're so warm, well, we've got a cold front pushing its way through the state. This front expected to pass through early tomorrow morning. That's going to make it a whole lot windier, but also much cooler. Eventually, temperatures dropping to the 30s. But Andy, Lisa, I've got more on that full forecast coming up.
All right, Caroline, thank you.
Morning, we were still seeing overcast conditions. Those clouds have been tapering off through the afternoon. And now a live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera showing bright blue skies out there. Temperatures certainly warm for this time of year. 75 here in Houston. Pearland just 1 degree shy of 80 degrees right now. That's because we've got winds coming in from the southwest, really increasing those temperatures with that westerly component. But as we go overnight tonight, we're going to steadily cool down. By 9 o'clock, mid-60s, quickly cooling down overnight once a cold front moves through. In fact, take a look at our overnight low temperatures. A big change. Areas to our north and west waking up tomorrow morning in the upper 40s. Here in Houston, mid-50s. Closer to the coast, potentially in the 60s. A big divide because we've got big changes coming. You can see a cold front actively diving to the south. This cold front is going to dramatically lower our temperatures. Highs tomorrow about 15 degrees cooler than today. And by Wednesday, bundle up. We're going to be waking up in the 30s. But Andy, Lisa, more on that full forecast coming up.
We will check back with you, Caroline. Thank you.
Hey, it is shaped up to be a really nice afternoon, a lot different than how we started. We've got mostly sunny skies from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. Temperature wise, still feels great out there. In fact, if you kind of skimmed the dog on a walk this weekend, it was wet, it was cold, it was dreary. Get out there right now. Temperatures in the mid 70s here in Houston. To our north and west, closer to 80 for College Station in Brenham. We've got winds now coming from the south-southwest, sustained about 5 to 15 miles per hour. So if you are grilling this evening, mostly clear skies. Temperatures slowly cooling through the 60s by 10 o'clock, 62 here in Houston. Now a cold front is advancing its way into the area, which means overnight tonight we're going to see a pretty big change. Areas to our north and west, you will see that cold front pass through early tomorrow morning. That means temperatures from Huntsville to Brenham, Columbus, Livingston, waking up in the 40s. Here in Houston, we'll be starting our day off in the mid-50s as that front starts to inch through around 6 a.m. Closer to the coast, you're not going to feel impacts from that front until the middle of the day tomorrow. And then that front really starts to lower temperatures by the middle of the week. But Andy, Lisa, I've got more on that full forecast coming up.
All right, Caroline.
Better weather. The calendar says December 16th.
Yes.
But it feels like summer
What?
out there, right?
Maybe October 16th.
October 16th. I mean, it is warm out there. We're actually dealing with some mugginess as well.
Right.
Let me show you what it looks like because you can just see how humid it is outside. We've got quite a bit of cloud cover, some thick cumulus clouds from our arc generator's camera over the Southwest Freeway. A mix of sun and clouds today. Some areas definitely seeing it, especially closer to the coast. You can see winds coming off the Gulf. Because of that, it almost looks like a summer pattern with those streamer showers possible. In fact, we've been tracking some very light rain showers through the day today. Right now, mainly going to be out on our far eastern counties. You can see Liberty County. If we put this in motion, nothing too heavy, but we certainly have seen a little bit of activity. Look at this from Baytown towards Mont Belvieu, Cedar Bayou to Cody, dealing with some light to moderate rain showers. that's what we can expect through the day today. Nothing heavy, nothing widespread, but certainly we are going to be dealing with some of these showers. You can see Dayton up towards Kinnifick dealing with a few sprinkles as well. Shouldn't be causing any issues, but definitely going to be something we're tracking as we go through the next several hours. As for our temperatures, we are warm right now. 78 here in Houston. Sugar Land already hitting 80 degrees. Yesterday, we hit 82 degrees. Today is going to be very similar. Winds are coming from the Gulf, sustained about 10 to 15 miles per hour. This is pumping in the humidity, which means it's feeling sticky, it's feeling muggy. Dew points in the upper 60s to the lower 70s. This is why we're able to see fog in the morning. Tonight's going to be no different. So planning forecast over the next several hours, temperatures staying in the upper 70s to the lower 80s. We will continue to see rain chances through the next several hours. And then as we go into the evening, temperatures staying mild in the mid 60s. We are going to be tracking thick fog chances. I'll show you that visibility forecast coming up.
Okay, we'll see in just a few minutes.
Warm, it was humid. I want to show you just how warm it is. So our normal high, we should be topping out around 65 degrees.
Okay.
Take a look at what our day. That should be our high temperature, but instead we're waking up to lows nearly in the 70s here in Houston, 68 degrees, mid 60s up in Huntsville. So this is why we were able to support that fog. It was humid, it was warm, winds were light. As for right now, it is shaping up to be a pretty summer-like afternoon. We've got puffy cumulus clouds over the Southwest Freeway. Temperature-wise, we are heating up into the upper 70s. Visible satellite shows all of that cloud cover advancing its way in from the Gulf. A closer look is going to show you some very light rain showers, mainly going to be on the east side of town. Radar showing you those showers from Baytown to Cedar Bayou, crossing I-10. None of these are particularly heavy, really just enough to flip on that windshield wiper once or twice. You can also see those showers pushing up from Gum Grove and continuing up towards 321. Just some sprinkles out there, nothing too heavy. Temperatures across the board, mid to upper 70s right now. 81 in Angleton, 76 out in Winnie. So temperatures well above average. Winds coming in from the Gulf, sustained 10 to 15 miles per hour. So this is bringing in the humid air, and this is why it does not feel fantastic outside. Dew points upper 60s to the lower 70s, not feeling a lot like Christmas. But don't worry, we do have changes coming. It's just really this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon that we're going to have to deal with the humid, warm temperatures over the next several hours, staying in the upper 70s to near 80 degrees. And then as we go into this evening, similar to last night, we're going to struggle to cool down. In fact, waking up tomorrow morning, temperatures once again in the mid 60s. We are forecasting patchy fog, especially for areas south of I-10. In fact, I want to show you that visibility because once we get to 10 o'clock this evening, isolated patchy fog possible. I think it's more than likely we'll start to see a dense fog advisory by tomorrow morning. This is 7 a.m. for that morning commute. Widespread low visibility. That'll be with us until about 8. So make sure you plan on extra time for that commute. Low beams, not just tonight, but also Tuesday night into Wednesday. I think by Tuesday, we'll start to see that sea fog really roll in earlier by 10 o'clock, lasting with us through Wednesday morning. Now, as for our afternoons, we are going to start to see some changes. By Wednesday, we're going to put a 50% chance of showers and storms. This is as a cold front finally makes its way into the area. That's going to do some big changes. Satellite and radar showing a stalled front to our north. This is elevating rain chances today, but it's actually not the front that's going to cool us down. That front is going to be entering the state on Tuesday, advancing through the state by Wednesday afternoon. This is when we have the chance of seeing some heftier thunderstorms, and this is going to be what cools us down. In fact, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, highs back to the mid 60s. So the sticky 70s to near 80s. This is a lot of folks out there at the Houston Zoo. And one thing to note, I always like to see what they're wearing. I've seen tank tops. I've seen t-shirts. Hard to believe it is December 16th because we're dressed like it's the middle of October. That's because temperatures acting a bit more like it's the middle of October. We've got a steady wind coming in from the Gulf, and you can see almost a streamer shower-like pattern making its way currently. Because of this, some light sprinkles ongoing, nothing too heavy, but you will notice a few showers for areas, especially on the east side of town. Esperson up towards Dayton, dealing with some sprinkles. Continuing up to the north, Kinnific, you saw these showers. Now they're moving towards Macedonia. None of these expected to be heavy today, but it can be a bit inconvenient, especially when it moves over downtown. Temperatures right now sitting in the upper 70s and the lower 80s. Currently 80 degrees in Sugar Land, 78 out in Tomball. It is warm and it is humid. Your jogging forecast for those training for the marathon just over a month away. Temperatures staying warm and humid, but this is not going to last long. I'm tracking a cold front, but I've got more details on that coming up after the break. There, we have seen some very light rain showers for a few areas across southeast Texas. Most of us just dry, humid, warm, but a few locations, including the Houston Zoo, have seen some very light rain showers. So as we go through the day today, about a 20% chance of seeing an isolated light shower, sprinkle, a quick downpour, nothing too heavy. But you can see right now from Esperson up towards Dayton along 146, dealing with some of those downpours. Continuing on the east side up near Macedonia. Nothing too heavy, but certainly something of note. As for right now, a live look from our ARC Generators camera over the Southwest Freeway, starting to see a bit more sunshine than cloud cover here at the KPRC studios. That's going to help us warm up quick. Right now, upper 70s and the lower 80s. We've got winds consistent from the Gulf. This is increasing our humidity, and this is part of the reason why we're able to see such foggy mornings. As we go through the next several hours, temperatures from the 70s and then tonight struggling to cool, really only making it into the upper and mid 60s. That means tomorrow morning, starting off with patchy, dense fog similar to this morning. You'll start to notice things going downhill about 10 p.m. tonight. Certainly by the time you have your morning commute, 7 a.m., plan on a bit of extra time, patchy, dense fog possible, not just Tuesday morning, but also as we go into Wednesday morning. That fog should burn off once you get to about 8 a.m. But until then, it definitely is going to be a bit of a problem. As for the next 3 days, changes are coming by Wednesday. Instead of just light rain, a few thunderstorms are possible. That's with a cold front that's going to dramatically drop our temperatures. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, first day of winter, temperatures back into the 60s, sunny skies, and then a gentle warm up as we approach Hanukkah and Christmas next week. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
Kind of rainy. We had baseball tournaments this weekend. We were rained on the whole time.
Yeah, this weekend it was warm, kind of felt a little bit like fall, not winter. Today it's warm, muggy, and we still have showers out there. Let me show you what it looks like.
Sheesh.
I know. Hey, next weekend looks a whole lot better, so it is going to get better. We're talking 60s, sunshine, even our Christmas and Hanukkah forecast looking ahead, not looking too bad. But first, let's start with today. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealers camera, a mix of sunshine and clouds. Temperature wise, we are warm, but we are dealing with some cloud cover. Visible satellite showing the showers moving in from the Gulf, and we have started to see a bit more activity out towards Liberty County. In fact, our radar is showing earlier we actually did see a few lightning strikes in far western portions of Liberty County. You can see from Kingwood to Roman Forest, Splendora, Cleveland, a few of those showers continuing now really just along the East Tex Freeway there. Nothing too heavy at the moment, but we're going to keep seeing these shower chances, about a 20% over the next several hours. Similar situation tomorrow. Shouldn't be causing any issues, but it is inconvenient. Temperatures upper 70s and the lower 80s right now in Pearland, 81 degrees. We've got winds coming in from the Gulf. That's increasing our humidity values, which is why it feels so sticky out there. It's also going to help us stay pretty warm tonight. Take a look. Your planning forecast. Temperatures struggling to cool overnight tonight. By early tomorrow morning, mid to upper 60s. Because we're warm, because we're humid, we're likely going to see widespread fog again tomorrow. But Joel, I've got that visibility forecast coming up.
Caroline, thanks very much. See you next year. Weather, it seems pretty warm today, warmer than usual.
A lot warmer than usual. We should be about 65 for our high. We're already climbing back into the 80s.
Oh, wow.
I know. I want to show you what it looks to have some nice seasonal weather. In fact, all of last week, Tuesday through Friday, those gray boxes indicating we were pretty seasonal. Temperatures were in the mid 60s, but then over the weekend, we were quickly warming up. Saturday, 77. Yesterday, 82 degrees. As for today, well, right back into the upper 70s and lower 80s right now here in Houston, 79 degrees, 81 out in Katy. So abnormally warm for this time of year, but a few spots have been getting some showers. Here in the Houston area, seeing more sunshine than clouds out there, but we are tracking a few areas dealing with the showers, mainly going to be areas well to our east. You can see right around Kingwood, seeing some light rain showers continuing. Nothing particularly heavy, but certainly inconvenient enough to flip on that windshield wiper once or twice. Cleveland and Roman Forest seeing some of those downpours as well. And continuing over towards Woodville, these showers actually picking up just a bit. So this is what we're tracking over the next several hours. Nothing too heavy, but we all do have about a 20% chance of seeing an isolated shower. Now, as we go through the overnight hours, temperatures not going to cool down quick, only the mid 60s by tomorrow morning. Patchy dense fog is going to be a problem once again. In fact, as early as 10 o'clock tonight, starting to see some visibilities deteriorate. Widespread, we can expect to see patchy dense fog tomorrow morning. That's 7 a.m. for your morning commute. If you wait a little bit, it's all going to clear out by 8 a.m. So really just until sunrise, conditions are going to deteriorate. Same situation Tuesday night into Wednesday. In fact, it's not going to be until Wednesday that we'll finally see some changes. That's because a cold front's expected to sweep through. This will bring shower and thunderstorm chances, get rid of the fog, and also finally cool us down. Satellite and radar showing a stalled front across the state, and our cold front actually still hasn't reached the state yet. Future track showing this front staying stationary to our north. Watch as our cold front finally enters on Tuesday. This will pass through Wednesday afternoon, bringing with it the possibility of an isolated thunderstorm or two for 70 degrees.
70. It doesn't sound like a white Christmas.
A 0% chance of
0%.
snow. Things can change, but that will not change.
I think I'm fine with that.
Me too.
Caroline, thanks very much. Well, this is kind of weird. A story you'll see only on 2. One spring family.
I know, it gives you goosebumps.
It's wild.
Unlike the weather.
Right.
No goosebumps.
Sweaty. Gives you the...
Ready to talk about the weekend?
I don't think so. I'm ready for it.
Perfect.
All right. That's it for us at 3. We'll see you back here for KPRC 2 News at 4. It is, I know it's humid. What else is it? Warm?
It's humid. It's warm.
Rainy in some places?
Rainy in some places. All in all, just not a fantastic day, but it is going to get a lot better, especially by Thursday.
Thank you.
So let's start with speaking of when it's nice, that was last week. Last week, temperatures were in the 60s. It was seasonal. It was pleasant. Then this last weekend, we saw temperatures climb to the upper 70s, 82 yesterday. Today, once again, we climbed right back into the 80s. Here in Houston, officially hit 80 degrees. Right now, Tomball 82, 81 out at Hobby, our friends on the island, 74 in Galveston. Most of us dealing with a mix of sunshine and clouds. That's what we've got over the Med Center. Otherwise, a few light rain showers to speak of. You can see from Oyster Creek down towards Richwood and Lake Jackson, dealing with a few sprinkles. Also seeing a few of those light rain showers from the Heights to Atascocita. Nothing very heavy. I'm just mentioning these in case you do get a few sprinkles. We are tracking them. Really, the only heavier downpour, that's going to be just to the east of the East Tex Freeway near Livingston, also up towards Woodville. Other than this, we're pretty quiet on the radar. So a 20% chance of showers for the rest of the day today and for the day tomorrow. Otherwise, we are staying mild. Temperatures tonight only cooling down into the mid and upper 60s. Once we get to tomorrow morning, once again, patchy fog is possible. Temperatures starting off well above average in the mid 60s. As for the visibility, we can see that quickly start to plummet as early as 10 p.m. this evening, becoming much more widespread overnight tonight, especially for our coastal communities. So 7 a.m. tomorrow, plan on a bit of extra time for driving. That fog will quickly dissipate after sunrise by 8 a.m. This is going to happen not just tonight, but also as we go late Tuesday into Wednesday morning. Dense fog is possible, but really only 2 more mornings because we have big changes coming. By Wednesday, a 40% chance of showers and storms. That's as a cold front moves into the area. This is going to cool us down and finally clear out the muggy conditions. You can see that cold front pushing through the state on Wednesday, bringing with it chances for thunderstorms in the afternoon. Behind it, though, we've got much cooler weather. It is really going to be spectacular this weekend. Take a look. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the winter solstice, temperatures in the mid 60s, sunny skies, low humidity. It does look like into next week we warm up a tad, but right now on Christmas, 70 degrees for the start of Hanukkah and Christmas. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back with a short commercial break.
Loop I cannot repeat on television, but I have a question for you. What would you assign the percentage chance of there being a white Christmas in Houston this year?
0.
Okay.
An easy 0% chance. A lot can change with our forecast. That, however, it's just not happening,
It's not happening
this year.
Okay.
Not even close. I will say there is a chance for rain, kind of like what we've had today. Take a look at the activity, but we have been seeing some very light rain showers off towards Liberty County. You can see even to the east of Livingston, dealing with some light showers, nothing too heavy, not expecting anything heavy, both today and tomorrow, just some scattered rain chances. And then as we go through the overnight, fog will start to work its way in. As for right now, we're approaching sunset just within the next 45 minutes. A beautiful glow over the Southwest Freeway. Temperature-wise, still toasty, upper 70s and the lower 80s, 82 in Tomball, 79 for our friends out in Angleton. We're going to continue to stay warm overnight tonight. Temperatures steadily dropping by 6 o'clock, 74. Watch how slow we are to cool overnight tonight. Really staying in the upper 60s, a few places dropping into the mid 60s. That's going to be a good setup for fog tomorrow morning. Mid 60s, muggy, foggy. In fact, that fog can start to creep in as early as 10 o'clock this evening, becoming much more widespread overnight. So by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, similar to today, plan on extra time for driving, plan on using those low beams. Once we get past sunrise, a little closer to 8, things will start to burn off, but for a bit of time there, it is going to be a mess. Similar situation as we go Tuesday night into Wednesday. We'll be waking up with patchy fog. Thankfully, we only have 2 more foggy mornings. That's because big changes are coming Wednesday. A cold front pushes through. That's going to get rid of all of our humid conditions. It'll also cool us down quite a bit. Take a look at the future track. We'll continue to see cloudy conditions tomorrow, isolated showers. It's not until this cold front moves through Wednesday afternoon. This will bring a chance for an isolated thunderstorm or 2 before cool air starts to usher in. Starting on Thursday, highs are going to be in the 60s. So your tree farm forecast, if it's not too late this weekend, looks really nice. Saturday and Sunday, sunny skies, mid 60s, low humidity, and a little bit early, but your Christmas forecast just 9 days away.
There on the scene, another morning of thick, dense fog for us.
Thick, dense fog, our final morning with thick, dense fog, because we've got a cold front moving through right now. I want to show you temperatures this morning. Right now here in Houston, it is 75 degrees, 65 up in Austin, so cooler air is working its way in, even across our viewing area. Right now, 59 in Brenham, 72 in Tomball. It's not just going to be a big cool down, but it's also going to be some showers and storms possible as we go through the day. In fact, right now, a closer look is going to show you those showers currently inside the Beltway. You'll notice really up from areas near Bunker Hill up through Aldine, the airport as well. Not seeing any thunderstorms associated with this, but this will be possible. This is our front moving in from the northwest, sliding its way to the south and the east. Continuing down towards Fort Bend County. Some of these are going to be feeling a bit more moderate at times. They're not very big though, which means it's only going to be raining for about 15 to 20 minutes as these continue to pass on by. This is the cold front, which means once it gets to you, a big drop in temperatures, but also pretty big change both in our dew point. This is how we feel outside, and our winds. So we're going from muggy conditions to much drier air. First, that rain will pass, then you'll get the gust of wind, and then you'll start to feel that drier air moving in. In fact, wind gusts right now behind the front coming in at about 30 miles per hour. So if you've got those Christmas inflatables in your yard, definitely strap those down. It's going to get pretty windy here, and then the cool air is going to usher in. But Andy, Lisa, I've got more on our big cool down coming up.
All right, Caroline.
Finally arrives really within the next few hours. This is that cold front we've been tracking as it's been sliding its way across Texas. Finally, it has reached southeast Texas. Now it is coming with some rain showers, so you will notice occasionally some light rain. This is only as the front passes through, so not going to be a washout today. In fact, once this rain is done, we're in for a treat. Conditions are going to get a whole lot better, but right now we've got those showers you can see streaming all the way from Liberty County, even dealing with a few thunderstorms possible just to the east of Cleveland. If we follow the front down, we're actually starting to see those showers reach inside the loop, Humble to Aldine, even look towards the Heights, Montrose, River Oaks, Hunters Creek, Memorial Park, seeing a hefty downpour right now. This is not going to last long. So if you don't like driving in the rain, just wait it out. This is quickly advancing its way to the south and the east. And then once it passes, you're going to feel conditions start to drop as for your temperatures and your humidity. We're also seeing that front slide through Fort Bend County, Wharton County as well. The rainfall not very impactful. The bigger thing is going to be the temperature drop. So the showers pushing towards the coast by 2. We might have some lingering cloud cover, but by this evening, clear skies, and that's going to help us cool down pretty efficiently. You can see the cool air already coming in across Texas. Austin 65. 54 out there in Dallas. In fact, even just across our viewing area, Brenham is in the 50s, Katy 73, 75 here in Houston. By the end of the hour, we can expect to see some 60s within Harris County. As for your future track, you can see temperatures starting to plummet tonight by 7 o'clock, 50s and 60s, waking up tomorrow morning, cooling back down into the mid 40s here in Houston, areas to our north and west, back into the upper 30s, and then Thursday afternoon, just downright pleasant. Mid 60s, low humidity, sunny skies, lows in the 40s, and this is what we can expect over the next few days. Just fabulous every single day. A bit chilly in the morning in the 40s, but all in all, looking great. As for Christmas, 1 week away, our forecast has been kind of flip-flopping with rain chances. Right now, we're putting clear. There is a 20% chance of early showers, so it's possible as hiding underneath the awnings because those showers moving through. But if you can just wait it out, I would recommend it. It's not going to last very long, but we actually have now started to see just a little bit of lightning even here in the Houston area. You can see that's inside the loop that we're dealing with, that West U dealing with some of the thickest of it. Areas downtown, really the entire inside of the loop, dealing with some torrential downpours. Just wait it out because you're gonna see this pass through very quickly, and then behind it, cooler, drier air. But first we have this big rainfall coming down, continuing up towards Atascocita as well. You'll notice those deeper red colors. At times it is going to be feeling a bit more intense, especially for areas along the Beltway. You can see the Beltway near West Lake Houston Parkway. Heavy downpours. This is likely causing some delays for your lunchtime traffic, but I want to put this radar in motion just to give you a better idea of how quickly this is moving, because it's not going to last very long. It's quickly pushing its way through. Within the next 20 minutes, it's going to be out of Houston, and then things are going to start to really change quick. Temperatures 80 at Hobby, 72 in Tomball, 60s out in Waller, Brenham 59, so you've got cooler air coming. You've got much drier air. Dew points in the 60s. This is muggy. Behind this front, it is crisp. It's comfortable. it is a bit on the breezy side. You'll notice winds really starting to pick up from the north-northwest, about 25 to 30 miles per hour for those gusts. So if you do have inflatables, secure those down in the yard. We're going to continue to see this nice weather moving in at least through the next several days. The step on to last all day. It's just going to push through, wait it out 5-10 minutes. Next thing you know, you're out there looking at the drafts, just dealing with some puddles. This is because of the cold front that's currently sliding its way through, quickly advancing through southeast Texas, bringing with it some thunderstorms east of the Mississippi. Here in southeast Texas, mainly just dealing with some rain showers. In fact, isolated thunder has been reported. We've seen a little bit of lightning, but for most of us, nothing too heavy. A closer look on the radar is going to be showing you those showers and storms pushing towards the east side of the loop right now, the southeast side of town, seeing some of those heaviest downpours. This is going to continue to advance its way towards the coast, which means very soon we will be drying out. Now, I do think a lot of that cloud cover is going to be holding on once that rain pushes out. It's not going to be until closer to sunset that we'll start to see those skies clear. And with the clear skies, conditions will cool down quick. In fact, temperatures across the state, 40s, 50s, 60s in Austin, 70s here in Houston. That cold air is going to keep ushering in. Look at Huntsville and Crockett. Huntsville, 59, Conroe, 70. So that cold air just a little bit delayed behind that rainfall. But it is certainly coming. The cool air, the crisp feeling. Take a look at our future track across southeast Texas. By 7 o'clock tonight, dropping into the 50s and the 60s. Once we drop to tomorrow morning, temperatures here in Houston back into the mid 40s. Areas to the north and west waking up in the upper 30s. So not dealing with any freezing conditions, but it certainly is going to be chilly with a breeze coming in from the north behind that cold front. Now into the day tomorrow, I think conditions are going to feel very pleasant. Mid 60s, partly cloudy skies, low humidity, and that's going to be what we see over the next few days. Starting off Friday, once again, in the mid 40s, warming up to the 60s. That's going to be the next week. We have been tracking a front that's going to move through around Christmas. Right now, timing looks to be Christmas Eve into Christmas morning. So we
started out the day warm, but temperatures are dropping out there.
We're excited.
Temperatures are dropping. I mean, it just feels a lot better.
Yes.
And this time of year, we want it to be a little bit chilly.
Right.
So let me show you what we're looking at, because we did have a cold front pass through. It brought with it a thin line of showers out there, a few thunderstorms at times, but all in all, nothing too heavy. Rainfall accumulations about 1/10 of an inch for most. You can see it rolled through Houston right around lunchtime. It's already pushed off the coast. In fact, right now, a 1-hour loop shows those storms pushing offshore of Galveston just within the last 30 minutes, continuing for our coastal communities. Not going to be a problem. And we're going to be staying dry as we go through the rest of the day today and through the overnight hours. So a live look outside from the Houston Zoo, still dealing with some puddles, but outfits have started to change. Over the last few days, we've seen tank tops, we've seen t-shirts. Pretty soon, we're going to start to see those jackets. In fact, temperatures continuing to fall across southeast Texas. Right now, here in Houston, 64 degrees, about 10 degrees cooler than where we were sitting at lunchtime. Areas closer to the coast, Hobby, Pearland, Angleton, still in the mid to upper 70s, but that cool air is ushering in. Not only are we seeing cooler air, but also drier air. If you haven't felt the impacts of that cold front, it's likely still feeling a little bit sticky and muggy outside, but we've got dry air pushing its way towards the coast, and it's coming in with some pretty strong winds. Winds are currently gusting from the north-northeast 20 to 25 miles per hour. So if you've got inflatables in your yard, make sure you secure those down. Fire pit forecast tonight dropping through the 50s into the 40s. Some locations will make it into the 30s, but Lisa, Andy, I've got more on that full forecast coming up.
All right, Caroline, thank you. A father will
make gift givers. The entire time I was watching that, I was like, oh man, I wish we had talked about this a month ago.
I know.
Because now it's a little late to be ordering some of that stuff.
Really
I mean, you can still get it, but
yeah,
organizing is the gift that keeps on giving, I'm telling you.
It really is.
Yeah.
I need some help.
You
need
and
some
me
help in my
both.
life. I'll tell you that.
Organization is the key.
It is.
Now,
truly.
hey, the good news is we're finally going to start feeling a bit more like the holidays.
Okay.
A cold front moved through and our temperatures will be dropping. So I want to start by showers out there. We didn't really see a tremendous amount of activity, but nearly all of southeast Texas did see some showers around the lunchtime hour. That has all pushed off. In fact, you can see over the last 6 hours, that's what I've done this radar loop for. It moved its way through areas on the east side. We did see a little bit of lightning. Now we're drying out. And I don't just mean from the rain. I also mean from those muggy conditions. Cool, crisp air is funneling in. And right now, temperatures much more comfortable behind the front. Now, if you're along the coast, you're likely still a bit sticky. You're still a bit muggy. Temperatures in the 70s. That cool, dry air is headed in your direction very soon. Otherwise, here in Houston, 64, 62 up in Conroe. And as we go through the evening hours, temperatures are going to be dropping pretty quick. By 7 o'clock, 50s for our friends to the north and the west. Overnight tonight, we are going to see temperatures plummet down into the mid-40s. Mid-40s here in Houston to start. Areas up to the north and to the west. Columbus waking up in the upper 30s as we go into Thursday morning. And then tomorrow afternoon, just delightful. We've got sunny skies, low humidity. Those winds will calm down. Temperatures are going to be in the mid 60s. And this is what we're going to see pretty much every single day. Friday, starting off in the mid 40s, only warming up into the 60s. In fact, both Saturday and Sunday look spectacular. Saturday, certainly going to be a cool one. We're going to start off our day right around 40 degrees here in Houston. Into the afternoon, only making it to 60. When we have a high of 60 degrees, that means pretty much all day was spent in the 50s. Sunday, 64. Now, I wish I could say this picture perfect weather is going to last till Christmas. But believe it or not just us, but the entire United States expected to see a huge warm up. Our temperature outlook as we look into late December showing everybody warmer than normal. That does include the entire Lone Star State. Here in Texas, that cold front we've been tracking doesn't quite look like it's going to make it through. So instead of being cooler in the 60s, I'm calling this mild and merry. 74 degrees, a 20% chance of showers. So still a bit on the warmer side, but our warmest Christmas was 83 degrees. So nowhere near our warmest Christmas. And ahead of Christmas, we are going to have a really festive weekend. Temperatures topping out in the 60s, sunny skies, lows in the 40s. And then as we look ahead to the start of Hanukkah, that's when temperatures.
For our weather, meteorologist Caroline Brown joining us now. We had that cold front push through already.
It already pushed through, which means as we go into this evening, the cool air is going to continue to usher in. Let me tell you, it's going to be feeling spectacular. You can see all of the rainfall now pushing off over the Gulf, which means we are just going to start to see some really nice dry air moving in. Temperatures about 15 degrees cooler right now compared to this time yesterday. At least the further inland areas along the coast like Galveston, you're still waiting on that cold air push. That's where temperatures sitting in the 70s. Otherwise, we're in the mid 60s. We've got cool, dry air moving in. You'll notice dew points in the 40s and lower 50s. That's going to be crisp where the front has brought that dry air, but ahead of it, still a bit sticky from Angleton to Galveston, but everybody now seeing winds coming from the north, gusting up to 25 miles per hour. So this evening, fire pit forecast, not a bad idea. Just be careful keeping it contained. Skies are going to start to clear. Temperatures plummet through the 50s by tomorrow morning, upper 30s and the mid 40s. Andy, this is the start of what's going to be a beautiful rest of the week, but I've got more on that extended forecast coming up.
All right, Caroline, thank you.
Often these cold fronts aren't able to push all the way to the coast. They get stalled out in central Texas. Not this time. This time we made it and things are going to get a whole lot better. You can see a high pressure system dropping into Oklahoma. This is going to help us clear out tomorrow and the next day, which means things are going to get really pleasant. You can see that line of showers that passed through with the cold front now long gone, leaving us with some cloudy conditions. That's going to stick around until tomorrow morning. As for our temperatures right now sitting in the mid 60s here in Houston, so comfortable. We've got dry air moving in, so that humidity starting to move out. Temperatures along the coast a bit warmer, but don't worry, everybody is going to be cooling down as we go through this evening. We've got pretty gusty conditions coming in from the north. That's ushering in even cooler air. So once we get towards 7 o'clock, we'll start to see areas dropping into the mid 50s to the north. By tomorrow morning, bundle up. Temperatures back into the mid 40s, 46 here in Houston. Areas to our north into the west, Livingston, even over towards Columbus, 38 degrees. So a very cold start to what's going to be a really nice Thursday. In fact, tomorrow through the day, you can expect to see gradual clearing. So starting off cloudy, cool by the afternoon, mostly sunny, temperatures in the mid 60s, low humidity. Thursday looking picture perfect. And the good news is we're just going to keep repeating that day. Friday starting off in the mid 40s, a few degrees warmer. Friday afternoon back into the 60s. Saturday and Sunday, if you're heading out to a tree farm, well, things look spectacular. Low humidity, really feeling seasonal. Now, unfortunately, we are tracking a pretty significant warm up through the entire United States. We are expected to be warmer than normal from December 24th through the 28th. Here in Houston, we should be in the mid 60s, sunshine, 60s, low humidity, hot chocolate. It's going to be pretty lovely.
All the good things. And if you haven't put your holiday decorations up yet, no excuse.
No excuse.
Caroline, thank you. Coming up, a life or death.
This evening, if you're heading out, maybe you're going to Zoo Lights. You can see the beautiful Christmas decorations. And look at these folks. They're in pants. They're in sweaters. I say pants and sweaters because earlier this week, we were in the 80s. We had folks in tank tops, t-shirts. No more. Now it's much more seasonal. Christmas sweaters. It's a go. Temperatures currently sitting in the mid 60s here in Houston, 66 for our friends in Katy, 72 down on the island. Winds are a bit breezy, but that's ushering in really dry air. Without that humidity, we're not going to be able to see the fog tomorrow, and we're continuing to see the drier air advance towards the coast. So if you're in Angleton, Galveston, Winnie, still feeling a bit sticky, don't worry, the crisp air is still pushing in, and you can likely feel it as it moves in with gusty winds. Winds coming in from the north-northwest at about 25 miles per hour for the gusts. So this is going to help us cool down quick. And by the way, if you've been waiting to wash your car, I know we have had rain chances. No problems after today. So this evening, car wash forecast cooling down pretty quick. Andy, we've got sunshine over the next several days. I'll let you know what our temperatures will be coming up.
All right, Caroline, thank you. That's some good news there. And roads are dry.
Roads are dry. That is certainly good news. That cold front passed through, only bringing a very narrow band of rain. 5 minutes if you saw any, and now we're all reaping the benefits. I mean, it's going to be lovely. Take a look. This is going to be dropping in from Oklahoma, and that's going to bring with it just delightful weather as we look ahead from tomorrow through the weekend. So things are going to be lovely. Right now, though, we can see those showers. They've pushed offshore, not expecting any more rain showers, and we're not expecting to see any fog either. That cold front took out a lot of our moisture. We've got dry air in place. That means it'll feel crisp in the mornings. No more of that really pesky fog. Temperatures currently sitting in the mid 60s here in Houston, 67 in Lake Jackson, but everybody is going to feel the cooler air once that sun goes down. About 30 minutes, we're going to cool quick. In fact, by 7 o'clock, upper 50s and the mid 60s. By tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up in the mid 40s here in Houston, upper 30s to our north, 38 out in Brenham. So make sure you bundle up as you send the kiddos to school. Layers are going to be a good idea. We're starting off our Thursday with mostly cloudy skies, but as we go through the day, gradual clearing. The sun will start to come out, low humidity, those winds will be calming down. By the heat of the day, mid 60s, just feeling delightful. As we look ahead into Friday, a similar situation will be starting off in the mid 40s into the afternoon. into the mid 60s. As for this weekend, your pickleball forecast could not be better. Reserve a court now before they fill up. Saturday and Sunday, lower to mid 60s. The official start to winter is on Saturday, and we'll actually be feeling like it. Now, I wish I could say that cooler weather is going to be sticking around, but not just for us. The entire United States expected to see temperatures well above average from Christmas through the end of the year. Now, that doesn't mean 80s, but it does mean a bit more mild and merry. 1 week away, temperature 74 is what we're putting for Christmas. It's also the first day of Hanukkah. 20% chance.
You're reporting.
All right, let's get to our forecast right now with meteorologist Caroline Brown. It's a lovely day outside. So nice.
It is just beautiful. Sunshine, low humidity. Let me show you what it looks like outside, because it is night and day compared to the last several days. Without that humidity, we're not dealing with any cloud cover. So a live look from our Arc Generators camera over the Southwest Freeway showing bright blue skies, no fog this morning, and temperatures really gonna be pleasant. Right now, sitting in the mid 60s out there in Tomball. Here in Houston, a bit cool, 57 degrees, so grab a jacket if you're heading out the door to lunch. 59 on the island, temperatures about 15 to 20 degrees cooler right now compared to this time yesterday. Not only are we cooler, but we're also much more dry. Previously, we were humid and muggy, dew points down in the 40s, a much better hair day. And those winds, those have really calmed down as well. Yesterday, we were seeing winds gusting 25 to 30. Now, only 5 to 10 miles per hour. Now, the Houston Marathon about a month away, so those long runs happening right now. Temperature-wise, just beautiful for your jogging forecast at 2 o'clock, 62 degrees, mid 60s with clear skies as we go through the afternoon. And it's not just today. It's the next several days that we're going to see beautiful weather. We'll have morning low temperatures starting off in the mid 40s. As we head into the afternoon, Friday and Saturday, things look great. You will notice another push of cool air. That's going to bring our highs back into the 50s on Saturday. This is the coldest day of the 10-day forecast coming up. We'll talk about what you can expect the rest of the weekend and, of course, an early look at Christmas.
Caroline, thank you.
Avoid traveling while tired. We would never travel if that were the case, although I understand her point. You want to be alert and
got to be with it.
Got to be with it, Caroline.
On your A game.
Pack days in advance.
Right.
Get there so early.
Yes.
I feel like this doesn't matter what you do. It's kind of luck of the draw.
It's true.
Luck of the airport. That's how I feel about our weather in December.
Yes.
You can't plan for any sort of weather here. But I will say we finally have nice weather here.
Seasonable.
It's seasonal. It's amazing. After what was really warm. Take a look at our not feel very festive last weekend, but this weekend we are going to be feeling much more festive. High temperatures started to get above normal last Saturday. From here through the weekend, we are going to be staying below normal. In fact, a live look outside at the Houston Zoo, no longer seeing tank tops. Instead, we've got someone in a hoodie out there. That's because temperatures much cooler than we have been right now, sitting at 54 degrees with a light breeze from the northeast. That means the Houston Zoo is 23 degrees cooler right now compared to this time yesterday. So much more seasonal, and across the board, we're talking upper 50s and the lower 60s. So a cool, crisp feeling outside. Feels a lot more like it should be mid-December. Into the afternoon, temperatures can climb into the mid-60s. And then once we go overnight tonight, we're going to see temperatures plummet pretty quick. By 6 o'clock, dropping into the 50s for many. Waking up on our Friday, temperatures back into the 40s, so a bit warmer than what we saw this morning. Friday afternoon, actually pretty pleasant. By 3 o'clock, 62 here in Houston. We'll start to feel another push of cool air tomorrow afternoon. That means into Saturday, things will get really cold really quick. If you've got Friday night date night plans, 7 o'clock, temperatures already dropping into the 40s, and then watch as we go into Saturday. I would not be surprised if a light freeze happens for areas north and west of Houston. Here in Houston and the suburbs, mid 30s elsewhere. 30 for Huntsville, Livingston, Brenham, 29. A cold start to what's going to be a really chilly Saturday. Both Saturday and Sunday, cold in the morning. Afternoon, really nice. Upper 50s, lower 60s. Put those decorations up. It's going to be feeling very festive. Now, we are staying dry as we go through the weekend thanks to a high pressure system. But as early as Monday, we're going to start to bring in a 20% chance of showers. You'll notice on Christmas Eve, we are tracking rain across the state. This is a weak cold front that's going to push its way towards Houston. Right now, the timing looks to be Christmas Eve afternoon and evening. 7 o'clock, storms possible here in Houston. If this timing holds up, we would be dry by 8 a.m. on Christmas morning, but that is something. Temperatures right now, not just cooler, but we also feel much more pleasant because our humidity is lower. We're not muggy and sticky. Right now, temperatures, especially closer to the coast where that cold front passed through yesterday afternoon, about 20 degrees cooler right now compared to this time yesterday. And it's a bluebird day. We've got plenty of sunshine. You can see over the Southwest Freeway, no clouds, no fog this morning, no problems. A live look from our Arc Generators camera showing abundance of sunshine. But despite the sunshine, we're struggling to warm up. Temperatures right now here in Houston in the mid 50s, 54 in Pearland, 61 in Conroe, a mix of sun and clouds, 59 out there in Brenham. We've got low humidity, so a spectacular hair day. And I feel pretty confident saying that because we also don't really have much in terms of winds. Yesterday, it was breezy behind that front, but now pretty calm. Only seeing wind gusts to maybe 5 miles per hour. I did mention a stunning weekend, so no problems washing the car this afternoon. By 2 o'clock, 62 degrees, mid 60s at the heat of the day. And then this evening, it is a Thursday, but we're getting pretty close to the holidays. So if you're planning a fire pit tonight, should be great. At 10 o'clock, 53 degrees. And then even waking up tomorrow morning, mid 40s. Now this is ahead of another push of cool air. That's going to bring a light freeze to our northern counties. But I've got more on our chilly weekend forecast coming up.
All right, Carol. Wondering what's the weather going to be like Christmas Eve and Christmas Day? We're getting close.
Yeah, we are getting so close, and we're actually tracking, I think, pretty nice weather. It's not going to be cold, no chance of a white Christmas, but I will tell you what, it's going to be nowhere near our warmest.
Okay.
In fact, take a look at how extreme our weather can be Christmas. A little biased because I grew up here. So my childhood, getting 3 to 12 inches on Christmas in 2004. Magic. That's not going to happen. The coldest was 11 in 1983. So we really can see quite the variety. As for this year, I think it looks pretty good. 6 days away from now, we're putting 72 degrees, lower humidity with a 20% chance of showers, mainly going to be in the morning. I actually think there's a good chance by the time we get to the day tomorrow, we take out that rain chance. And I want to show you why. Our future track has a high pressure system keeping us beautiful today, tomorrow, through the entire weekend. You can see highs dominating. Once we get to Monday, we are going to start to see winds coming in from the Gulf. That's going to increase our temperatures into the mid and upper 70s. That'll bring rain chances for Monday. And then Tuesday, a weak cold front starts to move through the state. This is 4 a.m. on Christmas Eve, slicing from Dallas to Austin, San Angelo, approaching the Houston area in the afternoon on Tuesday of Christmas Eve, passing through Houston likely in the evening of Christmas Eve. So if you're traveling across Texas, I would recommend traveling on Monday. Tuesday looks to be wet, but this actually has the front pushing offshore by early Christmas morning, by 8 a.m., staying dry and continuing to be dry through the day on Christmas. So if that front speeds up anymore, I'm pretty confident we're going to be totally dry on Christmas. And also with that cold front, we're going to have lower humidity, so not quite as chilly, but still extremely pleasant. Now, today, certainly a cool one. A live look outside, bright blue skies, temperatures at Hobby 55, College Station 60 degrees, so across the board, It is cool out there. As we go through the next several hours, some locations could be warming up into the mid 60s before we start to really plummet. Overnight tonight, cooling down into the mid 40s for most. You'll notice Friday afternoon only reaching the mid 60s, and then another burst of cool air moves in. This means it's going to get real cold real fast. Friday at 7 o'clock, already dropping into the 40s. By Saturday morning, areas to the north and to the west of Houston, a light freeze is going to be possible. Shouldn't cause any damage. We are only expecting it to be around freezing for about 2 hours.
Saturday morning, right?
Bring home that W.
Saturday morning is going to be such a cold one here in Houston. Definitely a good day to watch things from inside, even colder than today. And let me show you what it's like out there, because I will say it's pretty lovely. Temperatures are in the 60s. Sunshine is abundant. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's live camera over the Southwest Freeway. No clouds out there. In fact, it just feels nice. Temperature wise, we're currently sitting in the mid 60s, 65 here in Houston, 67 in Tomball, 68 for our friends out in Katy. On the island, 62. And one of the reasons why it feels so magnificent, we're not as humid and muggy as we used to be. In fact, dew points in the 40s. This is a great hair day, especially when you factor in the winds. Much more calm compared to yesterday. Yesterday, gusts were up to 25. Today, very light, only seeing gusts maybe to 5. So get out there. We're not forecasting any rainfall over the next several days, so not a bad time to wash the car, especially if you have picky relatives coming to town. By 5 o'clock, 62 degrees, clear skies. Once we get into the evening, we are going to be cooling down rather efficiently. By 7 o'clock, 58 degrees. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up once again in the mid 40s, 46 here in Houston, 42 up in Brenham. This is going to be a cool start to just a spectacular weekend. Tomorrow afternoon, mid 60s. Now another rush of cool air starts to usher in on Friday evening. That means by Saturday morning, some areas to our north could see a light freeze. Here in Houston, 38, highs in the upper 50s. Stunning for the weekend, but the big question, will it last for the holidays? Andy, Lisa, I've got that full forecast coming up.
We will stay tuned, Caroline. Thank you.
Spencer solves the team. We've been watching these stories every night this week, and they're so touching. We're so happy for the families he's able to help this year.
Have a wonderful Christmas.
Yes. Speaking of Christmas and those bikes.
It is going to be wonderful bike riding weather on Christmas. It's not a white Christmas, but if you've got a bike, it's going to be a great. We're saying it's mild and merry because a cold front's going to pass through the day before. Not a very strong front, so highs in the lower 70s, but that's going to lower our humidity. Now you will see that 20% chance of showers. That's mainly going to be in the very early morning. So I'm going to actually start by taking you through the entire forecast to get back to Christmas. So today through the weekend, a high pressure system really going to be dominating our forecast here. You can see we're staying dry as we head through the weekend. And then once we get into next week, we will start to see some changes. In fact, beginning on Monday, flow coming from the Gulf, that'll increase our humidity and bring some rain chances. But then on Tuesday, a weak front will start to move through the state. So this is 4 a.m. on Christmas Eve. You can see showers and storms possible from Oklahoma down through Dallas and Austin. That front pushing towards the Houston area by 1 o'clock. This is Christmas Eve. That means if you are traveling to see family on Christmas across Texas, I would recommend traveling on Monday. Tuesday looks to be a little wet. Those storms right now, the current timeline has it passing through Houston in the afternoon and evening, which means as we look ahead to Christmas morning, we would be dry and staying dry through the day on Wednesday. Now, this is still several days out, so our timing can shift. But for now, a wet Christmas Eve and a beautiful Christmas is our forecast. Hey, speaking of beautiful forecasts, right now we've got sunny skies, temperatures in the mid 60s. It feels wonderful with low humidity. As we go through the evening tonight, temperatures plummeting down through the 50s into the mid 40s by Friday. by Friday morning. As we go into Friday afternoon, we'll be reaching the mid-60s, but then another push of air is going to start to move in. That means by Friday night, we're cooling quick. If you've got date night plans, definitely make sure you have a big jacket. Temperatures by 7 o'clock, upper 40s. And then as we look ahead into Saturday, we're going to be waking up in the mid and upper 30s here in Houston. Areas to the north, cool, pleasant weekend to get any of those Christmas sweater photos.
That's true.
All right.
Okay.
Get it all taken care of. Caroline, thank you.
Caroline.
They're through the weekend. Get out and make those plans.
Beautiful.
Thanks, Caroline. That's going to do it for us here at 3.
We'll see you.
Holidays, a live look outside from our Houston area Chevy dealers camera showing a bluebird day. No clouds over the Southwest Freeway. We've got temperatures that are really pleasant right now. 65 here in Houston, 68 in Katy, 67 for our friends up in Huntsville. Humidity values, they're low right now and the upper 40s, which means it's comfortable. We're crisp, we're dry, a really great hair day, especially because wind gusts, those are much lower today. Right now, winds only getting to about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Not too bad. As for the car wash forecast, we can finally show this because we're going to be staying dry over the next several days. Clear skies tonight, temperatures 58 by 7, so no issues cleaning up the car. This evening, though, we will start to cool down rather quick by tomorrow in the 40s, by Saturday in the 30s. But Andy, Lisa, I've got that full forecast coming up.
Okay, Caroline, thank you.
We were 82 degrees. Today's the first day since last Saturday that we're actually seeing temperatures come in a little bit below normal. As for right now, we're sitting in the mid 60s, so actually really seasonal. 65 here in Houston, 60 down on the island, 67 in Columbus. It feels comfortable outside. We've got low humidity, a light breeze, and as we go through the evening, temperatures steadily cooling down into the 50s. By tomorrow morning, into the mid 40s. This is also about where we should be this time of year. Now, as we go into Friday afternoon, we are going to start to see a cold front move in, and that's going to really start to cool down our northern cities. So here in Houston in the mid 60s, but look at Huntsville and Livingston in the mid 50s by 3 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to be cooling down quick because of that front, which means by 7 o'clock on Friday, if you've got Friday night plans, big jackets, holiday sweaters, temperatures already dropping into the 40s by 7 o'clock. In fact, by Saturday morning, we're waking up in the 30s here in Houston. Areas to our north and west, a light freeze certainly is going to be possible. We're talking areas like Livingston, Huntsville, Brenham, Columbus, right around that freezing line. So we're not expecting any damage to pipes, but if you've got sensitive plants, I'd go ahead and bring those inside. Saturday is going to be the coldest day of our 10-day forecast, but still get out and enjoy it. Low humidity, a cool start with sunny skies. Sunday, partly cloudy skies, 64, a really nice weekend. But then some changes into next week. Take a look at our future track. You'll see that cold front push through tomorrow. This is going to make for an especially cold Saturday. And then Sunday, still looking pleasant. We've got sunny skies. Monday, we'll start to see flow coming in from the Gulf. That means we'll start to feel maybe a bit more sticky outside. We'll start to bring in some rain chances as well. And then Tuesday, this is Christmas Eve, 4 a.m. You can see showers pushing through Dallas to Austin. That's advancing across the state by 1 o'clock on Christmas Eve. Some thunderstorms possible. If you're traveling through the Texas Triangle, we're talking Houston, Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, I would recommend traveling on Monday if you need to be there by Christmas. Those storms impacting Houston Tuesday night. This is the current timeline, but remember, this can speed up or slow down. Usually, more than not, it speeds up, which would give us a dry Christmas. Not just dry, but a low humidity Christmas. That extended forecast, beautiful. Now through Sunday, you'll see temperatures start to increase for Christmas and Hanukkah, and then we're going to be staying warm through the end of that extended forecast. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. Evening looking spectacular. You're starting to see a little bit of a glow on the horizon. Sunset just about 50 minutes away, and it's going to be a delightful one. Although I will say, with clear skies, we're going to be cooling down rather efficiently. As for right now, we're sitting in a pretty comfortable spot. We're in the mid to upper 60s. Currently 68 in Tomball for our friends in Fort Bend County, 68 in Sugar Land. Just perfect to get out and go on a walk right before sunset. We're not dealing with any of that humidity. Dew points in the 40s to the lower 50s. A perfect hair day. Light winds out there, so this evening, get out and enjoy. The clear skies are going to help us cool down pretty quick. By 9 o'clock, 54 degrees. Waking up tomorrow morning, we're going to be plunging all the way into the 40s. Now, this is not the coldest morning of the next several days, but still, it's pretty seasonal. Here in Houston, 46. Waking up in Liberty, 43. So bundle up the kiddos as you send them off to school on Friday. Into the afternoon, it'll be fabulous, 66. That's before another cold front bumps down those temperatures for Saturday. But Lisa, Andy, I've got more on that full weekend forecast coming up.
Okay, we'll see you for that, Caroline. Thank you. Nice outside. We're loving these temperatures.
I'm loving it too. And then the best part is that it's going to be here to stay. It is going to be staying with us this weekend, so it's not wasted on a work day. We're going to have it all weekend long.
Good, good, good.
Something to celebrate. Look outside. Only about 45 minutes away. How quickly our beautiful days fly by. A live look from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. Not a cloud in sight. And that's been what we've been dealing with all day long. Temperature-wise, extremely comfortable. College Station, 66, 60 degrees in Galveston. Across the board, everybody sitting in the mid-60s. This is actually very seasonal. This is where we expect to be this time of year. As we go through this evening, temperatures are going to be steadily decreasing through the 50s by tomorrow morning, waking up in the mid-40s. So bundle up, sending the kiddos off to school on Friday. 7 a.m., 43 in Liberty, 46 up in Tomball. As we go through the day, we are going to be tracking a cold front moving in from the north. That means here in Houston, similar to today, we'll be warming up into the mid-60s. But for our friends up north, Livingston, Huntsville, College Station, by 3 o'clock, temperatures falling back into the 50s. In fact, that cool air really will start to settle in Friday night, which means if you've got Friday night date night plans, definitely plan on an inside reservation or a big jacket. 7 o'clock, temperatures in the mid to upper 40s, 47 in Tomball, 45 out in Brenham. That's 7 o'clock on Friday. Once we get to Saturday morning, mid to upper 30s across Southeast Texas. Here in Houston, 38. Not worried about any freezes here in the metro or in the suburbs, but areas well to our north and west, you likely are going to see a light freeze. Temperatures 30 in Huntsville, 31 in College Station. We're not expecting any problems with this with pipes, but if you do have sensitive plants, I'd go ahead and take those inside if you can. Saturday certainly looking to be the coldest day of the next 10 days. High temperatures only reaching the upper 50s. And then on Sunday, warming up slightly into the mid 60s. This is a start of a much bigger warm up. Let's talk about it, because that's going to make our holiday week back into the 70s. Future Track is going to show that cold front on Friday moving through in the mid-morning time. That'll bring for a very cold Saturday. But once we get to Sunday, we'll already start to see winds coming in from the Gulf. That's going to increase temperatures to the 60s on Sunday, 70s for Monday, with rain chances starting to move in. That's ahead of our next cold front, 4 a.m. on Christmas Eve, pushing through Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. Thunderstorms are going to be possible 1 o'clock, pushing through the Houston area late on Christmas Eve. Do not worry, Santa and Rudolph have traveled through much worse, and it does look like by the time we're waking up on
This nice little window of nice cooler weather, and
Yes.
then if you like the warmer stuff, we'll got you covered for next week.
a little bit of something for everybody.
Everyone's going to be happy.
Thanks, Caroline. All right, still to come, Caroline Brown joining us here at noon, and my goodness, overnight below freezing, right?
Below freezing freezing here in Houston. The good news is I don't think we're going to drop below freezing again tonight, but it certainly was a cold start. I want to show you those numbers because here in Houston, we were in the lower 30s. Elsewhere, especially to our north and west, temperatures were able to drop into the mid-20s this morning. Out in Brenham, 27, 26 in Huntsville and in Conroe. Here in Houston, 31 degrees. So a freezing start to what's actually shaping up to be a pretty comfortable, beautiful afternoon. A live look from our Arc Generators camera. A bluebird day out there. Plenty of sunshine. Temperature-wise, though, it is certainly cold. Right now, we're sitting in the mid-40s here in Houston, 45 degrees, 40 up in Livingston, 41 in Liberty. So certainly bundle up as you head out the door. Some good news, those winds not quite as strong. Still going to be coming in from the north, so it's a cold breeze, but today only about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Now, as we head into the afternoon, temperatures only reaching the upper 40s to nearly 50 degrees. And then once again this evening, cooling down pretty quick. You will notice an increase in cloud cover. This is going to prevent us from dropping below freezing, but we are going to be pretty close. Here in Houston, getting into the lower 30s. Elsewhere, we could get close to that freezing line, but into the afternoon tomorrow, once again, temperatures reaching the mid 40s. It's not until Thursday that we'll start to see some big changes. We've got moisture moving in here in southeast Texas. That's going to lead to a cold flood threat. Areas to our north, though, we're tracking snowfall for Dallas. I'll break down that messy Thursday forecast, though, coming up.
All right, Caroline, thank you. You're in the thick of it with the cold, not going anywhere anytime soon.
No, and if you're heading to the game Friday up in Dallas, you got to really. Tomorrow's the best day to leave?
Tomorrow is the best day to leave. A lot of folks are heading up there. Yeah. Interesting enough, the ticket prices have been slashed pretty much in half.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of people don't want to travel to Dallas.
Right.
Makes sense.
And I can't blame them.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that forecast. Roof will be closed in Arlington. It's going to be getting to the game. That's going to be the biggest problem. In fact, the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a winter storm watch for all of North Texas. This goes through 6 o'clock on Friday. Game's at 6:30. So if you are heading up I-45 going up to Dallas tomorrow, no problems. Thursday, I would not recommend getting on the roads. Snow and ice will be possible in North Texas. Friday will dry out in the afternoon, but the game's at 6:30. You're risking missing the game if you wait until Friday afternoon. Let's show you that future track so you can see exactly what we're forecasting. Into the day tomorrow, you can expect to see an increase in cloud cover across the entire state. Once we get into early Thursday morning, we'll start to see moisture moving in from the west. This model keeping us a bit more dry, but you can see some snow and ice up to the north. Here in Houston, we'll start to see a cold rainfall as we get into Thursday afternoon. Up towards Dallas, that's where they're going to see ice and snow potential. Through the afternoon, rain chances really increasing here in Houston. This is 11 o'clock. Heavy downpours at times will be possible. Up towards Dallas, seeing the heavy snowfall possible. That will start to taper off as we go Friday morning before it finally clears out of here. Now, that computer model was actually a bit more moderate. This is showing the possibility of 2 to 4 inches of snowfall in Dallas. That's the American model. The European model has the freezing line further south, in which case a lot of that rainfall would be snow, and Dallas could see over 8 inches of snow. That's why we're so trying to get you prepared for Thursday's messy forecast. As for us here in southeast Texas, it's not snow or ice, but it is the possibility of 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. Currently, it looks like the heaviest accumulations will be closer to the coast. Here in southeast Texas, if you're not leaving, I would recommend just planning on a bit of extra time for driving on Thursday. There is a low threat for street flooding, especially for areas closer to the coast, so just be extra careful. And if you have outdoor plans on Thursday, I would seriously recommend moving them inside. Not only are we talking about a very wet day, thick raincoat. It's
cold rain.
No good.
It's icky.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least it's not snow, so it's not going to shut down the roads, but it is going to be wet and cold.
I don't know. I'd almost rather have the snow. Sorry, I'd almost rather have the snow instead.
It's two evils, cold rain or snow.
I'll take the snow.
We like to complain about it all.
There you go.
Sorry, you're just giving
That's a
us
safe
forecast.
answer. I like that.
Thank you, Carol.
Winter weather? No, not right here at home.
No, we're there. I mean, it's bad here. It was cold overnight. To us, it's cold.
It is cold.
But in other parts of the country, much more dangerous.
Undisputably cold, but much more dangerous, especially for North Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, we're tracking pretty gross weather here, a cold rainfall, but it's not going to be as dangerous as what we're forecasting for North Texas. So I want to get in place through 6 o'clock on Friday. This is because we're forecasting 2 to 4 inches of snow. And underneath the snow, we're also going to be seeing some ice for far northern Texas. So let's talk about what to expect. As we go through the day today, we'll start to see some increasing high cloud cover into the day tomorrow here in southeast Texas and all of Texas, seeing additional cloud cover. Now, as we go into the day on Thursday, this is when we'll start to see some moisture increasing to the north. Ice and snowfall is possible. Here in Houston, I think rainfall is going to start to ramp up into the afternoon. This is 3 o'clock on Thursday. You can see some heavier downpours in and around southeast Texas. Up towards Dallas, snowfall and ice will be possible. Into the evening, I think a lot of that moisture ramps up. This is 11 o'clock on Thursday. Heavy downpours here in Houston. Temperatures in the upper 30s, so not dealing with any frozen precipitation, but we could see some heavier showers possible. Snowfall continuing in Dallas through Friday morning, but then clearing out by that Friday morning commute. As for how much snowfall we're expecting in North Texas, the model that I just showed you was the American snow forecast. That's showing 2 to 4 inches in Dallas, but if that freezing line is any lower, that could easily translate to 8 and maybe even up to 12 inches. So we are keeping a close eye on that Dallas forecast. Thankfully, here in southeast Texas, we do not think the freezing line will get this far south. Now, it is possible our far northern counties, I'm talking areas like Huntsville, Madisonville, Crockett, Lufkin, you could see a little bit of that freezing rain possible through the day on Thursday, but most of us, it's just going to be rainfall. And because of this, there is a slight risk for flooding, especially for areas south of I-10. That's where we could see over 2 inches of rainfall. Most of this is going to be falling during the day on Thursday. So if it were me, I would just see if I could stay a little bit more inside on Thursday. It's going to be a cold, soaking rainfall, and some of those rain showers could linger into Friday morning. We've put a 30% chance, but by Friday afternoon, conditions should start to clear out.
Yeah, I see a 60 on that 10-day. Seasonal is good.
I like 60s.
I do
Can't
too.
wait.
Thank you, Caroline. We look forward to it. All right, still ahead, Roger Franco for that.
Yes, another beautiful day for us outside here in southeast Texas. Again, the sky's deceiving, a bluebird day, but it's not warmed up all that much.
It hasn't warmed up all that much, but I do think it's a lot more comfortable than what we saw yesterday. Let's talk about it because we've got sunshine. Those winds have calmed down. So I think just that alone makes it feel delightful. A live look over the Houston area from our Houston area Chevy dealers camera. Plenty of sunshine. Another benefit to today, we're actually seeing those allergies on the lower side. Cedar tree pollen, that was ramping up, but today everything is coming in at low or none. Certainly a good sign for our pollen report there. As for our temperatures, warmer than this time yesterday by about 3 to 5 degrees right now here in Houston, 51 degrees, 46 in Huntsville, 47 down on the island. Winds yesterday up to 20 miles per hour today. Just a gentle breeze, still a cold breeze coming in from the north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. This is helping us feel a lot more comfortable. Now, we do have a bit of cloud cover that's been working its way in. That's actually going to prevent us from cooling down quite as efficiently. So overnight tonight, temperatures still going to be dipping into the 30s. By 9 o'clock, 40 degrees. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up right around freezing here in Houston. 34 degrees. You'll notice areas to the north and the west actually able to dip below that freezing line. Not a hard freeze, just a light freeze for about an hour or two. So we're not anticipating any big impacts. And then into the afternoon, Wednesday, temperatures reaching the mid 40s, 46 degrees. Big changes coming on Thursday, though. Thursday really looks to be an icky day. We've got temperatures only reaching the mid 40s, 100% chance of showers out there. And unfortunately, we are talking about a flood threat. Let's walk you through what you can expect. Today, we've got clear skies. Into the day tomorrow, we will start to see that increasing cloud cover. Temperatures staying chilly, only reaching the mid 40s. But then once we get into Thursday, we will start to see that moisture moving in from the west. This is 6 a.m. on Thursday. Light rain showers possible, temperatures in the upper 30s. But look at our far northern counties. Crockett, 34 degrees, that pink color showing the possibility of a wintry mix. That is not out of the question for our far northern counties. Here in southeast Texas, though, looking to mainly be a cold rain. Coming up, we're going to talk about the entire state, though, because northern Texas has a winter storm watch.
Okay, we will be checking back with you, Caroline. Thank you.
All right, so we've got the cold weather sticking around for a while and some rain coming our way.
Yeah, cold rain here in southeast Texas. Thankfully, the freezing line not going to reach us again, which means we're not going to see the massive problems on the roads. But let me tell you, if you're traveling to North Texas, there will be big problems. Take a look at this through Friday at 6 p.m. That's because we're forecasting snow and ice. That does include Dallas, Fort Worth, and of course Arlington, where the Cotton Bowl is taking place on Friday afternoon. So let's talk about our forecast throughout the entire state, because a lot of Houstonians traveling up to watch the University of Texas take on Ohio State tomorrow. This will be the best time if you're traveling up I-45 to Dallas. We'll start to see an increase in cloud cover, but not expecting any precipitation until the evening. In fact, by Thursday morning, by 8 a.m., you can see the possibility of some freezing rain and snow up towards the Dallas area. Here in southeast Texas, we're going to be tracking a coastal low. That's going to be increasing our rain chances by 3 o'clock on Thursday. Still dealing with the snow potential up towards Dallas. Closer to home, we're going to be seeing rainfall possible through the entire day. A pretty miserable rain, if you ask me, because temperatures in the 30s and the mid 40s. So a cold, soaking rainfall through the day on Thursday. This is Thursday at 11 p.m. when I do think it could get a bit heavier. Continuing snowfall for Dallas. That rain will taper off here by 7 a.m. on Friday. Snowfall finally moving out as well. But the question is, how long until those roads improve? I will say, computer models have been varying quite a bit on how much snowfall we can see in Dallas. The American forecast showing 2 to 4 inches. That's because they have the freezing line a little bit further towards the north. If we see less snow, that could mean more ice for Dallas, which could cause some huge problems on I-45. As for the European model, this one has more moisture and it has the freezing line further towards the south. That could bring 8 to 12 inches of snowfall to Dallas. That would cause a huge mess. Regardless, please be careful if you've got friends up in the north. As for us here in southeast Texas, we are focusing in on the rainfall. Rainfall accumulations look to be about 1 to 2 inches, with our highest totals closer to the coast. In fact, that's where we have a flood threat. Main takeaway here is plan on extra time for driving on Thursday. Some of those rain showers can be a bit on the... Thankfully, by the weekend, though, sunshine, 50s, 60s.
Okay.
So it's just a work week kind of bummer, you know?
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Still looking forward to the weekend, though.
Always.
Thanks, Caroline.
It is a cold but sunny afternoon across. Start by jumping right into the possibility for winter weather across Texas. A winter storm watch in place for areas in far north Texas. That does include Arlington, where the Cotton Bowl is happening Friday evening. So if you're driving up to watch the University of Texas, listen up. You are going to want to leave on Wednesday, if at all possible. As we go through the day tonight, you will see an increase in cloud cover. So a cloudy day tomorrow. All in all, cold dry, not too bad. You'll see no travel issues along I-45. Now, as we go Wednesday evening into Thursday, this is when we'll start to see the moisture moving in. That's going to bring with it the possibility of freezing rain and snowfall to North Texas. Now, here in Houston, we are not totally in the clear when it comes to precipitation. You'll notice rainfall moving in by Thursday afternoon. This is a cold rain. Temperatures in the 30s and the 40s. Up to the north, snowfall is possible from Dallas through Wichita. Here in Houston, though, it does look like we can see some heavier rain showers as we head Thursday evening. But that's it, just rain. Further north you go, the more likely you'll run into ice and snowfall through the day on Thursday. So the entire day looks to be a mess. Once we get to Friday morning, this starts to move out and then conditions dry out and it gets much better for the weekend. Now I'm stressing Dallas because it's possible they can see quite a bit of snowfall. This is the American model. It's showing 2 to 4 inches. This is because it has the freezing line further north. That would bring more ice to Dallas. If the freezing line is farther south, then we could see a model like the European, potentially 8 inches of snowfall. Here in Southeast Texas, thankfully, we are just talking about cold rainfall Thursday, looking pretty gross, but then it'll taper off by Friday morning. And as we look ahead to the weekend, conditions get a whole lot better. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
5 minutes from now, so we are expecting the temperatures to go on down.
Oh man, they are going to plummet. Thankfully, not quite as cold as we woke up this morning.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to drop below freezing, but we will still see some pretty cold temperatures. So let's get right. Overnight hours, we are anticipating some more cloud cover to move in. That cloud cover, it's going to help insulate us just a touch. It's going to help us stay slightly warmer than the last several evenings, which is why we're not anticipating temperatures to drop below freezing. As for right now, we're sitting in the upper 40s and the lower 50s. Currently 50 degrees here in Houston, 47 out in Galveston. Winds still a bit cool coming in from the north, sustained at 5 to 10 miles per hour. It's going to nip at your ears just a little bit outside, so bundle up. Temperatures steadily falling through the night. By 8 o'clock, 42 degrees, dropping into the 30s by 10 o'clock, waking up tomorrow morning right around freezing. Here in Houston, 34 degrees. Areas to our north and the west, certainly possible. You could see a light freeze out there out in Brenham, 31 degrees, 29 in Huntsville, only getting to the freezing mark for about an hour or two, so shouldn't be causing really any problems. As for the afternoon, similar to today, except we are anticipating more cloud cover, so I don't think it's going to feel quite as nice without that sunshine. Temperatures 46 degrees. The big changes, that's going to come on Thursday. Thursday, I'm putting a 100% chance of rainfall. Some of that rain could linger into Friday morning, but the majority is going to be on Thursday. And because of this, we are anticipating the possibility for some street flooding. So here's what to expect. Into the day tomorrow, you will see an increase in cloud cover. Once we go into the evening into Thursday, this is when the winter weather could move in. Now, this is a very conservative model. This is not going to show as much snowfall for North Texas, but know that it is possible. Starting Thursday morning, ice and snow for areas to the north and Waco, but here in Southeast Texas, mainly a cold rainfall. Temperatures in the 30s and the 40s, 3 o'clock, rain chances increasing, especially as we head into the evening, tracking a coastal low pressure system that'll bring widespread downpours and temperatures in the 40s. So it really will be pretty icky outside Thursday evening. Into Friday morning, this is those rain chances I was telling you about. 5 a.m. seeing some showers and snow flurries up in Dallas. This will move out as we go into Friday afternoon. Now, the nice news, once we get to Saturday, we're actually going to see the sunshine come out. So rain chances really just going to be Thursday into Friday morning. Here in Southeast Texas, not dropping below freezing, so we don't have to worry about that wintry mix. And Saturday and Sunday, conditions steadily warm up to 60 degrees on Sunday. We will see rain chances back in the picture next week, but temperatures staying in the 50s. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
Celebrating New Year's Eve, it was just about perfect, wouldn't you say?
Oh, we had amazing weather for it. We had clear skies, comfortable conditions, and even today for the first day of the year, really hard to complain. Take a look at our drive in 2022, our coldest 18, our rainiest over 3 inches of rain. So we can really see quite the spectrum for January 1st. Today, though, it is just delightful. A live look showing bright blue skies from our Houston area. Chevy dealer's camera there. Temperature-wise, currently sitting in the lower to mid 60s, 63 here in Houston. We do have a breeze coming in from the north-northeast, 5 to 10 miles per hour. That's just making it feel slightly cooler outside. So if you are heading outside training for the marathon just over 2 weeks away, mostly clear skies, temperatures tonight, you will start to see cloud cover increasing by 9 o'clock, 52 degrees. So a cool and comfortable evening ahead. As for the next 3 days, well, we've got some changes coming. Tomorrow, light, cool rain is going to be possible. And then on Friday, actually starting to warm up. Sunshine, temperatures reaching the upper 60s, a really pleasant afternoon. Let's get into it. Starting this evening, you'll start to see cloud cover increasing from the Gulf. That's going to help our temperatures stay in the lower 50s through most of the evening. By 6 a.m., clouds increasing. You will start to notice some very light rain chances, especially for areas south of I-10. We're not forecasting anything heavy, no thunderstorms, but light rain is going to be possible through the entire day on Thursday. So maybe grab the umbrella. If not, it really shouldn't be very impactful. Now, a cold front will sweep through Thursday evening, starting to clear out that rainfall. But temperatures actually increasing as we head into the weekend. In fact, Saturday and Sunday, mid 60s and then mid 70s. Sunday night, we are expecting a cold front. This is the first real big push of cold air that's going to drop temperatures into the mid 50s for Monday. We will have a chance for showers. That's mainly going to be Sunday afternoon and evening. That's ahead of the big push of air that's going to cool down most of the area. Take a look at the temperature outlook. This is as we get into the upcoming week. All of Texas expected to be below normal. The big question is going to be, will we see any precipitation with that cold air? Right now, the answer is quite possibly, especially for areas well to the north of Houston. This is still very far out, but no, it is something we are tracking. No reason to panic right now. We're just putting low temperatures right around freezing next week. Highs in the lower 40s. Moral of the story, just know next week is going to get very cold. But until then, we've got highs in the 60s. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
And that is with this incredible weather, right? Beautiful.
It is absolutely beautiful. But hey, if you suffer from allergies.
Our first day of the year, beautiful first day of the year.
I mean, a really stunning first day of the year. In 2022, we were 85 degrees.
Oh, I remember that one. Yes,
1st.
yeah. Not quite 85, but still feeling
not
good.
Even close. Today we were in the 60s. Take a look over the dealer's camera. We are about an hour away from sunset tonight. And I'll tell you what, get outside if you haven't. It's feeling really pleasant. Currently temperatures sitting in the mid 60s, upper 50s out there in Brenham. So a comfortable afternoon. We do have winds still coming in from the north-northeast, sustained about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Shouldn't be causing really any issues, but you might notice that cedar tree pollen that's on the rise, currently sitting at high, but don't let that stop you from getting outside. We are just a little bit over 2 weeks away from the Houston Marathon. So if you are getting out doing a long jog this evening, things look very comfortable. Clear skies at 7 o'clock, 56 degrees. You'll notice temperatures not cooling quite as efficiently overnight tonight. That's because we've got cloud cover pushing in from the coast, and that's really going to insulate areas, especially to the south and west of Houston. Here in Houston, 48 degrees, 50 in El Campo. But you'll notice where we're not forecasting clouds, Huntsville to Livingston, upper 30s and the lower 40s. As we head into Thursday afternoon, we will continue to see cooler temperatures. In fact, Thursday, highs upper 50s to about 60 degrees. Rain chances possible Thursday. A bit of a yucky day. Friday looking much better, sunshine in 68. So I do want to show you those rain chances starting with this evening. You can see the cloud cover pushing in from the southwest. By tomorrow morning, certainly possible to see some light rain showers, mainly south of I-10. That's going to be possible through the day tomorrow. Not forecasting anything very impactful. Certainly no flooding, not even forecasting a thunderstorm, but it is going to be a chilly rain before a cold front moves out the rain chances, bringing with it a pretty pleasant Friday and Saturday. In fact, temperatures rebounding back into the mid 60s for Saturday. Sunday, we'll start to see some big changes. Temperatures mid 70s ahead of a cold front. That's going to sweep through Sunday night, bringing in storm chances into Monday, but also much cooler air Monday and Tuesday. Next week, highs in the 50s. And that's just the beginning of a big cool down. We're not just talking about us here in Houston. We are talking about the entire eastern United States next week. Expected to be well below normal. Here in the Houston area, we're talking high temperatures in the 40s. Lows going to be in the lower 30s. You will notice rain chances possible. I think here in Houston, just a cold, light rainfall, but areas like Huntsville up towards Madisonville, maybe a wintry mix by next Thursday. That's a bit far off, though. What we can tell you for now is that the next several days, very seasonable in the 60s. We will have that first push of cold air on Sunday, and then next week, much cooler. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. But I want to talk about the coldest we've ever seen. You likely don't remember this. 1928. Not a lot of folks were here for that. The coldest. We were 18 degrees. It just shows the huge temperature fluctuations we can see in early January. As for the rainiest, over 3 inches in 1950. Today, though, really not a lot of problems. In fact, we've got plenty of sunshine, a nice glow on the horizon ahead of the first sunset of 2025. Temperature-wise, we are certainly chilly, but pretty seasonal. Right now, sitting in the mid 60s, 64 in Sugar Land, upper 50s in Huntsville. Everybody experiencing a light breeze coming in from the northeast at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. This means if you are heading out this evening, grab yourself a jacket. It's going to be a bit chilly, but all in all, pretty comfortable temperatures. By 9 o'clock, 52 degrees. You'll notice not cooling down quite as efficiently, and the reason why is we're going to be seeing increasing cloud cover pushing in from the southwest overnight tonight. That's ahead of rain chances. In fact, rain chances that are going to be staying with us through the day tomorrow. We're putting a 20% chance, so not widespread, but it certainly will be possible that you can see some chilly, light rainfall through the day tomorrow. But it's really just going to be Thursday. Friday and Saturday, temperatures warm up into the mid 60s, pleasant conditions. Enjoy Friday and Saturday because starting on Sunday, Keith, we're going to be tracking our next cold front. But I've got more on that full forecast coming up.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit, Caroline. It's nothing but sunshine and blue skies out there for our first day of the year.
And it's starting off cooler than normal, which
we like that.
We like that. It's a nice foot to start off on, especially after how warm last year was. In fact, I bet you didn't realize it was the warmest year on record.
I did not know, yeah.
Take a look at the hottest year on record. This is across the entire year, and it's not just your summer highs. It's also going to be your autumn lows, the low temperatures that we saw in March. Through the year, we continue to see month after month well above normal. That means this year beat last year for the hottest year on record. In fact, when you see it for the entire year, you'll notice nearly every single month well above normal, especially towards the end of the year. November over 7 degrees above average, December over 5 degrees. So maybe a resolution for 2025. Hopefully we don't see another hottest year on record. Certainly today came in quite seasonal and cool. A live look outside showing a pleasant evening. We've got plenty of sunshine. As we go through the night tonight, you will start to notice cloud cover increasing. But for now, conditions are nice. Temperatures currently sitting in the mid 60s here in Houston, 57 in Livingston for our friends down on the island, 61 degrees. As for your grilling forecast tonight, you will start to notice an increase in cloud cover pushing in from the southwest. Temperature wise, not too bad. At 9 o'clock, 52 degrees, 50 at 10 o'clock. with partly cloudy skies. Temperatures overnight tonight really going to depend on where you live. Areas to the southwest where we have the cloud cover only cooling down to the upper 40s and lower 50s. But if you're to our north and east like Livingston and Huntsville, temperatures lower 40s to the upper 30s. So bundle up as you head out the door tomorrow. Otherwise, you might want to grab the umbrella. Chilly light rainfall will be possible. That's just for Thursday, though. Once we get to Friday, conditions look a whole lot better. Take a look at the future track. As we go overnight, you can see that cloud cover increasing from the south and west. Through the day tomorrow, some light rainfall possible. You can see that light green out in Wharton County. Nothing too impactful, just an inconvenient cold rainfall. And all of that will be pushed out with the front into Friday morning, which means through the weekend, most of it looks pretty good. Now, we do have rain chances on Sunday. I do want to stress that's going to be Sunday afternoon and evening. That's going to be a cold front that's going to usher in much cooler air as we get into Monday. Not just Monday, but really a good portion of next week. So our extended forecast starting off very seasonal in the 60s. We are going to warm into the 70s ahead of our front on Sunday. That'll cool us down into the 50s for Monday, but you're going to need them for that first week of January.
Okay, and right now we're not talking about snow.
Snow way. At least not here in Houston. Good. Maybe areas to our north, but nothing too impactful. Certainly nothing like 2021.
Okay, happy about that. All right, thank you, Caroline.
Damp and just kind of yucky out there, Caroline.
Yeah, it is definitely a cold day, but let me tell you what, conditions only improving this weekend, starting with today. Let's show you what's happening out there because we have been drying out. That cold front passed through and that's moved all of the rain offshore. Now, even though the rain is gone, we're still dealing with some very cloudy conditions, and without the sunshine, it just feels even colder. A live look from our Arc Generators camera showing overcast skies over downtown. As for the temperatures, bundle up or just stay inside. That's what I'm doing today. Temperatures upper 30s to our north right now, 39 in Livingston, 37 in Huntsville, 40 degrees here in Houston. So a chilly start to what's just going to be a cold afternoon. Winds are coming in from the north-northwest, sustained about 15 to 20 miles per hour. So this is not making it feel any better outside, and that's going to be continuing through the afternoon. Now, the one benefit is that we are going to start to see some of those clouds break up. So by the heat of the day, still only mid 40s, but we will start to see some peaks of sunshine. If you want to wash the car, shouldn't have any problems. Tomorrow, the sun is going to be right back out. Temperatures staying cool today. And if you've got Friday night plans, maybe you're firing up the grill as you bring over people to watch the University of Texas game. I'll tell you what, it's going to be dropping quickly with those temperatures. By 9 o'clock, temperatures in the upper 30s. This is going to be one of those evenings where we quickly drop below freezing. So starting off tomorrow, temperatures right around freezing, warming up to the lower 50s by Sunday, making it into the 60s. We've got rain chances, but Andy, it will not be a washout. I'll break down that full weekend forecast coming up.
Caroline, thank you. Reporting North Texas, as we were just talking about, got hammered by the snow. We just saw rain.
We thankfully just saw rain, but some areas saw 6 to 10 inches north of Dallas. I know, remarkable.
Yeah.
Here in Houston, we saw some pretty steady rainfall, though. It was heavy last night.
It was. We were talking about that.
Take a look at how much rain we saw. About 3.5 inches of rainfall. This is what we expect to see when we have a coastal low. The closer you get to the coast south of I-10, the higher the accumulations. At Bush Intercontinental Airport, just shy of 1.5 inches of rainfall. So it was a wet, cold evening, but thankfully no severe weather. We actually didn't even see a single lightning strike in southeast Texas yesterday. Satellite and radar showing that system moving away from us, but still causing an absolute mess. Look at this. Northern Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina dealing with that snowfall right now. Moving away from us, though, and as it moves away, our conditions are going to start to get better. Now, today it is cold and cloudy. A live look from our Arc Generators camera showing mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures currently sitting in the upper 30s and the lower 40s, 38 in Conroe, 40 here in Houston. We've got gusty winds coming from the northwest at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. I mention this because it's just making it feel that much worse. It is a cold day, and this afternoon we're going to really struggle to warm up. In fact, afternoon highs only reaching 46 degrees. And then as we go through the weekend, some changes. Tomorrow, sunny, still going to be cold, but I think that sunshine is going to feel magnificent. And then into Sunday, we're actually tracking a 20% chance of showers. That once again is going to be our highest chance for our coastal communities. So let's talk about the big picture. Tomorrow, a high pressure system starts to settle in. That'll help skies clear, bring us sunny conditions. But then as we get into Sunday, watch as a coastal low moves to our south. This will bring rain chances into the afternoon, mainly for our far coastal communities, but it's not going to stick around next week. In fact, next week, it looks like we're going to be rather mild and we're going to be staying dry. So temperatures into the afternoon today staying cool in the 40s. Cloud cover sticking with us at least through 7 o'clock tonight. Temperatures at 7, upper 30s if you've got Friday night plans. As we go overnight tonight, the clouds clear, and because of this, temperatures are going to plummet into the 20s and the 30s, kicking off our Saturday right around freezing. But if you're heading out to any Texans tailgating Saturday at noon, sunshine, upper 40s, 50 degrees, stand by the grill and you will be just fine. At the heat of the day tomorrow, temperatures reaching the lower 50s with an abundance of sunshine. Winds will also be calming down. Now into Sunday, we will start to see more cloud cover from that coastal low pressure system. And then throughout the day, a 20% chance of showers, mainly going to be for areas along and south of I-10. Nothing too heavy, not as steady as what we were seeing yesterday. So that extended forecast is a look outside from our Southwest Freeway camera. Arc generators cam, you can see we've got mostly cloudy skies. That overcast sky is certainly not helping with how it feels out there. Visible satellite showing all of southeast Texas dealing with that cloud cover, that thick blanket of cloud cover going to be staying with us as we head through the afternoon. As for the temperatures, well, we are struggling to warm up right now. 38 for our friends in Conroe, 41 in Sugar Land out in Fort Bend County, 39 in Katy, 40 here in Houston. This is the actual air temperature. I mention this because we are dealing with quite the wind chill. Winds are coming in from the northwest, sustained about 15 to 20 miles per hour, gusting up to 30. Not only does it feel bad against your ears and your nose, but it makes our bodies feel even cooler. It wicks away any of our warmth. So if you head outside, it actually feels like we're freezing. This is why we urge you, bundle up, bring those pets inside. If you're cold, they're going to be cold as well. So as we go through the next several hours, temperatures, actual air temperature going to be staying in the 40s, feeling like the lower 30s. You can see as we head into this evening, dropping to below freezing. For the rest of today, we're going to continue to see mostly cloudy skies. But as we go into the day tomorrow, the sun will come out. We've got your full Saturday forecast for the Texans coming up.
Sing it, Caroline, sing it. All right, thank you.
Definitely pack a jacket. We'll be starting off our Saturday right around freezing, but I'll tell you what, with that sunshine, it's going to be feeling amazing. By 12 o'clock, 46 degrees, so a bit chilly, but stand by the grill. You will be just fine. At 2 o'clock, 50 degrees. Winds are going to be calm, so you can't blame any cornhole misses on any strong wind gusts. It is going to be a spectacular day for tailgating. And if you aren't heading into the stadium where the roof is going to be closed, outside the stadium for kickoff, 52 degrees as they take on the Chargers. Should be a really great game out there. As for the day today, well, not quite as great. In fact, really cold outside. A lot of folks probably going to be staying inside for most of the day. We've got mostly cloudy skies over the Southwest Freeway. Temperature-wise, we are sitting in the upper 30s and the lower 40s. Unfortunately, we feel a whole lot colder because we've got winds coming in from the northwest northwest, sustained 15 to 20 miles per hour. This is why it feels like we're freezing outside. You're not being dramatic. That's our wind chill that you're feeling. So as we go through the day today, it is cloudy, temperatures in the 40s. Tomorrow, thankfully, we will be seeing the sunshine, temperatures warming into the lower 50s. And then as we get ahead to Sunday, back to 60 degrees, but you will start to notice rain chances moving in. So let's talk about that big picture. The cloud cover will be tapering off overnight tonight, and then a high pressure system settles in. When we have a high pressure system, this allows us to see beautiful sunshine. That's why I think Saturday, although a bit chilly, should be feeling really comfortable. Once again, we've got a coastal low that's going to be moving to our south. This brings our rain chances on Sunday, primarily for locations south of I-10. I'm not anticipating any severe weather, but it's possible we could see about a ½ inch to an inch of rain, especially for our far coastal communities. Now, those rain chances not sticking with us for the upcoming week. In fact, once we get to the middle of the week, we've got dry conditions. Temperatures are even going to start to gradually warm up. So our extended forecast showing a whole lot of promise. You can see tomorrow we've got our beautiful sunshine, clouds returning on Sunday with a coastal rain chance. And then into next week, temperatures a bit more seasonal in the 50s and lower 60s. Temperatures waking up in the 30s and 40s. Thankfully, not seeing any more freezing days after Saturday morning. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
Afternoon, and temperatures not warming up all that much. It's that damp cold that really gets you, right?
Oh, it just chills you to the bone. I want to show you what it looks like outside because it is not pleasant. We've got mostly cloudy skies all across the city. In fact, here in the Houston area, we've got temperatures that are currently sitting in the 30s and the 40s. You can see overcast skies from our Houston area Chevy dealer's camera. Without that sunshine, we have just been struggling to warm up at all. Visible satellite showing the entire eastern Texas dealing with that thick blanket of clouds. This is making its way towards the south, but I'll tell you, through this evening, we are going to continue to see mostly cloudy skies. Temperature-wise, currently sitting in the 30s and the 40s, upper 30s by Livingston, 38 degrees, 42 here in Houston, 43 in Angleton. This is actual air temperature, but factor in the winds and it's feeling much cooler. We've got winds coming in from the north-northwest, sustained about 15 to 20 miles per hour. This doesn't just nip at your nose and your ears, but it actually makes our bodies feel cooler. It's that wind chill because it takes the heat from around your body. That's why when you head outside, it actually feels closer to freezing. If you're up in Livingston, it feels like 32 outside. So please bundle up as you're heading outside. Really, the only benefit today is that our pollen forecast is extremely low. In fact, nothing for tree, weed, or grass. Mold spores are in the low category. So if you're heading out this evening, allergy medicine, maybe you can take a pass. Temperature-wise, bundle up. By tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up right around freezing. So if you've got sensitive plants, cover them up. But into tomorrow afternoon, the sunshine will return. Andy, I've got more on our sunny Saturday forecast coming up.
Okay, Caroline, thank you. All right, well, you forecasted that we were going to get some rain. We did, but there was some soakers last night.
I mean, it was a constant cold rainfall last night. I will say, looking at it as a meteorologist, really starting off the year on a good note when it comes to rainfall. Nothing severe, no flood alerts, not even lightning strikes, but some good rainfall. Take a look at how just shy of 3.5 inches. So the benefit here is I'm always thinking drought. And this is always good to get some nice rainfall, especially when it didn't lead to any big flooding problems. As for the day today, well, I think it's a lot more pleasant. However, it is very cold. We've got mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures stay in the 40s this afternoon. Things are going to be changing, though. Tomorrow, the sunshine comes out, highs in the 50s. We will start off right around freezing, so cover up those sensitive plants. And then into Sunday, rain chances return, mainly for the coast, cloudy skies, but temperatures right back into the 60s. So I think it will get much more comfortable this weekend. I want to show you the big picture before we zoom in close to Texas, but really what's going to happen is our cloud cover will start to taper off overnight tonight. That's going to help us cool down to right around freezing. Into the day tomorrow, we'll be seeing mostly sunny skies. It's not until Sunday that a coastal low will start to increase our cloud cover. That's also going to bring some rain chances, mainly south of I-10 for Sunday afternoon. And then into next week, we're going to be dry and cool after a cold front passes through on Monday. As for our temperatures, if you're heading out on this Friday evening, temperatures are going to be cooling quick by 7 o'clock, already dropping into the mid-30s. So if you're heading out to any Cotton Bowl watch parties, definitely big jackets out there. As we go through the overnight hours, the cloud cover is going to move out, and with clear skies, temperatures able to cool into the 20s and the 30s here in Houston, right around freezing. Elsewhere, temperatures in the 20s to about 30 degrees in Brenham. Now, thanks to the sunshine, I think tomorrow's going to feel a lot better. By noon, temperatures reaching the lower 50s, and that's where we're going to be through the day tomorrow, staying in the mid 50s. Sunday is when we'll see those clouds start to roll back in, and because of this, we're not going to be quite as cold for your Sunday morning brunch. 7 a.m. on Sunday, temperatures in the mid to upper 40s. Into the afternoon, making it into the 50s, and you'll start to see those light rain chances possible, especially for areas south of I-10. So that extended forecast is going to show quite the change, warming up to 60 by Sunday. Into next week, it's going to be cool, seasonal, and we've got the marathon and MLK Day now on our 10-day forecast. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. To get out of the mid 40s. We've got mostly cloudy skies, and because of the wind, most of the day today has actually felt close to freezing. Visible satellite, you can see we've got a lot of cloud cover that's blanketing all of East Texas, but it is starting to slide towards the Gulf. So once we get overnight tonight, we're actually going to see clear skies, which will help us cool even quicker. Temperatures currently sitting in the upper 30s and the lower 40s, 42 here in Houston, 39 up in Huntsville. These are those winds we were talking about coming from the northwest at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Because of this wind, we feel like 34 here in Houston, 32 in Huntsville. So if you're heading out on this Friday night, maybe going to a Cotton Bowl watch party, definitely bundle up. Temperatures plummeting through the 30s. By tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up right around freezing here in Houston. This means if you've got sensitive plants, I would recommend covering them up or bringing them inside. As for your pets, bring those pets inside too. If you're cold, they are also going to be cold. As for the next 3 days, conditions will start to warm up. Tomorrow, our sunshine finally returns. Sunday, temperatures reaching the 60s. You will start to see rain chances increasing, but don't worry, it is not going to be a washout. Coming up, we'll go hour by hour and let you know when you can expect Sunday's rainfall.
Caroline, thank you.
Better, but not significantly better. We're going to be pretty chilly tonight. If you are heading out to watch the game, maybe at any watch parties. As for our big football game tomorrow for the Texans, the sun is coming back. Temperatures mid 40s by noon, 46 degrees. Winds are going to be calm, much more comfortable than today because of the sunshine. And if it's too cold for you, just stand a little bit closer to the grill. Should be perfect. Temperatures making it into the lower 50s. The big picture is going to show a high pressure system moving into our area. That's going to help our cloud cover clear overnight tonight and allow that sunshine for tomorrow. Now, I wish I could say it would stick around all weekend, but a coastal low pressure system, that's going to bring rain chances as we go into Sunday afternoon. This is 4 o'clock. You can see some light rain showers possible, mainly for areas south of I-10. And then a cold front actually clears us out and dries us out for next week. Temperatures topping out in the 50s. No rain chances Monday through Friday. As for this weekend, though, a quite a bit of changes. Let's walk you through it. Tonight, cloud cover will start to clear, so any watch parties, definitely big jackets by 10 o'clock. Temperatures already dropping to about freezing for our friends and the far western counties. Brenham by 10 o'clock already getting to 32 degrees. Waking up tomorrow morning, most of southeast Texas is going to be experiencing a light freeze, so any sensitive plants, cover them up or bring them inside. We're not going to be staying too cold for long because of that sunshine. Temperatures back into the 50s by lunchtime tomorrow, 52 degrees at noon, and that's where we're going to stay for most of the afternoon. Now, once we go into Sunday, you'll start to see cloud cover increasing from the coast. This is with a coastal low pressure system. I think in the morning on Sunday, we're going to be staying mostly dry, but as we head into the afternoon, you're going to start to see rain chances increasing, light rain showers possible, and maybe even some heavier downpours, mainly for areas south of I-10. Coastal communities could see anywhere from half an inch to about an inch of rain. Now, as for right now, if you're heading out the door, it is a cold one. We've got mostly cloudy skies. Temperature wise, currently sitting in the upper 30s and the lower 40s. 39 in Huntsville, 42 here in Houston. We've got winds coming in from the northwest at about 15 to 20 miles per hour, feeling like it's freezing, so certainly bundle up out there. Temperatures as we head into this evening are going to be dropping, biting at your ears. A live look outside over the Med Center. We've got mostly cloudy skies. At least it's dry. That's the benefit compared to yesterday. It is a bit more pleasant, but not by much. Those temperatures are brutal. Right now, we're sitting in the upper 30s and the lower 40s, 42 in Tomball, 39 for our friends up in Huntsville. That's the actual air temperature, but factor in the winds coming from the northwest, sustained at 15 to 20 miles per hour, and we feel closer to freezing. Wind chill values in the lower 30s for everybody. So this is how you should be dressing. Bundle up out there because it's only getting colder. For your dog walk forecast tonight, quickly dipping into the 30s by 9 o'clock, 39 degrees. Waking up tomorrow morning, actual air temperature right around freezing. That means if you've got sensitive vegetation, cover it up. And if you're making any pickleball reservations, make that for the heat of the day. Tomorrow, sunshine is going to be coming out. High temperatures, 52 degrees. Sunday, highs getting to the 60s. We will see rain chances return. But Daniela, we've got more on that weekend forecast coming up.
All right, thank you.
Center with meteorologist Caroline Brown. The clouds have moved on back in and it is cold out there.
Oh my gosh, without that sunshine, we are struggling to warm up. I want to show you what it looks like outside because it is night and day compared to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, we had a few high clouds, but plenty of sunshine. That helped us warm up. Today, from our Arc Generators live camera, we've got a blanket of cloud cover, and without that sunshine, it's cold. Right now, 50 degrees here in Houston. Across the area, we've been watching that cloud cover move in. Most of it's actually going to be south of I-10. So for our friends in Huntsville, you've still got some sunshine now. Enjoy it while you have it. That cloud cover pushing in from the coast, along with a disturbance that's going to increase rain chances for the day tomorrow. As for temperatures across southeast Texas, no way around it. It's chilly. Temperatures upper 40s and the lower 50s for everybody. Winds are light from the east, but it's still going to be a cold one out there. This afternoon, we're going to struggle to warm up. Temperatures may reach the mid 50s if we're lucky. Through the afternoon, definitely stay bundled up. At least we're dry today, because tomorrow things will start to change. A 40% chance of seeing scattered showers, especially for our far coastal communities. And then Thursday, we're going to start a warming pattern. Sunshine, 62 degrees. I want to show you that future track because those clouds only increasing as we go through the day today. Into tomorrow, we'll start to see those light rain showers pushing in from the coast. Starting off for areas to our far southwest. This is 7 a.m. in the morning. Most of us just going to start cool and cloudy. As we go through the day tomorrow, rain chances start to increase. Thankfully, not forecasting anything too heavy. Certainly nothing severe, but an isolated thunderstorm cannot be ruled out. Most of us, though, it's just going to be a cold, wet drizzle for the entire day. As for the next big weather maker, that's going to be our big cold front moving in this weekend. That's going to push through on Sunday, bringing with it Arctic air for all of the United States. In fact, everybody expected to be well below normal. Here in Houston, it is likely we are going to see a hard freeze. That's when we start talking about people, pets, and your pipes. I'm going to talk much more, though, about this Arctic air moving in, Andy, coming up.
All right, Caroline, thank you. First responders from all the different departments across our area who want to assist.
I mean, absolutely. And they need all the help they can get. Yeah. That fire risk today is extreme. They've been seeing incredibly gusty winds, and they're going to still have the potential to see 75-mile-per-hour winds through midnight. For reference, a Category 1 hurricane is 74-mile-per-hour winds. So we're talking hurricane force winds. Let's show you what we're currently seeing out there. Wind gusts across Southern California. Santa Clarita seeing wind gusts about 40 miles per hour. So certainly is a gusty day out there today. This is why there is an extreme fire risk for the foothills areas north of LA. That's going to be the hot spot. Thankfully, it does look like into the day tomorrow, although it's still going to be gusty, not quite as windy. So the fire risk going from extreme to critical. Still going to be something to watch, but it certainly is going to be good once those winds start to quiet down today. As for our area, we've been tracking some changes as well. Yesterday, we had plenty of sunshine. Today, we've already got overcast skies. This is the first change of what's to come. We've got rain chances moving in for the day tomorrow. As for today, though, with that cloud cover, it is keeping us cold. Temperatures currently sitting in the upper 40s and the lower 50s. Angleton, 53 degrees, 49 here in Houston. We've got winds coming in from the east, sustained about 5 to 10 miles per hour. And as we head into the afternoon, staying cool, staying cloudy, that cloud cover keeping us a bit more mild overnight. So starting off the day tomorrow, temperatures going to be in the mid 40s. Rain chances moving in from the southwest, becoming more widespread into the day. Highest likelihood of seeing showers, that's going to be for our far coastal communities, areas south of I-10. Otherwise, just a dreary, cold, wet day out there. As for the next weather maker, the big change that's coming, we're tracking a cold front that's going to start to move into the state over the weekend. Future Track will show you sunshine returning by Thursday. Temperatures actually going to start to rebound into the upper 60s and the 70s. That's ahead of our cold front that'll start to move into the state on Saturday early morning. It'll move through here Saturday afternoon. And then the Arctic air really starts to move in. Take a look at this temperature drop. We are going to be seeing temperatures likely well below freezing by next Tuesday morning. As for the entire United States, everybody is going to be dealing with this. So here in Houston, currently we're putting a low temperature of 26 degrees. That is going to be considered a hard freeze. At this point, the only thing you can do to prepare, if you need pipe insulation, maybe order it today. That way you have a few days for it to come in. As for our friends running the Houston Marathon on Sunday, definitely it's going to be a cool one, but thankfully that Arctic air hasn't quite settled in. Temperatures in the upper 30s and lower 40s. Winds from the north at 15 miles per hour. So planning out your Martin Luther King weekend, a lot of changes. Saturday, 68 have just been stunted in the 40s. Visible satellites showing all of that cloud cover pushing in from the southwest. That means we are going to be cloudy, not just today. It's going to continue to push in through the overnight hours and through the days tomorrow. We're likely not going to see that sunshine until Thursday. As for those temperatures, they are cold in the 40s, but a live look outside maybe showing a little bit of a glow. You can see some of that sunshine trying to peek through. Temperature currently in Houston, 50 degrees. Winds are coming from the east at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. So not dealing with any humidity, but it's just all about those cold temperatures. Right now, sitting in the upper 40s and the lower 50s. So inside reservation, if you are heading out to lunch, we are going to continue to stay chilly through the afternoon. Temperatures kind of plateauing in the lower 50s. Because of the cloud cover, the one benefit is we're not going to plummet into the 30s tonight. In fact, as we go through the overnight hours, those clouds kind of act as a blanket. They hold in the heat from the day. So waking up tomorrow, we're going to be starting in the 40s. But we're not going to warm up much because of showers and cloudy conditions. Tomorrow, a 40% chance of seeing rain showers, a touch higher if you're closer to the coast. This is because of a coastal disturbance that'll bring scattered showers, mainly south of I-10. And then Thursday, the sun starts to come out. Temperatures will start to warm up. 62 on Thursday. By Friday, upper 60s to nearly 70 degrees. But it is not going to last. In fact, temperature outlook showing the entire nation expected to be much cooler than normal. Kind of a deja vu situation. Last Martin Luther King Day, the parade was canceled because of icy conditions and a winter weather advisory. Andy, coming up, I'm going to talk about this year's Martin Luther King Day, which actually might be a bit similar to last year.
All right, Caroline, thank you.
Overcast skies, temperatures currently sitting in the upper 40s and the lower 50s. This is what you can see across the area. 51 in Livingston, down in Galveston. 52 degrees. We've got winds coming in from the east, 5 to 10 miles per hour. So much more pleasant compared to yesterday with the winds. But I think without that sunshine, no one's really calling it pleasant outside. Into the day tomorrow, we will start to see scattered rain showers pushing in from the coast. That means rain chances going to be highest for areas south of I-10, our coastal communities. The further north you are, the less likely you are to see the showers. But otherwise, it's really just that cold rain showers, very similar to today if there was some light mist happening. Into the day on Thursday, we're going to start a warming trend. Temperatures making it into the lower and mid 60s. By Friday, we're talking temperatures around 70s. Let's talk about that big picture. Future Track is showing the rain chances starting to push in from the coast as we get to tomorrow morning. Those chances staying with us through the afternoon on Wednesday. By Thursday, a high pressure system moves in. That's going to allow for some high clouds, but also going to start to build our warming trend. Now, that will not be lasting long, as by Saturday, that Arctic cold front impacting the United States, that will start to push into the state. This is midnight going into Saturday. That front rolling through here in Houston. Scattered showers and storms not out of the question as that front passes through. The big thing we're tracking, though, is going to be that Arctic air pushing in from Canada. By Tuesday, that freezing line likely going to be past us here in Houston. In fact, temperatures dropping into the mid-20s. Thankfully for those running the marathon on Sunday, the cold air does take a little bit of time to settle in. So for our runners, kickoff 38 degrees when you're starting the big marathon, 44 at 10 a.m. Biggest concern is going to be those winds coming from the north at 15 miles per hour, staying dry for Sunday. But then look at Martin Luther King Day, a 20% chance of maybe even seeing a wintry mix. Now, if we don't see it on Monday, we're going to continue to have chances of maybe some snow or ice next week. I want to show you, this is the European model, and actually we're starting to see this more and more. This is showing the possibility late Tuesday into Wednesday, we could see enough moisture that...
Turning now to our forecast with meteorologist Caroline Brown. Not a bad day out there. No changes are ahead of us here.
Changes are ahead of us, and we're already starting to feel some of those changes. It's cloudy, it's cold.
It is cold.
Dry for now.
Okay.
But that's going to change. Let me show you what it looks like outside, because we've been watching as that cloud cover has been pushing in from the coast. That's going to be really our reality now through Thursday. That's the next time we have chances of seeing any sunshine out there. That cloud cover advancing from the coast, and that's going to be the same scenario as our rainfall tomorrow. As mentioned today, it's cool, it's cloudy, temperatures really struggling to warm up. Right now, 51 degrees, a light wind coming from the east. So all in all, just a cold afternoon. Everybody staying in the mid 50s. Conroe 53, 51 out in Katy. As for the allergies, well, this has been really the only great news all week. Allergy report has been on the lower side, but tree and weed pollen both now showing up as low. As we headed through the next several hours, that cloud cover going to prevent us from cooling down. Temperatures upper 40s and the lower 50s. But once we get to tomorrow morning, those rain chances will start to increase. That's going to be pushing in from the coast and working its way inland. So for that early morning commute, primarily going to be a concern for our coastal communities and areas south of I-10. As we go through the day, a cold, dreary rainfall is going to be possible. Thankfully, no thunderstorms, nothing severe, but still a pretty icky Wednesday in store. That's before conditions really start to change. Thursday, 64. By Friday, 68 degrees. You'll start to notice those winds picking up as well. This is ahead of our next cold front. That cold front expected to swing through the Houston area on Saturday afternoon, and this is going to bring a dramatic change in temperatures. As for what we can expect here in Houston, by Tuesday and Wednesday, it looks like a hard freeze is going to be likely. The question mark is going to be whether or not we have enough moisture to support the possibility of snow or even some ice. What you can do now is just stay aware of the forecast. If you don't have insulation for your pipes, not a bad idea to get some, because next week, that is one thing we are forecasting for sure. Very cold temperatures, not just for us, but for the entire southeast United States coming up. We'll go day by day. I'll let you know also what to expect for the Houston Marathon.
Lots going on. All right, Carolyn, we'll see you for that. Thank you. Everybody in LA County right now. We do want to talk about our forecast here, Caroline, because we have some changes headed our way.
Some pretty big changes headed our way. We're talking about Arctic air, the coldest air we've seen all season. So let's get into it. It's mostly cloudy skies, certainly not pleasant. I have not been enjoying any time outside today, but I'll tell you what, it's going to get a lot colder as we head into next week. Let's start with today, though. Temperatures currently sitting in the lower to mid 50s, 52 here in Houston. As we go through the next several hours, temperatures remaining nearly steady because of that cloud cover. It really acts as a blanket. Now, once we get to tomorrow morning, we're going to start to see those rain chances increasing as early as 6 a.m. A 20% chance here in Houston, higher for our far coastal communities. This is a coastal disturbance we're tracking, and that's going to bring those rain chances. So waking up on your Wednesday, most of us starting off cloudy and cool. Areas closer to the coast, especially to the south and west, dealing with light to moderate rain showers. Those will be pushing inland through the day. So I think kind of a cold, dreary day, similar to what we saw on Sunday or last Thursday. Temperatures at 3, upper 40s, lower 50s, really similar to what we're seeing right now if you just add a little bit of rain. So just slightly worse than today's current conditions. Now, thankfully, those showers are not going to be sticking around. By Thursday, temperatures warming into the mid 60s. On Friday, upper 60s. At this point, we'll start to see some influence from our Arctic cold front. You'll notice it getting windy through the day, and by Friday night, that's when we're going to introduce rain chances associated with the cold front. So our future track is showing those rain showers possible tomorrow. Nothing heavy, nothing severe, no storms expected. A high pressure system starts to dry us out Thursday and most of the day on Friday, but then by Friday night, we'll start to watch as this cold front pushes across the state. Now, that is guaranteed to bring much cooler weather next week, not just for us, but for the entire southeast. We're talking a hard freeze likely all the way down to I-10. Now, the good news is we're not talking about this until next Tuesday and Wednesday. When it comes to the marathon that's happening on Sunday, the cold air will still be settling in. That means at 6 a.m. for the runners, 38. Oh, pardon me. There will be winds coming from the north at 15 miles per hour. So both the marathon and the half marathoners dealing with that nasty headwind for part of the race. Martin Luther King weekend, you can see big changes. Saturday 66, by Monday 38 degrees. There is going to be a chance for a wintry mix. Pipes, plants, pools, everything.
All of it.
You want to start thinking about that now. If you don't have pipe insulation, you can always use towels, but not a bad idea to just have a plan. How are you going to insulate your pipes? Because that's going to be a problem next week. Absolutely.
And it's nice to have that window of time to really, we have the weekends. If you can't do it during the work week, get it done this weekend. Right?
Exactly. Plenty of time to order things.
All right. Thanks, Caroline.
That's prevented us from really heating up at all. Temperatures have been staying in the 40s and the lower 50s. Our last view from that visible satellite before the sun goes down showing mostly cloudy skies. And you can see it over the Southwest Freeway. It's been cloudy like this the entire day. Because of this, temperatures really struggled to warm up today. 51 degrees, a light wind from the east across the board. It's just been cool. Katy already dropping back into the 40s. 53 up in Livingston, 53 down on the island. As we go through the evening tonight, cloud cover is going to prevent us from cooling down very efficiently. But by tomorrow morning, rain chances will start to increase. In fact, showers are going to be possible through the entire day tomorrow. A cold rainfall, temperatures only reaching the 50s. Then we'll be warming up Thursday and Friday, getting to 68 degrees. We'll start to feel some influences from a cold front that's going to arrive here on Saturday. And that's the big one. That's an Arctic cold front that's going to bump down temperatures into the 20s and 30s next week. We're talking about a hard freeze for Houston. And it's not out of the question that we could see some winter weather. We're going to talk a lot more about this forecast for the hard freeze and, of course, the Houston Marathon coming up.
Caroline, thank you. Well, in
overcast skies, temperatures aren't going to cool down quite as efficiently when you have that cloud cover. It's basically nature's down comforter. It's going to hold in that heat, so we're not going to be dropping very quick. Temperatures right now in the lower 50s. As we go through the overnight hours, that cloud cover holding in the warmth. So waking up tomorrow morning, we're only going to drop a few degrees. Temperatures in the upper 40s. But it's going to be cold, it's going to be cloudy, and rain chances are increasing from the coast. So 7 a.m. in the morning for that morning commute, most of us just dry and cold. Rain chances moving in from the southwest, so that's going to start to make those roads wet. Plan on a bit of extra time for driving. Those showers pushing inland through the day, and thankfully, just rain showers, light showers possible, maybe an isolated thunderstorm closer to the coast, certainly south of I-10. But other than that, just an inconvenient rainfall tomorrow. Now, as we look ahead to Thursday and Friday, temperatures are going to start to heat up, mid 60s for Thursday, upper 60s for Friday, and then you'll see those rain chances starting to ramp up. That's ahead of our Arctic cold front that we're tracking. So the big picture showing showers possible tomorrow, mainly for our coastal communities. As we go into the day on Thursday, a high pressure system moves in. We're drying out, we're warming up, and it is not lasting long because that cold front entering the state by early Saturday morning. That's going to bring with it the possibility of some rain showers late Friday into Saturday, but it's also going to bring with it a dramatic cold weather blast. Take a look at temperatures by Tuesday morning here in Houston, certainly expected to drop below freezing. And it's not just us, it's the entire southeast United States. Arctic air from Canada, which means here in Houston, we can drop into the mid 20s. Now, thankfully, it does take a bit of time for that air to settle. So the cold air, really the coldest of the air, not coming until Tuesday or Wednesday. So if you are running the marathon this weekend, conditions not too bad. 38 at 6 a.m., wind chill of 31. Winds will be from the north at 15 miles per hour throughout the race. So definitely going to be battling that headwind a bit, but at least we're not forecasting any precipitation. Starting on Monday, this is when we will have the possibility of maybe a wintry mix. That's going to be a chance both Monday and Tuesday of next week. And this is when high temperatures struggle to even get to the 40s. Tuesday 36, Wednesday 38, lows in the mid 20s. This is why we're trying to prepare you in advance. It's going to be very cold, but thankfully it looks like that cold weather stretch only going to last for a few days in the middle of next week. We're going to keep refining that forecast as we get closer, but for now, stay with us. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. Wind gusts across Southern California. Santa Clarita, wind gusts of 39 miles per hour. In the foothills, the risk today was winds up to 75 miles per hour. For some perspective, hurricane force winds is 74. So this is really intense, and that can lead to explosive fire growth. That's why the risk today calling for extreme fire risk north of Los Angeles. Now, as we head into the day tomorrow, those winds are going to be tapering down, but it's not totally in the clear. In fact, the risk going from extreme to then tomorrow still going to be considered critical. This is a story we're going to be watching for the rest of the week and likely talking about for years to come. As for us here in Houston, it is cold, but it is January outside. We've got mostly cloudy skies, traffic building on the Southwest Freeway, and temperatures currently 51 degrees, a light breeze coming in from the east. Across the board, it's a chilly night. Right now sitting in the lower to mid 50s, 52 here in Houston, 54 up in Huntsville, so a cool evening. Temperatures kind of tough to tumble with that cloud cover. By tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up in the upper 40s. You will see rain chances starting to really increase, especially for our coastal communities in the morning. That's going to be pushing inland through the day with scattered showers at a 40% here in Houston. Thursday and Friday, temperatures are going to start to warm up ahead of our next big Arctic cold front. That cold front expected to bring temperatures well below normal. Here in Houston, we have a secondary push of cold air coming on Tuesday. That's going to bring high temperatures from nearly 70 on Friday to the 50s on Sunday. By next Tuesday, we've got high temperatures in the 30s. But Daniela, Zach, I've got more on that Arctic blast coming up.
Looking forward to that. A little bit, just a little bit.
I'm not.
Caroline, thank you.
But it's also just relentless when it comes to that cloud cover. Through the day today, no sunshine has been felt, at least here in Houston. You can see even at the Med Center dealing with those mostly cloudy conditions. Temperature-wise, upper 40s and lower 50s. Right now, 52 in Liberty, 53 down on the island. As we go through the next several hours, that cloud cover staying with us. And then we'll start to see some rain chances by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, especially for our far southwestern areas. Rain chances start to push in. I think for the morning commute, it's mainly going to be folks living south of I-10 that'll start to see some of those rain chances. Otherwise, just a cold, cloudy start to what's going to be a really dreadful afternoon. Temperatures by 3 o'clock still upper 40s and lower 50s. So a similar temperature profile to what we're seeing today. The big change is that we will be seeing scattered light rain showers. So it is going to be damp outside tomorrow, and that's going to be staying with us through the entire day. Now by Thursday, conditions start to improve. 64 and sunny. Friday, 68 degrees. You'll notice those winds starting to pick up, and by the evening at time, rain chances will start to increase. That's coming in with our cold front. That's going to dramatically change our forecast. So Future Track will show you those rain showers tomorrow, mainly going to be for our far coastal areas. I'm not anticipating any big issues from that. No severe, no flooding. Forecast rainfall accumulations likely 1/4 of an inch to up to about 1/2 an inch. Future Track shows a high pressure system helping us dry out for Thursday and Friday. It's not until late Friday evening that we'll start to see those rain chances increase ahead of a cold front diving its way to the south. Now that cold front is going to lower our temperatures for the marathon. I think it should be rather pleasant, at least for those running. Spectators bundle up. Temperatures at 6 a.m. 38, feeling like 31. Winds will be a bit gusty from the north, sustained at 15. So for a bit of the race, you will be dealing with a headwind. Other than that, though, at least we're staying dry, and our secondary push of cold air, that doesn't arrive until Monday and Tuesday, which means it could have been a lot colder had it been one day later. On Martin Luther King Day, a 20% chance of maybe seeing a wintry mix. High temperatures for Monday, 38 degrees. It looks like the coldest day next week is going to be on Tuesday. Temperatures 36, but look at those morning lows. Last week when we had cold